I've been asked more than once why I chose care work. It's one of those questions that sounds simple until you try to answer it honestly. The polite version is that I wanted to make a difference, that I'd always been the sort of person who noticed when someone needed help and felt compelled to do something about it. The honest version is that I think I was drawn to it because it gave structure to something in me I didn't fully understand. This need to be useful, to have my presence matter to someone in a concrete way. I was 31 when I started, newly out of a long relationship, living alone for the first time in years, in a flat above a chip shop on the seafront in Whitby that smelled of vinegar and salt, and which I grew to love in the way you grow to love things that are slightly wrong for you. Whitby suited me. People come there for the ruins and the harbour and the fish, and the people who actually live there develop a particular self-sufficiency, a tolerance for grey weather and tourist seasons, and the specific loneliness of a place that is always full of visitors but never feels crowded. I'd grown up further down the coast, near Scarborough, and moving to Whitby felt like coming sideways rather than back, which was exactly what I needed at the time. I worked for a domiciliary care agency covering the older streets above the harbour and the villages along the coast road. My clients were mostly elderly, people in their 70s and 80s living alone in houses too large for them, managing on pensions, keeping their pride intact by refusing to admit how much they needed. I did their shopping, helped with personal care where required, sat with them for the allotted time and sometimes longer when I could manage it. I was good at it, not because of any particular training beyond the mandatory certificates, but because I was patient and I listened and I didn't treat the work as a transaction. That's not self-congratulation. It's just that it was the right fit, and those fits are rare enough that you notice them. I had 17 clients on my regular rota. Maurice was not one of them originally. He came through a handover from a colleague who was leaving the agency, a woman called Denise, who'd covered his visits for 2 years and who said, when she passed him on, that he was private and I shouldn't take it personally if he seemed unfriendly at first. She said it in a way that suggested she hadn't entirely resolved the unfriendliness herself. The house was on the edge of Runswick, about 6 miles up the coast. It sat apart from the main cluster of cottages, closer to the cliff edge than planning would probably allow today, with a view over the North Sea that on clear days was extraordinary, and on bad days, most days, October through March, was an unbroken grey wall of cloud and moving water. Maurice was 78. He'd had a mild stroke the previous spring that had affected his left side and made certain daily tasks difficult. His wife had died 4 years earlier. He had a daughter in Edinburgh who rang on Sundays and visited at Christmas and believed, as far as I could tell, that he was managing fine. He was not managing fine. The house wasn't dirty exactly, but it had the quality of a space that had given up being cared for. Surfaces filmed with dust, curtains not quite drawn properly, a kitchen that smelled of meals eaten standing at the counter. He moved around it carefully, as though the stroke had made him mistrust his own body, and when I arrived, he looked at me with an expression that was not quite hostility and not quite welcome. Assessment is the word that came to mind then, and it's the word that comes to mind now, though I understand it differently. I made him a cup of tea, found where things lived without asking, sat across from him and let the quiet settle, then asked what he'd been reading. There was a book on the arm of his chair, a history of Yorkshire's fishing industry, dense with photographs. He looked at it, then at me, and something shifted slightly in his expression. Not warmth, the beginning of the possibility of warmth. That was October. By December we had a routine. The first indication came in November, about 3 weeks in. I arrived on a Thursday morning to find him agitated in a way I hadn't seen before. Not distressed, but keyed up. Alert in a way that seemed misplaced in a man who usually moved through his days at a measured pace. He was at his desk when I came in. The desk was in the small room off the main sitting room that he'd never invited me into, and the door was ajar, and he closed it behind him when he came out with a speed that he clearly hoped I wouldn't notice. I noticed. I said nothing. Clients are entitled to their private spaces. I made his tea, and we talked about the weather and about a seal he'd seen from the window that week, and the agitation settled, and by the time I left, he seemed like himself again. But I thought about the closed door on the drive back, and I thought about it again the following Tuesday, when I found him tired in a specific way. Not the tiredness of age or recovery, but the tiredness of someone who hasn't slept because they've been doing something through the night. His eyes had a depletion I recognized from people who'd sat up with something troubling. When I asked if he'd slept, he said yes, fine, with the reflexive ease of a man who had decided before I arrived what his answers to certain questions would be. In December, I arrived to find the door to the small room open. He'd forgotten to close it, or hadn't had time. He was in the kitchen when I came in, and I had perhaps 3 seconds in which I could see the desk and what was on the monitor before I moved past into the kitchen. 3 seconds was enough. The monitor was large, newer than anything else in the house, which I'd registered before without thinking about it. And what was on the screen was a dense, threaded interface, dark backgrounded, the kind of structure you don't associate with ordinary browsing. I couldn't read specific content in 3 seconds, but I could read the register of it, the shape of it, and I knew with a certainty that settled in my stomach like cold water that whatever I was looking at was not a fishing history forum or anything else with an innocent explanation. I said nothing, made his tea, sat with him for the allotted time. On the drive home, I turned the image over and tried to talk myself out of what I'd concluded and couldn't do it. The decision I made over the next few weeks is one I've examined from every angle since. I decided to watch, not to report, not to raise it with the agency, not to ask Morris directly, but to pay careful attention over time before doing anything. Part of that was professional caution. Part of it, I'll admit, was something less creditable, a reluctance to make an accusation against a vulnerable elderly man and have it turn out to be nothing, to become the carer who raised a fuss and got it wrong. There is always an innocent explanation, right up until there isn't. January was when the pattern became something I couldn't keep rationalizing away. His sleeping was worse. I could see it in his face each week, a progressive depletion he kept denying. He became occasionally animated in a way that felt disconnected from whatever we were talking about, a brightness that seemed to come from somewhere else, something private bleeding through before he could contain it. And twice. Once in the second week of January, once in the last, I arrived to find him coming out of the small room, pulling the door shut behind him, with an expression that had almost resolved itself into welcome by the time he crossed the hallway, but hadn't quite finished doing so. That fraction of a second, that's what I kept coming back to on the drive home. In February, I came 10 minutes early, a cancelled prior visit, plausible enough that he had no reason to question it. The small room door was open. He was at the desk with his back to me, the monitor bright in the grey morning light, and I stood in the doorway for 5 seconds before he heard me and turned. 5 seconds is long enough. The forum was dark backgrounded, dense with nested threads. I recognized the structure before I understood the content. The same shape I'd seen in December, the same register. But this time I was still and looking rather than walking past, and this time I could read more of it. There were thumbnail images along the margins of the screen, small enough that their content wasn't immediately clear enough when I looked at them, that my body understood before my mind did. A coldness moving outward from my chest, my hands going still, and in the center of the screen a thread, long and active, written in the chatty and casually interested tone of people sharing opinions on something they had watched together and were looking forward to watching again. Maurice turned around. We looked at each other. I walked out, sat in the car with my hands on the steering wheel while the sea sat grey and enormous 20 meters away, and I rang the agency, and then I rang the police and waited on hold for 11 minutes and described what I'd seen, while my voice did things I couldn't entirely control. What the police found when they came the following morning with a warrant was more extensive than I'd imagined. The small room held not just the main computer, but 2 older laptops stacked under the desk and an external hard drive, all connected through a switching device that let him move between them. The forum on the main screen was one of several he used. The investigators described them in the careful language they used to avoid saying the actual thing directly, as communities organized around content recorded without subjects' knowledge or consent. People filmed in private spaces, in their homes, in moments where they believed themselves unobserved. Some of it was voyeuristic, some of it was considerably worse than that. And then there was the camera. It was in the sitting room, on a shelf among ornaments, a small black device I had walked past dozens of times without registering it as anything other than part of the room's ordinary clutter. I learned about it 4 weeks later from the officer who'd taken my original statement. She told me in measured language that among the material recovered from Maurice's devices were recordings made through windows, through gaps in curtains, and from that shelf, recordings of me over the course of my visits, going about my work in his home. He had been recording me since mid-November at the earliest, possibly earlier. The camera had been positioned to capture the sitting room and the hallway, which meant it captured me every visit, coming in, taking my coat off, moving between rooms, sitting across from him, and talking about fishing books and seals and whether he'd slept. 3 months of visits, captured, and then, because this is the part I have to say plainly, even though I'd rather not, shared on the forum. Not all of it. The investigators believed a portion of it had been posted to one of the threads, offered up to the same people who gathered there to discuss and rate and request, served alongside whatever else they had come to consume that week. A woman doing her job, making an old man's tea, believing herself to be in a private and professional arrangement. That is what I was, on those threads. Content. What lodged in me most deeply, and it's still there, it hasn't shifted, was a text document they found in a folder on his desktop. Notes. His own notes, written and updated over months in a precise and methodical way that the investigators said was consistent with someone who had spent a career in quantity surveying, in the careful documentation of specifics. The notes were about me, times of arrival, routes I seemed to take, which visits were solo and which overlapped with another carer, what I wore on particular days. Physical details I am not going to repeat here. Observations about my habits and patterns and the small repeated gestures people have without knowing they have them. 11 pages. I've sat with that number more times than I can count. 11 pages of a retired man's careful attention, written while I drove back to my flat and ate my dinner and thought I understood what my weeks contained. He had been watching me with the same organized interest he brought to the forum. The same methodology, the same patience, the same accumulation of detail. The online activity and the real-world attention weren't separate things. They were the same thing. The forum had given him a framework and an appetite, and I had walked into his house and become, without knowing it, part of what he fed it with. He was charged. The case moved through the system slowly. He received a suspended sentence, attributed partly to his age and his health and his circumstances, which I was told about in a letter I read once and placed in a drawer. The agency offered counseling. I went for a while. The other carers were kind in the way people are kind. When something frightening has happened to someone near them and they don't know what to say, which is to say they were kind but also slightly relieved it hadn't happened to them. I still live in Whitby. I still do the work, though with a different agency now and in a different part of the coast. Leaving felt like being pushed out of my own life, and I'd already had enough taken without volunteering more. What I haven't got back, and I'm not being dramatic, this is just accurate, is the ease I used to have in other people's houses. That unself-consciousness, the ability to move through a client's space and just be in it, present and uncomplicated. I check shelves now. I notice objects I wouldn't have noticed before. I am aware of angles and sightlines and what a room looks like to someone who might be watching it rather than living in it. I think about what can be seen from a window and whether a device left out in the open is what it appears to be, and what a small black object on a shelf might be doing there. Those thoughts are automatic now. They happen before I've decided to have them. The other thing that's changed is harder to put into words, but I'll try. When I sit with a client now and we talk about their reading, about the weather, about whatever ordinary thing fills the time, I am aware in a way I wasn't before of the gap between what a person shows you and what they're actually like. Maurice was good at being a certain kind of person in the hour I spent with him each visit. Patient, private, gradually warming. He asked about my drive over, remembered things I'd mentioned the previous week. He seemed, honestly, like someone I was helping. And somewhere in the same house, in the small room with the door pulled shut, was 11 pages of notes and a camera on a shelf and a screen full of things I cannot fully think about even now without the cold coming back. I went back once to Runswick, parked at the top of the track and sat looking at the sea rather than the house, trying to understand how a man with that view, that quiet, whatever good years he had left arranged around him, how he'd spent his nights looking for the worst things one person can seek out about another, looking for them and finding them, finding a community that wanted what he wanted and would give him more of it, and then looking up from the screen and seeing a woman come to make his tea and thinking, whatever he thought. I don't know what he thought. That's the part I keep returning to, the gap I can't cross. You can document a person's behavior and still not reach whatever is at the center of it. Some people are arranged around something you will never be able to see directly, something they have learned to keep covered, and they are very good at it, and they look just like everyone else, and they make you tea in return. I still ask clients what they're reading. I still think it matters. It still tells you something real. It just doesn't tell you enough. I want to start by saying I'm not the kind of person this sort of thing happens to. I know that's probably what everyone says, and I know how it sounds, but I mean it in a specific way. I wasn't looking for anything. I wasn't curious about things I shouldn't have been curious about. Wasn't the sort of teenager who spent his evenings trying to find the edges of the internet. I was 19, working part-time in a sports shop in Shepherd's Bush, doing a resit year at a sixth form college in Hammersmith. After my A-level results came back worse than expected, my life was ordinary in every direction. That's the part I need you to understand before any of the rest of it makes sense. My name isn't important. What's important is that I grew up in a flat on the 7th floor of a council block in White City, West London, with my mum and my younger sister, and a view over the Westfield car park that on clear days extended all the way to the Wembley Arch on the horizon. My mum worked nights at a care home 3 days a week, and days at a supermarket the other 2, which meant there were large portions of the week when I was effectively in charge of the flat, responsible for getting my sister fed and to school and back, responsible for keeping the place functioning in the interim. I didn't resent it. It was just the shape of things, and the shape of things was fine. I had one close friend, Darius. We'd been at school together since we were 11, lived 4 floors apart in the same block, spent most of our free time in each other's flats or down at the cage on the estate playing football badly and with great enthusiasm. Darius was sharper than me academically. He'd got his grades first time, was doing a foundation year at a university in Stratford, commuting east on the Central Line 5 days a week, with a rucksack full of textbooks and a podcast in his ears. We saw each other less than we used to, which was the natural consequence of lives moving at slightly different paces. But when we did see each other, it was easy in the way that only very old friendships are easy. No effort required. No need to explain yourself. In October of that year, a few weeks into the new term, Darius started behaving strangely. I want to be precise about what I mean by strange, because it wasn't dramatic. It wasn't the kind of strangeness you'd necessarily flag if you were only half paying attention. It was subtle. He cancelled plans twice in quick succession, both times with explanations that were technically adequate but felt slightly off, like he was reaching for a reason rather than reporting one. When we did see each other, he was distracted, present in body, but somewhere else in his attention. And he had a habit I hadn't noticed before of checking his phone under the table, tilting the screen away from me when he did. None of that on its own would have meant anything. Together, over a few weeks, it built into a texture of wrongness I couldn't entirely ignore. I told myself he'd met someone, new relationship energy, the need for privacy, the way people briefly become strangers to their oldest friends when there's someone new absorbing their attention. It was the simplest explanation, and it fit the available evidence well enough that I let it settle. I stopped noticing the strangeness as a thing to be worried about and started noticing it as a thing to tease him about when the moment was right. The moment never came. In November, on a Wednesday evening, Darius stopped answering his phone. At first, the first day maybe 2, I assumed he'd lost it, or broken it, or run out of credit and not got around to sorting it. I knocked on his door on the Thursday evening and got no answer, which wasn't unusual. His mum worked long hours, and his younger brothers were often out. And Darius himself was sometimes at the library until late. I left it, tried again Friday, no answer. Sent a message that showed as delivered but not read, and then a second message, and then a third. By the following Monday, I mentioned it to his mum in the lift, casually, trying not to sound as uneasy as I felt. She looked at me with an expression I couldn't immediately read, and said she thought he'd been staying with a friend from university, that she'd had a message from him saying not to worry, that she'd assumed I knew. I said yes, of course, and got out at my floor and stood in the corridor outside our flat and felt the unease sharpen into something cleaner and colder. He hadn't told me. In 11 years of friendship, Darius had never gone somewhere without mentioning it, had never been unreachable for more than a few hours without an explanation. The message to his mum, I thought about the wording she'd used not to worry, was the kind of message someone sends when they know a person is likely to worry, which means it was written with his mum in mind, written to manage her, not because everything was fine. I went home and I sat on my bed and I thought about the previous few weeks and I looked at it differently than I'd been looking at it. The cancelled plans, the tilted phone screen, the distraction. Seen from a new angle, it didn't look like the beginning of a relationship. It looked like someone managing what the people around him were allowed to see. I didn't know what to do with that. So I started with the only thing I had, his laptop, which he'd left at mine 2 weeks earlier and hadn't collected, which I'd assumed was accidental, and had put on my desk meaning to return it. I want to say clearly that I went into that laptop looking for a way to contact him, a university email address I didn't have, a name of someone from his course I could reach out to, anything that might tell me where he was or give me a number to call. That was genuinely what I was doing. I'm not dressing it up. His browser history was mostly unremarkable. University portal, YouTube, a football statistics site he'd been using for as long as I'd known him. But at the bottom of the history, from about 3 weeks before he went quiet, there was a cluster of visits to a site I didn't recognize. Not a name site. The address was a string of characters that didn't resolve into anything meaningful. The kind of address you'd only ever arrive at if someone had given it to you directly. He'd visited it 11 times over the course of about 2 weeks, always late at night, always from 11 p.m. onwards. The last visit was 4 days before he stopped answering his phone. I typed the address into my own browser. The site loaded slowly, in pieces, like it was being assembled from somewhere far away. When it finished loading, it showed a plain dark page with a small amount of text and a grid of thumbnails. The thumbnails were small and low resolution, and I couldn't make out their content clearly. The text above the grid was a title and a description, and it took me a moment to process what the description was actually saying, because my brain kept sliding off it the way it slides off things that don't fit inside the range of what it considers possible. The site was a repository. That's the cleanest word for it. A collection of recordings. The description was matter-of-fact about what the recordings contained. Deaths. Film deaths. Organized by category, by date, by what the description called method. The thumbnails in the grid were stills from those recordings, and I understood that before I looked at them directly. And I looked anyway, because some part of me needed confirmation before it would accept what it was being told. I closed the laptop. I sat on my bed with my hands in my lap and I breathed, and I looked at the wall for a period of time I couldn't accurately estimate. The flat was quiet. My sister was asleep. The Westfield car park was lit orange through the window. Then I opened the laptop again and went back. I've asked myself many times since why I went back. The honest answer is that Darius had been on that site 11 times, and Darius was missing. And the connection between those two facts was something I needed to understand before I could decide what to do. That's the honest answer. I'm not going to dress it up with anything braver or more logical than that. I went through the site more carefully the second time. It had the structure of a forum as much as a repository. There were threads beneath each recording, discussions, commentary, the casual back and forth of people who had watched the same thing and wanted to talk about it. The tone of those threads was the thing that affected me most, more even than the content of the recordings themselves. It was the ordinariness of it, the way people wrote about what they'd watched in the same register you'd use discussing a television program. Noting what worked, what didn't, comparing it to previous entries, anticipating future ones. A community with shared taste and shared vocabulary and shared enthusiasm. an absolutely ordinary community built around the most unordinary thing I'd ever encountered. I looked for Darius, a username, a comment, any trace of him in the threads. I didn't find one. What I found instead, working through the site for the better part of 2 hours, was a section I hadn't noticed initially, set slightly apart from the main grid. A smaller collection, differently formatted, with a header that translated roughly to forthcoming or upcoming. My school French was just enough to get me there. Scheduled content, recordings that hadn't been made yet, but were being discussed in advance. Anticipated. There were 4 threads in that section. I read 3 of them without finding anything that connected to Darius and told myself I was being irrational, that the connection I was drawing was a product of fear rather than evidence, that Darius was staying with a friend from university and his phone was broken, and none of this had anything to do with him. I opened the 4th thread. The discussion in it was structured around logistics, dates, a location described in terms vague enough to be unidentifiable, references to a subject. The subject was described in ways that were functional rather than personal. Height, approximate age, physical details. 19, just under 6 feet. South London accent, one comment noted, though another corrected this to West London, which prompted a brief back and forth that had the slightly tetchy quality of people correcting each other about something they'd directly observed. West London, 19, just under 6 feet. I read the thread 3 times. My hands were not steady by the 3rd reading. There were 14 posts in it, the most recent from 2 days ago, and in the most recent post someone had written a date. The date was 9 days away. Here is what I need to tell you about the next hour, because this is the part where the wrongness of the situation became fully real to me, rather than theoretical. I sat on my bed and I breathed, and I looked at the orange glow of the car park and I let my mind go completely still for a moment, the way it does sometimes under pressure, a kind of forced stillness that is not calm, but is adjacent to it. And in that stillness, I worked through what I actually knew. I knew Darius was missing. I knew he had visited a site hosting recordings of deaths 11 times late at night. I knew that on the same site there was a thread discussing an upcoming recording involving a 19-year-old male from West London. What I did not know, what I could not know with certainty, was whether those 3 things were connected. The thread could describe anyone. The physical details were general enough to apply to a significant number of people. Darius's visits to the site might have been morbid curiosity, the kind of dark corner of the internet that draws people in without leading anywhere. The message to his mum might mean exactly what it appeared to mean. He might walk back into my life tomorrow with a perfectly ordinary explanation and laugh at me for sitting on my bed in the middle of the night, reading things I shouldn't have been reading. I held on to that possibility for about as long as it deserved, which was not very long at all. Then I rang the police. The call took 40 minutes. I was transferred twice and put on hold once and asked to repeat myself several times. And the person I eventually spoke to was patient and professional and wrote down everything I said. And I could tell from the quality of the silence on the line when I described the site that they knew what I was describing, that it was not new information in the way I'd half hoped it might be. They told me someone would contact me the following morning. They told me not to access the site again. They told me to try to get some sleep. I didn't sleep. I sat at my desk with the laptop closed in front of me, and I waited for it to get light, and thought about Darius at 11 years old, the first day of secondary school, showing up at my door because we lived in the same block, and neither of us wanted to walk in alone. The easy friendship of shared circumstance that had turned, over 11 years, into something you didn't have to think about. The rucksack full of textbooks, the podcast in his ears on the central line, the tilted phone screen. The police came in the morning. 2 officers initially, then later in the day a third. A woman from a specialist unit who was precise and thorough and asked questions that made it clear she had looked at the site and understood it in a way the first 2 officers hadn't. She sat in our kitchen while my mum made tea she didn't drink and asked me to walk her through everything: the laptop, the browsing history, the site, the thread, the dates, the physical description. She asked about Darius's state of mind in the weeks before he went quiet, about the cancelled plans, about the tilted phone screen. She asked whether he'd ever mentioned meeting anyone new, anyone from online. I said I didn't know. I said I hadn't asked. I said I'd thought he'd met someone and I hadn't wanted to pry. She wrote that down without any indication of what it meant to her and moved on to the next question. They found him on a Friday, not the Friday of the date in the thread, the Friday before it, 3 days after I made the call. I wasn't told the details of how or where, and I didn't ask for them, and I've tried since then to be at peace with not knowing. What I was told by the same specialist officer sitting in the same kitchen was that he was alive and physically unharmed, and that the situation was, in her words, more complex than it had appeared from the outside. More complex. I've thought about that phrase a great deal. What emerged over the following weeks in fragments passed through my mum and Darius's mum, and eventually through a brief conversation with Darius himself that I'm not going to describe in detail because it's his and not mine. What emerged was that Darius had not stumbled onto the site the way I had. He'd been led to it. Someone he'd met through a university acquaintance had introduced him to it gradually, the way you introduce someone to something you're not sure they're ready for, testing the edges of their tolerance before pushing further. He'd been on it 11 times because he'd been trying to find a way out of something walked into without understanding what it was. The message to his mum had been sent under pressure by someone who wanted his disappearance to read as voluntary. The date in the thread had not been hypothetical. He's all right. That's the most important thing, and I want to say it plainly. He's all right. He got help. He moved away from London for a while, and he's doing better. We still talk. It's different than it was, but it's not gone. What I've been left with is harder to summarize. I've looked since all of it for the point at which I should have seen it earlier. The cancelled plans I wrote off as a new relationship. The tilted phone screen I'd planned to tease him about when the moment was right. The moment that never came. And the weeks I spent not reaching for the thing that was sitting there to be reached for. I don't know that earlier would have changed anything. I tell myself it wouldn't have, that the outcome was the same, that what mattered was the call I eventually made. But I think about the thread, the 14 posts, the correction, not South London, West London, made by someone who had observed him directly, watched him closely enough to clock the specific geography of his accent and feel confident enough to correct someone else about it. Someone who had been paying that kind of attention to my oldest friend while I was on my bed 2 floors below, convincing myself he'd met someone. The site is still there, as far as I know. These things don't disappear because one person finds them and makes a call. There are other threads in that forthcoming section, and they have dates in them, and the dates keep arriving and then passing. And what happens before they pass is not something I allow myself to think about for very long at a stretch. The orange glow of the Westfield car park is the same as it always was. The Wembley Arch on clear days, the Central Line East, the rucksack full of textbooks, the easy friendship of people who have known each other long enough to stop noticing what they've got. I notice it now. I notice all of it. I don't take any of it for granted anymore, and I'm not sure if that's growth or just a permanent low-level fear dressed up as gratitude. Probably both. Probably that's what this kind of thing leaves you with. The blue light of my monitor painted my face in stark relief, a pale mask in the otherwise suffocating darkness of my bedroom. The constant, low hum of the cooling fan was the only sound I trusted. Outside, Basingstoke slept, quiet and indifferent. Inside, my stomach churned, a knot of anticipation and dread wrestling for dominance. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, a slight tremor running through them. Tonight was the night I finally stopped being Dan, the boy who tasted blood and dirt every time Chris decided to have a joke. I remembered the last time Chris had cornered me behind the bike sheds, the casual cruelty in his eyes, the way he'd laughed, a loud, booming sound that made the air vibrate as he shoved my face into the muddy grass. The physical pain faded, but the humiliation remained, a sharp shard lodged in my throat. Sometimes I'd catch Sarah looking at me in the canteen. Sarah, quiet, always drawing in her notebook. The only person in that entire awful school who'd ever offered me a half smile, a small, distant light in the dark. Now, even that light felt unreachable. The tinny voice, distorted by the modulator, sliced through the quiet. It was the faceless man. He asked if I was absolutely certain. Yes, I rasped, the word feeling thin and inadequate against the immense weight of the decision. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic thump-thump. He reminded me the price was steep, irreversible. I told him I knew. The money, my life savings, was already gone, a ghost payment into untraceable crypto. A small price, I rationalized, for the sweet, clean taste of justice. He confirmed the target's identity, Chris, 16, strong. He then mentioned his operatives were highly skilled, working with surgical precision. The target wouldn't know what hit him. A cold thrill, sharp and exhilarating, snaked through me. I could only manage a shaky, good. The package will be delivered, the faceless man stated, his tone chillingly professional. And the feed? I asked, needing the confirmation, the proof of my power. He assured me the live stream would commence once Chris was secured, delivered via a private encrypted link, untraceable. Excellent, he concluded, and his avatar vanished, leaving only the blackness of the dark web browser. It was done. I leaned back, the plastic of the chair groaning under my weight. My hands shook so violently I had to clench them into fists. A quiet, terrifying resolve settled over me. The next day at school, the world felt unreal. The noise of the corridors, the smell of stale chips and disinfectant, it was all muted. I scanned every corner, searching for the familiar hulking shape. No Chris. His absence was a yawning silence, a hole in the fabric of the school day. My initial panic, had they failed, was quickly replaced by a quiet, deep satisfaction. No booming laughter, no sneering remarks. The air felt lighter, cleaner. I kept my head down, terrified that my secret, the dark, monstrous thing I had commissioned, was visible to the world. That evening, the email arrived. A single cryptic link. My hands trembled as I clicked. The screen resolved into a grainy, low-light image. A dark room. A single exposed bulb hung from the ceiling, casting harsh, unforgiving shadows. And there, in the center, tied to a sturdy wooden chair, was Chris. He was gagged. A strip of black cloth pulled tight across his mouth, his cheeks pushed out. His eyes, wide and bloodshot, darted around the room filled with a primal, visceral terror. His struggles were weak, his wrists and ankles bound with thick industrial rope. He wore only jogging bottoms, his bare chest heaving with ragged, desperate breaths. "Welcome back, Dan," the faceless man's voice purred from my speakers, startlingly clear despite the modulation. "Your show is about to begin." A figure stepped into the frame, a hulking silhouette draped in a dark hooded cloak. He moved with a heavy, deliberate slowness. Chris's eyes widened, his body tensing, a muffled whimper escaping his gag. The figure produced a small, sharp knife. The blade gleamed under the harsh light. "He needs to understand the gravity of his actions, Dan," the faceless man explained, his voice sounding like dry leaves rustling. "A lesson in consequences." The figure approached Chris and, with a terrifying lack of emotion, pressed the tip of the knife against Chris's bicep. Chris's muscles jumped. A thin line of red welled up, then thickened, trickling down his arm. Chris screamed, a raw, piercing sound that was barely muffled by the gag. His body convulsed, pulling frantically against the ropes. My stomach clenched. I felt a cold detachment, a horrifying sense of power. This was real. This was the monster who tormented me, reduced to nothing. The figure began to trace patterns on Chris's skin, shallow cuts that bled freely. Chris's screams became hoarse, ragged gasps. He slumped forward, exhausted, but his eyes remained open, fixed on the camera, a burning accusation. "He's quite resilient," the faceless man observed clinically. "But resilience only prolongs the enjoyment." The hooded figure produced a small black device, an electric cattle prod. The air around the tip gave a faint, chilling crackle of blue discharge as he tested it. Chris whimpered, his body trembling uncontrollably. "This is where the real fun begins," the faceless man announced, an undeniable cruelty in his voice. "Are you enjoying the view, Dan?" I couldn't speak. My mouth was dry, my tongue thick. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead, a nauseous wave washing over me. But I couldn't tear my eyes away. The figure pressed the prod against Chris's bare thigh. Chris convulsed violently, his entire body arching upwards, a choked, agonizing screech tearing from his lungs. The faint, metallic scent of ozone and something burnt seemed to waft through the screen. Again. Crackle. Chris spasmed, his head lolling back, sweat and tears mingling on his face. The imposing bully was gone, replaced by a broken, whimpering mess. A wave of intense, icy pity briefly threatened to overwhelm me, but I shoved it down, burying it beneath the memory of every insult, every punch. He deserved this. He had earned this agony. "He's almost broken," the faceless man sighed, a sound of mild disappointment. "Such a shame. We had so many more interesting applications." The hooded figure stepped back. Chris hung limply in the chair, his breathing shallow. "But fear not, Dan," the faceless man continued, a sudden sharp edge entering his voice. "The night is still young, and we have other guests joining us shortly." My brow furrowed in confusion. Other guests. Just then, a door creaked open in the background. 2 more hooded figures entered the room, dragging something between them. My blood turned to ice. It was another person. A girl. She was unconscious, her long brown hair splayed across her pale face. Her school uniform, grey skirt and red trim, was rumpled and dirty. It was Sarah. My stomach dropped with sickening force. Sarah, the quiet girl who drew in her notebook. "No," I whispered, the sound catching in my throat. "Ah, yes, Sarah," the faceless man purred, confirming my worst fear. "A lovely addition, wouldn't you agree?" Chris's little friend, perhaps? Or merely a convenient symbol? She's not involved, I choked out, my voice rising in a desperate plea. Leave her alone. She has nothing to do with this. But Dan, my dear boy, the faceless man's tone was laced with mock surprise. You commissioned an experience. And what's an experience without a little emotional leverage? The new figures tied Sarah to another chair, positioning her directly opposite Chris. Chris, despite his weakened state, stirred. His eyes flickered open, focusing on Sarah. A fresh wave of terror, mingled with something that looked like anguish and self-loathing, twisted his features. We believe in a holistic approach, Dan, the faceless man explained, a pedagogical drone now. Chris needs to understand the full outward impact of his life choices. And what better way than to involve those he cares about? He doesn't care about her, I screamed, my voice raw. He barely knows her. She was just kind. But I think he does now, the faceless man countered, a sinister chuckle. Look at his face, Dan. That's not indifference. That's pure, beautiful despair. One of the new figures produced a syringe. He approached Sarah. What are you doing? I demanded, my hands slamming uselessly against my desk. Just a little something to ensure she's awake for the grand finale, the faceless man said, dripping with malice. We wouldn't want her to miss out. The figure injected Sarah. Her body twitched, her eyelids fluttering open briefly, revealing glazed, confused eyes before she went limp again. No, stop it. I was sobbing now, hot, stinging tears blurring my vision. This wasn't revenge. This was pure, indiscriminate malice. The plan, Dan, was to provide you with a memorable experience, the faceless man corrected, impatience creeping in. And we are delivering. Beyond your wildest, most pathetic dreams. The hooded figure who had tortured Chris now approached Sarah, holding the cattle prod. Chris thrashed in his chair, a strangled, desperate cry of protest escaping his gag. His eyes fixed on Sarah were pleading, begging. The true torment isn't always physical, Dan, the faceless man lectured. It's watching someone you value suffer, knowing you are powerless to stop it. That, my dear boy, is true agony. The figure pressed the cattle prod against Sarah's arm. She screamed, a raw, piercing sound that cut through the silence of my room. It wasn't the muffled scream of Chris. It was clean, sharp, and utterly devastating. Chris roared, a guttural, animalistic sound, his struggles renewed with terrifying ferocity. He pulled against the ropes, muscles straining, his chair scraping loudly. Screech! No, I screamed, my voice tearing. Stop it! Leave her alone. Take me instead. I'm the one who paid you. Oh, Dan, the faceless man sighed, a sound of feigned disappointment. Such chivalry. But alas, the show must go on, and you, my friend, are the audience of honor. The figure continued to torment Sarah, each jolt sending her into spasms. Chris watched, his face a mask of pure, self-immolating horror, his own pain utterly forgotten. What do you want? I choked out, sinking in my chair. Just stop. We want entertainment, the faceless man replied. We want to see the breaking point, and you, Dan, have provided us with an exquisite opportunity. We are always looking for new talent, Dan. You have a certain aptitude for this, don't you? The desire to inflict pain, the hunger for control. It's a powerful motivator. No, I whispered, shaking my head violently. I just wanted him to understand. And he does, Dan, the faceless man chuckled. But now, the question is, do you understand the true nature of power? The hooded figure raised the prod again, aiming for Sarah's face. No, stop, I shrieked, my throat raw. "I'll do it. I'll join you. Just don't hurt her. I'll be one of yours." The figure paused, the prod hovering inches from Sarah's cheek. Chris slumped forward, his breath ragged, the immediate threat averted. "An excellent choice, Dan," the faceless man purred, a note of ultimate triumph in his voice. "Welcome to the family. You've made a very wise decision." The screen flickered and the feed cut out. The room was plunged into darkness, save for the faint blue glow of the monitor. The silence that followed was deafening, suffocating. I sat there, hunched over my desk, my body trembling, my mind a maelstrom of horror. My breath came in shallow, painful gasps. The images, the screams, the smell of burnt flesh, they were seared into my brain. I had wanted revenge. I had wanted Chris to suffer. But I had never wanted to destroy the only shred of goodness I knew, nor had I wanted to become this thing. The faceless man's words echoed in the terrifying vacuum. Welcome to the family. I had crossed a line, a dark, irreversible chasm. I had traded my soul for a moment of twisted satisfaction, and now I was trapped, bound by a contract written in blood and fear. I was no longer Dan, the bullied nerd. I was a collaborator, a conspirator, a new monster waiting to be deployed. My phone buzzed, a new email. I stared at the notification, my heart convulsing in my chest. It was from the faceless man. The subject line read, "Your first assignment. Acquisition protocol attached." My fingers, still trembling, slowly moved towards the mouse. The blue light of the monitor reflected in my tear-filled eyes, a silent witness to the darkness that had consumed me. I clicked the link. I used to think I was lucky to find that flat. Coventry isn't exactly known for affordable housing with decent views, but somehow I'd managed to secure a one-bedroom on the 9th floor of Blackthorn Heights for less than the going rate. The letting agent mentioned something about the building's transitional phase and how they were trying to cultivate the right community atmosphere. At the time, I just nodded along, mentally calculating how much I'd save compared to my previous place. The building itself was one of those structures that seems to exist in every British city. Built in the late 70s, briefly fashionable, then sliding into disrepair before being regenerated, with a fresh coat of paint and some potted plants in the lobby. 22 floors of identical windows stacked in a perfect grid, the kind of place where you could live for years without ever knowing your neighbors. I moved in during that strange liminal week between Christmas and New Year's, when the world feels suspended in time. The corridors were eerily quiet as I carried my boxes up from the moving van. I remember being struck by how clean everything was. No scuff marks on the walls, no lingering cooking smells, none of the usual signs of human habitation you'd expect in a building housing hundreds of people. My flat was perfectly adequate. Open-plan kitchen and living area. Bedroom, just large enough for my double bed. Bathroom with surprisingly good water pressure. The previous tenant had left it immaculate, which should have been a relief, but somehow felt unsettling, like all traces of their existence had been methodically erased. The first couple of weeks passed uneventfully as I settled into a routine. I'd leave for work at 8 a.m., return around 6 p.m., occasionally glimpsing other residents in the lifts or lobby. Everyone kept to themselves, offering nothing more than a brief nod if our eyes happened to meet. I initially chalked it up to typical British reserve, perhaps amplified by urban living. It was the silence that first struck me as odd. I'd lived in flats before and was accustomed to the ambient soundtrack of shared living. muffled conversations, television sounds bleeding through walls, footsteps overhead. But Blackthorn Heights existed in a perpetual state of hushed quiet, as if the entire building was holding its breath. Then came the first peculiarity that I couldn't simply rationalize away. I was returning home late one Friday night, slightly tipsy from after-work drinks, when the lift stopped at the 13th floor. This confused me momentarily, as I distinctly remembered the building jumping from 12 to 14, like many high-rises do because of superstition. Yet here was the number 13, illuminated on the panel. When the doors opened, I was struck by the difference in atmosphere. The corridor looked similar in layout, but was finished to a noticeably higher standard. Recessed lighting instead of fluorescence, what appeared to be actual hardwood flooring rather than laminate. Walls painted a deep burgundy instead of the institutional cream on my floor. Before I could process this properly, a man in a dark suit entered, nodded curtly, and stood with his back to me. The doors closed, and we continued upward in silence. I convinced myself I'd been mistaken about the floor numbering, that I'd simply never noticed the 13th floor before. But the following morning, I checked as I descended in the lift, and sure enough, the buttons jumped from 12 to 14. The 13th floor button was simply absent. I might have dismissed the whole thing as alcohol-induced confusion, if not for what happened the following week. Unable to sleep one night, I decided to take out my rubbish, more as an excuse to walk around than out of necessity. The building had a chute on each floor, but sometimes larger items needed to be taken to the basement facilities. The basement was deserted, lit by flickering fluorescence that created moving shadows in the corners. As I was depositing my rubbish, I noticed a door I hadn't seen before, partially hidden behind the recycling bins. It was unmarked except for a small black symbol that resembled a stylized eye or perhaps a keyhole. Curiosity got the better of me, and I tried the handle. To my surprise, it opened onto a stairwell I didn't recognize, narrower than the main stairs, with metal steps rather than concrete. Something about it felt wrong, private, not meant for residents, but I'd already come this far. I climbed the stairs, trying to minimize the metallic echoes of my footsteps. After what seemed like more flights than should have been necessary to reach the ground floor, I emerged into yet another corridor I didn't recognize. This one was utilitarian, almost industrial, exposed pipes running along the ceiling, numbered doors with electronic card readers beside each one. I was disoriented, unsure what part of the building I was in. As I stood there debating whether to continue exploring or return the way I'd come, one of the doors opened further down the hallway. Instinctively, I ducked into an alcove, suddenly certain I wasn't supposed to be there. Through the narrow gap between the wall and a large electrical panel, I watched as two men exited the room. They were dressed casually, but carried themselves with a deliberate alertness that made me think of security personnel. One was speaking in hushed tones about resolution issues and frame rates, while the other nodded, checking something on a tablet. They walked past my hiding spot without noticing me, disappearing through a door at the end of the corridor. I waited several minutes before moving, heart pounding against my ribs. When I was certain they weren't returning, I crept toward the door they'd emerged from, driven by a compulsion I couldn't explain. The door had been left slightly ajar. Through the crack, I could see what appeared to be a monitoring station. Multiple screens showing different rooms, each one meticulously furnished, but in vastly different styles. One looked like a vintage 1970s lounge, another like a sterile medical examination room. A third like a child's nursery, all empty, all waiting. On a desk beneath the screens sat several high-end cameras, lighting equipment, and what looked like a control panel with dozens of switches and dials. A laptop was open beside them, displaying what I recognized with a sudden chill as a dark web browser interface, similar to ones I'd seen in documentaries about internet crime. The screen showed a payment system, usernames, and viewing statistics for something called the Blackthorn Experience. I backed away, trying to process what I was seeing. It looked like some kind of broadcasting setup, but the secrecy, the dark web interface, it suggested something deeply illegal. I needed to leave, to pretend I'd never seen any of this. I turned to retrace my steps and found myself face to face with a woman I hadn't heard approach. She was impeccably dressed in what looked like an expensive business suit, her hair pulled back in a severe bun. She smiled in a way that didn't reach her eyes and asked if I was lost. Her tone was pleasant, but carried an undercurrent of steel. I mumbled something about taking a wrong turn while looking for the maintenance office, trying to mask my terror with confusion. At the stairwell door, she asked my flat number and name. I was too frightened to consider lying. She smiled again, thanked me for my understanding, and watched as I descended the stairs. I felt her eyes on my back long after I turned the corner. The next day, I received a letter under my door informing me of a rent decrease due to my valued resident status. It was a substantial reduction, enough to make me hesitate before acting on what I'd discovered. I told myself I needed time to think, to plan my next move carefully. That evening, I noticed a subtle change in my flat. Nothing I could definitively point to. Perhaps items moved slightly from where I'd left them, a different smell in the air, a sense that the space had been occupied in my absence. I began checking for hidden cameras, growing increasingly paranoid about being watched. I started researching Blackthorn Heights online, looking for anything unusual associated with the building. Most results were standard property listings and bland corporate information about the management company. But on the 7th page of search results, I found a single forum post from 3 years earlier. Someone claiming to be a former maintenance worker described accidentally discovering a studio setup in the building and subsequently being offered a significant raise to forget what they'd seen. The post had no replies and had been made by a now deleted account. That night, unable to sleep, I stood at my window staring at the identical grid of windows across from mine. Most were dark at this hour, but I counted 11 that remained illuminated despite the late hour. As I watched, the lights in one flat suddenly brightened dramatically, as if powerful studio lights had been switched on. The blinds were open, allowing me to see directly inside. What I witnessed in that flat across the courtyard made me recoil from the window. My hand clamped over my mouth to stifle a scream. I won't describe it in detail. I'll just say that what occurred in that brightly lit space was being done by one person to another. It was clearly not consensual, and it ended with stillness, with absence of movement where movement should have been. When my hands stopped shaking enough to hold my phone, I dialed emergency services. I reported what I'd seen as clearly as I could, providing the building name and what I estimated to be the flat number based on its position. The operator assured me police would be dispatched immediately. 20 minutes later, 2 officers arrived at the building. I watched from my window as they entered, then waited anxiously for any sign of activity. After about 15 minutes, they emerged and returned to their car without any apparent urgency. No additional police arrived, no ambulances, no forensic teams. My phone rang an hour later, The caller ID showed only private number. It was the woman from the restricted area, her voice just as pleasantly chilling as before. She thanked me for my concern about my neighbor, but assured me the police had found nothing amiss. The flat in question was currently unoccupied according to their records. She suggested that the stress of city living sometimes played tricks on the mind and reminded me of the mental health resources available to residents. Before ending the call, she mentioned how fortunate I was to have such an affordable flat in the current market. The threat was clear. I spent the remainder of the night researching other accommodation, preparing to leave first thing in the morning. But when I tried to access my bank account online, I found it temporarily frozen due to suspicious activity. My emails to my family and close friends about staying with them were bouncing back undelivered. When I tried to call out, my phone showed no service despite full signal bars. 3 days later, I remain in the flat, watching the windows across from mine with obsessive attention. I've documented everything I've observed. Lights activating in different flats at regular intervals, the same terrible scenes playing out in different rooms with different people. Always at night, always brightly lit, always ending the same way. I've come to understand that Blackthorn Heights isn't just a building. It's a carefully constructed broadcasting network. Each flat potentially a stage. Each resident either a knowing participant or an unwitting neighbor like myself. The dark website I glimpsed must be offering live streams of real murders to paying viewers around the world, each occurring in carefully designed sets that exist behind ordinary-looking doors in this very ordinary-looking building. Why am I telling you this now? Because last night, I saw them preparing the flat directly opposite mine, replacing the furniture, setting up additional lighting, positioning cameras behind ordinary-looking wall fixtures. This morning, I received another letter under my door, a notice about scheduled maintenance requiring access to my flat tomorrow evening, and a reminder of my special resident status and the importance of community cooperation. I'm typing this on my phone with the battery nearly dead. I've tried knocking on neighbors' doors, but no one answers. The main entrance is now staffed by security guards I don't recognize, who politely but firmly turn away any visitors. The lifts require key card access that my card no longer provides, limiting me to my floor and the lobby. If you're reading this, it means I found a way to get this message out. It means I'm probably no longer in a position to tell you what happened next. But if you ever find yourself being offered an unusually affordable flat in a high-rise where the residents keep to themselves, where certain floors seem to exist only sometimes, where the management is overly interested in your movements, run. Because somewhere right now, someone is watching a live stream from Blackthorn Heights. Someone is paying to watch what happens in these rooms. And tomorrow, someone will be watching my flat, waiting for the show to begin. I don't really know how to start this without it sounding strange, so I'm just going to start where it actually began, which is a lot more boring than you'd expect. Nothing dramatic kicked it off. No warning signs, no big decision. It started because I was bored, and because I had too much time on my hands, and because I didn't think any of it mattered. At the time, I was working from home full time. I'd been doing that for a while, long enough that the days had started to blur together in a way that's hard to notice until it's already happened. I'd wake up around 9, sometimes later, make coffee in the same mug I'd used the day before, still sitting unwashed by the sink, sit at my desk in yesterday's t-shirt and the joggers I'd slept in, Write words I didn't care about for people I'd never meet about products I'd never use. Close the laptop around 6. Eat something microwaved while watching whatever Netflix suggested. Go to bed. Do it all again. Sometimes I'd realize it was Thursday and I still felt like the week hadn't properly started. Sometimes I'd go 3 days without speaking to another person out loud and only notice when my voice came out strange and croaky when I finally answered a work call. I worked in marketing, copywriting mostly, product descriptions, emails, landing pages, the kind of work that sounds creative until you're actually doing it. And then you realize it's just filling in the same template over and over with slightly different words. I wrote about kitchen appliances for a living, blenders, air fryers, coffee machines. There's only so many ways you can describe a blender before your brain starts to rot a little, before you catch yourself staring at the screen, trying to think of a synonym for powerful that you haven't already used twice in the same paragraph. I've been doing it for about 3 years, living alone in a 1-bedroom flat in Bristol that I'd stopped decorating after the first month. The walls were still that builder's beige. I had a sofa I'd bought second-hand that smelled faintly of someone else's life, a bed, a desk, a television. That was about it. I kept meaning to hang pictures or buy a plant or do something to make it feel less temporary, but I never got around to it. After a while, I stopped noticing. I didn't really notice how empty things felt until there was nothing left to distract me from it. My girlfriend had left about 6 months earlier, Claire. We'd been together for 2 years, living together for 1. She'd tried talking to me about it several times before she actually went. Said I'd become distant. Said I never wanted to do anything anymore. Said it felt like I'd checked out of my own life and was just waiting for something to happen. I remember nodding along, not really disagreeing, but not really doing anything about it either. When she finally packed her things, I helped her carry boxes down to her car. We hugged. She cried. I didn't. I went back upstairs and felt relieved that I didn't have to pretend to be present anymore. I told myself I'd feel worse about it eventually. I never did. One evening, sometime in late October, I was supposed to be finishing a deadline, a product launch for a new range of food processors. 1,500 words about 6 different models that were basically identical except for the color and the number of attachments. I'd written maybe 200 words in 4 hours. Instead, I was doing what I'd been doing more and more often, which was clicking around online without any real purpose. Articles, videos, forums, anything to avoid actually working. I'd start reading something about one topic and end up somewhere completely different 20 minutes later, without any clear memory of how I'd gotten there. Reddit threads about missing persons cases, YouTube videos about abandoned buildings, Wikipedia articles about cults, that sort of thing. Nothing out of the ordinary, just the usual internet rabbit hole. Somewhere along the line, I ended up reading an article about the dark web. I'd heard of it before, obviously, everyone had, but I'd never really thought about it beyond the vague sense that it was where illegal things happened. A digital underworld full of hitmen and hackers and things normal people didn't need to worry about. What struck me about this particular article was how unexciting it made the whole thing sound. It wasn't one of those sensational scare pieces you see shared on Facebook with headlines like, "What your kids are really doing online." It was technical, dry even. Written by someone who clearly knew what they were talking about and didn't feel the need to dress it up. It talked about privacy, about journalists in dangerous countries, about whistleblowers and activists and people who needed to communicate without being monitored. It mentioned the illegal marketplaces, the stuff everyone thinks about. But almost in passing, like they were an unfortunate side effect rather than the main attraction. The article kept stressing that most of it was dull. Forums full of technical discussions, lots of broken links, lots of text-heavy pages that looked like they'd been designed in 1998. I remember feeling oddly disappointed by that. I think I'd built it up in my head as this forbidden, dangerous place, all black screens and green text and shadowy figures doing shadowy things. Being told it was mostly boring felt like someone had taken the mystery out of it, like finding out that a magic trick was just mirrors and fishing wire. And instead of that putting me off, it did the opposite. It made me curious. I told myself I just wanted to see it. That was all. I wasn't looking for anything specific. I didn't have some secret interest I was hiding from myself. I just wanted to know what it actually looked like, the same way you might want to look at a building you'd only ever heard described. I'm not going to explain how I accessed it. Not because it was difficult, it wasn't, but because that's not really the point of this. The point is that within about 20 minutes of downloading the right browser and finding a working link, I was looking at a plain page full of links with vague names that didn't really tell you what you were clicking on. Free speech forum, library archive, privacy discussion, that sort of thing. At first, it was exactly as boring as the article had promised. Forums full of technical discussions about encryption and servers and things I barely understood. Long walls of text written by people who clearly spent a lot of time online and had strong opinions about things I'd never thought about. I clicked through a few, read a bit, clicked back, felt a bit stupid for expecting more, like I'd fallen for my own imagination. Then, almost by accident, I stumbled onto one of the marketplaces. If I hadn't known what it was, I genuinely might not have thought twice about it. It looked like a normal shopping site. Clean layout, white background, categories down the left side, a search bar at the top, little thumbnail images next to each listing. For a second, I thought I'd clicked on the wrong link and ended up back on the regular internet. Then I started reading the category names and the listings. I'm not going to describe what was on there in detail. I think you can imagine. Drugs, mainly. Pages and pages of them. Organized by type, with prices in Bitcoin and user reviews like it was Amazon. But there was other stuff too. Forged documents, hacked accounts, electronics that were probably stolen. Even some things I didn't understand at all, coded in ways that seemed deliberately obscure. I didn't linger on any of it. I wasn't interested in buying anything. I wasn't even tempted. I was just looking, in the same detached way you look at something you know you shouldn't be paying attention to, like watching footage of an accident or reading about a crime. What stuck with me, though, weren't the obvious listings. It was the ones that didn't quite explain themselves. They were scattered throughout the site, easy to miss if you weren't paying attention, tucked in between the obvious stuff. Titles like Specialized Delivery or Discreet Service, UK Only, or No Questions Collection. The descriptions were short and careful. A few lines about professionalism, reliability, discretion. Satisfaction guaranteed. No prices listed. No clear explanation of what was actually being delivered or collected. I clicked on one. The page didn't say much more than the listing had. It talked about moving items that required no documentation or tracking. It stressed that questions weren't asked about contents, as long as things were properly packaged and the dimensions were provided in advance. At the bottom was a contact link and a note. Payment required upfront. Non-refundable, regardless of outcome. That phrase stuck with me. Regardless of outcome. I read it 3 times, trying to work out exactly what it meant. Did it mean they might fail to deliver? Or did it mean something else? I hovered my mouse over the contact link for longer than I meant to. long enough to feel my heart rate pick up slightly, long enough to tell myself it was probably a scam, that anyone offering something like this so openly couldn't be serious, that this was exactly the kind of thing designed to prey on curious idiots. Eventually, I closed the page, shut the browser, turned my laptop off, went and made tea I didn't drink. I remember thinking that was the end of it, but it wasn't. Over the next few days, it kept coming back to me at odd moments, when I was supposed to be working, when I was making coffee, when I was lying in bed trying to sleep. That phrase, specialized delivery. I kept wondering what people actually used a service like that for. What kind of items couldn't be sent through normal channels? Whether anyone really responded to those listings at all, or if they just sat there, digital storefronts for services nobody actually needed. I found myself thinking about it more than I should have, more than made sense. It wasn't that I wanted to use it. I didn't have anything to send, nothing that needed delivering secretly. But the fact that it existed, that someone was offering it, that there were probably people out there using it right now, kept nagging at me. About a week later, on a Tuesday evening when I should have been writing about the benefits of stainless steel mixing bowls, I went back. I told myself I was just going to look again, that I wouldn't click anything, that I'd just have another browse, satisfy my curiosity, and then leave it alone for good. But when I found that same listing, with the same vague description and the same contact link, I clicked it before I'd fully decided to. The messaging screen was blank. No name, no profile picture, no history, just an empty text box and a blinking cursor. I stared at it for a while, trying to work out what I could even say that wouldn't immediately make me sound either suspicious or stupid. In the end, I typed something neutral, something like, "Hi, I saw your listing. Could you explain a bit more about what your service involves?" Kept it vague, non-committal, the kind of thing someone might genuinely ask if they were curious. I read it back 3 times before sending it, then immediately regretted it. I didn't expect a reply. Or maybe I expected one in a few hours, or the next day. But 10 minutes later, a message appeared. It was polite, professional even. The kind of tone you'd get from a customer service rep at a legitimate business. It explained that they provided courier services for items requiring discretion, that they operated mainly in the south of England and Wales, and that payment was required upfront via cryptocurrency and was non-refundable regardless of outcome. There it was again, that phrase. I stared at the message for a long time. My hands were shaking slightly, though I couldn't have told you why. I hadn't done anything wrong. I was just asking questions. But something about the calm professionalism of the response made it feel more real than I'd expected. I should have stopped there. I know that now. But instead, I asked another question. I asked what kind of items they usually handled. The response came faster this time. They said they didn't ask about contents, only size and weight. They said items had to be appropriately packaged, properly sealed, and ready for collection. That was it. Nothing more. I asked if there were restrictions on what could be sent. They replied, "As long as items are packaged appropriately and dimensions are provided, no questions are asked." I read that several times. No questions are asked. It was the kind of phrase that sounded reassuring, but felt wrong the more you thought about it. I told them I'd think about it and get back to them if I decided I needed their services. They said that was fine, to reach out anytime. And then the conversation ended. No pressure, no follow-up, no attempt to convince me. Just silence. I closed the laptop and sat in the dark for a while. I wish I'd left it there. Instead, over the next week, I started looking for more listings like it, and I found them. Not hundreds, but enough to make it clear this wasn't some one-off amateur operation. Different sellers, different regions, but all offering essentially the same thing: discreet collection and delivery. No questions asked. Some even had reviews, though they were always short and coded. Reliable service. Delivered as promised. No issues encountered. The kind of feedback that told you nothing and everything at the same time. I spent hours reading them, clicking through profiles, trying to piece together how it all worked. Who were these people? Were they just couriers willing to look the other way, or something else? And who was using them? What were they moving that couldn't go through Royal Mail or DPD? I started imagining scenarios. Drugs seemed too obvious. Why would you need this when the whole marketplace was full of dealers who shipped things themselves? Stolen goods, maybe. Things too hot to fence normally. Or maybe it was legitimate things that people just wanted kept private. Documents, money. I didn't know. And then I did something I still struggle to explain properly. I created a listing of my own. If you'd asked me at the time why I was doing it, I don't think I could have given you a straight answer. Part of me wanted to see if anyone would actually respond. Part of me wanted to prove to myself it was all nonsense, that these were just scammers posting fake listings to steal Bitcoin from idiots like me. Mostly, I think I just liked the feeling of stepping into something different from my actual life, of doing something that felt like it mattered, even if it didn't. I spent almost an hour writing it, deleted it, rewrote it, tried to match the tone of the other listings I'd seen, vague but professional, enough detail to sound legitimate without actually saying anything concrete. In the end, I settled on something simple. Item collection required, Bristol area, delivery to address provided after agreement. Item is appropriately packaged and ready for collection. Weight approximately 8 kilograms, dimensions 40 by 30 by 25 centimeters. Payment can be made within 24 hours of agreement. None of it was real. I didn't have anything to send. There was no package, no address. I told myself that if anyone actually responded, I'd just ignore it or make up an excuse about it already being handled. I read it back one more time, cursor hovering over the post listing button. My stomach felt tight. My hands were definitely shaking now. I knew this was stupid, knew I was crossing some kind of line, even if I didn't fully understand what that line was. I clicked it anyway. Then I closed the laptop, went to bed, and lay awake for 3 hours. When I checked the next morning, I had 3 messages waiting. That was when I panicked. The first thing I felt wasn't curiosity, it was fear. Real physical fear that made my chest tight and my hands go cold. Because these were real people. They'd read my listing and decided it was worth responding to, which meant they thought I was serious, which meant I'd convinced them I had something that needed moving secretly, no questions asked. I didn't open the messages at first. I just stared at the notification number, 3. Such a small number, but it made everything feel suddenly, horribly real. I stood up, walked away from the laptop, made coffee, sat back down. The messages were still there. Finally, I opened the first one. It was brief and professional. They said they operated in the Bristol area and could arrange collection within 48 hours. They asked for confirmation of the exact dimensions and whether there were any special handling requirements. They provided a Bitcoin wallet address for payment and stated their fee, £400. £400. For delivering a package, I didn't have to an address that didn't exist. The second message was similar. Different person, slightly higher price, £450. They could do it within 24 hours. I opened the third message with my heart hammering. This one was different, longer. The tone wasn't quite as polished. They said they'd been doing this kind of work for 18 months and never had an issue. They said they understood that discretion was important and that some items required special consideration. They asked if the package contained anything that might be heat sensitive or time critical. Heat sensitive, time critical. I felt sick because I suddenly understood what they thought I was asking them to move. What kind of items would be heat sensitive and time critical? What would need to be exactly 8 kilograms and fit in a box that size? I closed the laptop so fast I nearly broke the screen. For the next 2 days, I didn't open it again. I didn't check the messages. I tried to pretend I'd never posted the listing, never contacted anyone, never even heard of any of this. I did my actual work, wrote bland sentences about kitchen appliances, ordered takeaway, watched television, and tried very hard not to think about the 3 messages sitting in my inbox. But on the 3rd day, I checked again. There were 7 messages now, and one of them said, "Still available. Can collect tonight if needed." I used to obsessively check my reflection in shop windows, constantly rehearsing expressions in my mind, imagining my face on billboards and magazine covers. That desperate hunger for validation, for someone to finally see the potential I believed burned inside me. It's embarrassing to admit how all-consuming it was, but that's what makes places like elite casting so dangerous. They know exactly what you're willing to risk when you've convinced yourself that fame is just one lucky breakaway. I found the casting call on an industry forum I'd been following for months, one of those semi-professional websites where legitimate opportunities occasionally surface among the scams. The post stood out because it wasn't promising the usual vague exposure or unpaid work. Instead, it offered a substantial daily rate for a luxury fashion campaign, specifically seeking distinctive faces, not conventional beauty. My heart raced as I read those words. I'd been told countless times by well-meaning friends that my look was too unique for commercial modeling, a polite way of saying I wasn't conventionally attractive enough. But here was someone explicitly wanting what I had. The application process seemed thorough, which only reinforced my belief in its legitimacy. I submitted my measurements, recent photographs, and a brief bio highlighting my limited experience, a student fashion show at university, a friend's photography project, nothing that would impress a real agency. 3 days later, an email arrived confirming I'd been shortlisted and inviting me to an in-person casting at their Leeds office. The message included professional-looking documentation, an NDA emphasizing the confidential nature of the upcoming campaign, details about the renowned but unnamed designer, and what to wear to the casting. I spent hours selecting the perfect minimalist outfit, practicing walking with the straight-backed confidence I'd observed in models on runway videos. The address led me to a converted textile mill in the industrial quarter of the city, one of those red brick Victorian buildings that developers had transformed into sleek, modern office spaces while preserving the original facade. Elite Casting occupied the entire top floor, accessible via a service lift that required a code texted to me that morning. Everything about the space radiated exclusivity and professionalism. Polished concrete floors, exposed brick walls adorned with black and white campaign photographs. Minimalist furniture that looked expensive in its deliberate simplicity. Large windows flooded the reception area with natural light, highlighting the dust particles drifting lazily through the air, creating an almost ethereal atmosphere that felt separate from the gritty streets below. A receptionist with immaculate makeup took my details, asked me to sign another NDA, and directed me to a waiting area where 3 other potential models sat scrolling through their phones. They all had that same distinctive quality mentioned in the casting call. Interesting faces rather than conventional beauty. I felt simultaneously reassured and competitive, studying their features while pretending to check my own phone. None of us spoke, each wrapped in our private anticipation. The silence broken only by the occasional sound of a door opening down the corridor as candidates emerged from their castings. After 40 minutes that stretched like hours, an assistant called my name. I followed her through a series of corridors to a large studio space where 3 people sat behind a table, laden with laptops and documents. They introduced themselves as the casting director, the campaign photographer, and a representative from the design house. Their professional demeanor, their casual references to major fashion weeks and well-known industry figures. Every detail reinforced the legitimacy of the operation. I stood on a marked spot under perfectly positioned lights while they asked standard questions about my experience and availability, making notes on tablets as I responded. The casting director explained that this campaign was taking an innovative approach, focusing on unfiltered, authentic content that would be released across multiple platforms. The concept sounded vague, yet impressive, full of buzzwords about breaking boundaries and challenging conventional beauty standards. He then asked if I would be comfortable doing a brief screen test to assess how I moved on camera. This, he explained, was more important than traditional modeling experience, as the campaign would involve video content for social media, as well as still photography. The photographer led me to an adjoining room, smaller, more intimate, with a simple white backdrop and professional lighting equipment. A high-definition camera was mounted on a tripod, pointing at a plain wooden chair in the center of the space. The setup seemed standard enough, though I remember noticing there were no windows in this room, unlike the rest of the office. The photographer explained that she needed to adjust some equipment and would be back momentarily, leaving me alone to get comfortable in the space. As I waited, I noticed a small red light blinking on the camera. It was already recording. Strange, but perhaps this was part of the process, capturing natural moments rather than posed ones. I also became aware of how quiet the room was, a complete absence of the ambient noise that had filled the rest of the office. The walls appeared thicker here, possibly soundproofed for recording purposes. These details registered as professional considerations rather than warning signs, evidence of a high-end operation rather than something sinister. The photographer returned with what she described as a simple outfit for the screen test. A plain black tank top and shorts that seemed more suitable for a fitness shoot than high fashion. When I hesitantly mentioned this discrepancy, she explained that they needed to see how different body types moved naturally before designing the final campaign looks. It sounded reasonable enough at the time, though now the memory makes me nauseous. I changed behind a small partition, increasingly aware of the camera's unblinking eye, wondering if it had been turned off during this process, but too intimidated by the professional environment to ask. The screen test began innocuously. Simple poses, turning to show different angles, basic movement sequences. But gradually, the photographer's instructions shifted. She asked me to show more skin, to adjust the clothing to reveal more of my shoulders, my collarbone. The directions became increasingly specific about how I should move, how I should touch my own skin, how I should express certain emotions. Each request was presented as a standard industry practice, each boundary pushed with the assurance that this was normal, that major models did this every day, that my hesitation only revealed my inexperience. I remember the exact moment when discomfort crystallized into fear. The photographer had stepped out again, supposedly to consult with the casting director about the next sequence. I rose from the chair, intending to stretch my legs, and noticed a small panel on the wall behind the camera had slid open slightly, revealing what appeared to be another room beyond, darker, filled with additional screens showing different angles of the space I occupied. For a brief second, I glimpsed multiple figures watching intently. Then the panel silently closed. My instinct screamed to leave immediately, but doubt crept in. Perhaps this was normal, a separate control room for technical staff. I'd never been to a professional casting before. Maybe this was standard procedure I was misinterpreting due to nervousness. The thought of walking out, of potentially burning bridges in an industry I desperately wanted to enter, made me hesitate just long enough for the photographer to return, this time with a male assistant carrying additional equipment. The atmosphere shifted subtly. The photographer's instructions became colder, more demanding. The assistant positioned what appeared to be restraints on the chair, explaining them as posing aids that would help maintain specific positions for longer sequences. When I expressed concern, they exchanged a look I couldn't interpret. The photographer reminded me of the confidentiality agreement I'd signed, emphasizing the competitive nature of the industry and how many aspiring models would gladly take my place if I wasn't serious about the opportunity. I agreed to continue, allowing them to secure my wrist to the chair's armrests with what they called comfort straps, thinking I could ask to be released if things went further than I was comfortable with. It was only when they fastened the final restraint across my ankles that I realized the terrible miscalculation I'd made. These weren't posing aids. They were proper restraints, tightening rather than loosening when I pulled against them. The photographer's demeanor transformed entirely. She stepped back, assessed me with clinical detachment, then spoke into a small microphone attached to her lapel, confirming that the subject was secured and they were ready to begin the real casting. The assistant wheeled in additional equipment, another camera on a movable arm that could capture close-up angles, a laptop connected to what appeared to be a broadcasting setup. With growing horror, I watched as they adjusted settings on the computer, revealing a web page with a dark background and red text in a language I didn't recognize. Below this was an English interface showing a live stream count, a bidding section, and a chat window where messages were already appearing. This wasn't a modeling casting. It was a dark web broadcast, with me as the unwitting content. The photographer explained in detached terms what would happen next. This was indeed a casting, but not for a fashion campaign. They were talent scouts for an exclusive online network that provided specialized content to paying subscribers around the world. The restraint session was being broadcast live as a preview, with viewers already placing bids for what would follow. Those with the highest bids would dictate what happened to me over the next several hours. My consent was irrelevant. My signature on their falsified documents would be manipulated to suggest I had agreed to everything. I'll spare you the details of what followed, though the memories replay in vivid, unwanted detail whenever I close my eyes. I can still feel the clinical touch of latex gloves against my skin, still hear the mechanical whir of the camera adjusting for close-ups, still see the laptop screen flickering with incoming messages from faceless viewers suggesting increasingly depraved scenarios. Throughout it all, they maintained that professional facade, discussing angles and lighting as if this were indeed just another fashion shoot, the mundane normality of their technical conversation a grotesque counterpoint to what they were documenting. It ended abruptly when an alarm sounded elsewhere in the building, a fire drill, a security breach, I never learned what. The assistant hurriedly released my restraints, while the photographer packed essential equipment. They seemed practiced at rapid evacuation, suggesting this wasn't their first emergency exit. I was warned that any attempt to report what had happened would result in the footage being released publicly, with my personal details attached. They had my address, my full name, my social media accounts, all freely provided in my eager application. In the chaos, I managed to grab my original clothes and fled down a back stairwell, emerging into an alley behind the building where other office workers were gathering at a fire assembly point, entirely unaware of what had occurred floors above them. I walked away as calmly as I could manage on trembling legs, fighting the urge to run until I had turned several corners. The police report I filed the next day went nowhere. The address I led them to housed a legitimate business consultancy firm that had occupied the space for years. Elite Casting had never existed there. The website where I'd found the original posting had no record of it. The emails I'd received were sent from accounts that no longer existed. Even the photographs I'd submitted had vanished from my sent items folder, as if someone had accessed my accounts and meticulously erased every digital trace of the interaction. 2 weeks later, a message appeared in my spam folder. A link, nothing else. Against every rational instinct, I clicked it. It led to a countdown timer on a black background, beneath which was a thumbnail image of me, restrained in that chair, my face partially obscured, but clearly recognizable to anyone who knew me. The countdown showed 3 days remaining. I deleted my social media accounts that same hour, withdrew from university the following day, and moved back to my parents' home in Northumberland by the end of the week, claiming a mental health crisis that wasn't entirely a lie. The countdown expired without consequence that I'm aware of. Perhaps it was just a final psychological torture, or perhaps the content is circulating in corners of the internet I'll never visit. I've changed my name now, dyed my hair, altered my appearance as much as possible without surgery. I work nights at a supermarket distribution center where interactions are minimal and photographs non-existent. Sometimes I think about the others in that waiting room, wonder if they met the same fate or managed to escape. I've searched missing persons reports, scanned news stories for anything that might connect to what happened, but found nothing conclusive. Elite Casting, or whatever they really call themselves, are professionals at covering their tracks. The most haunting part isn't what they did, it's how expertly they exploited my deepest desires. They knew exactly what to offer, exactly what language would bypass my natural caution. They understood that my hunger to be seen, to be validated, would blind me to the warning signs that now seem so glaringly obvious. They recognized something desperate in me that I hadn't fully acknowledged to myself. That's the real horror of the dark web, not just what happens there, but how it intersects with the ordinary world, how easily normal ambitions can lead you down twisted corridors. The monsters don't always lurk in shadows. Sometimes they sit behind casting tables in well-lit offices, wearing designer clothes and speaking the language of opportunity. And sometimes, the thing that makes you vulnerable isn't weakness, but wanting. The perfectly human desire to be chosen, to be special, to be seen. I can't bear to be photographed now. I flinch when friends raise phones for group pictures, make excuses to step away. I've stuck tape over every camera lens on every device I own, because I know that somewhere out there, people are still watching me through that first recording. Strangers who paid to see me broken down frame by frame. And somewhere, another casting call is being written, another trap set, another desperate hopeful preparing for their big break without realizing it's really just a breaking. I can't watch YouTube anymore. Not even the most innocent cooking tutorials or guitar lessons. The moment a camera angle shifts unexpectedly, or someone laughs with a fraction too much enthusiasm, my mind immediately floods with images I've spent 2 years trying to forget. Blood pooling on polished hardwood floors, the reflection of ring lights in terrified eyes, the sound of a viewership counter ticking upward as unspeakable acts were performed for an invisible audience hidden in the darkest corners of the internet. Before that week in Brighton, I was just another aspiring content creator desperate for that elusive breakthrough moment. 23 years old with a moderately successful YouTube channel. 80,000 subscribers built over 3 grueling years of twice-weekly uploads, mostly commentary on gaming culture and tech reviews. Not exactly setting the algorithm on fire, but enough to occasionally receive sponsorship offers and free products. The grinding predictability of creating content while working part-time at a mobile phone shop had begun wearing me down. Each video feeling more formulaic than the last. Engagement metrics plateauing despite increasingly desperate attempts to capture attention in an oversaturated market. When the email arrived from Jules Harrison, content creator extraordinaire with 5 million subscribers and founder of the Spotlight Collective, I initially assumed it was spam or an elaborate prank. The Spotlight was legendary in UK YouTube circles, a collaboration house where Jules brought together up-and-coming creators for month-long residencies that typically resulted in massive subscriber growth for participants. Their videos, high-energy challenges, elaborate pranks, and carefully choreographed spontaneous moments dominated recommended feeds across multiple demographics. An invitation to their summer residency program was essentially a golden ticket, a shortcut past years of algorithm-chasing obscurity. The email contained the perfect blend of personalized appreciation and vague promises. Jules claimed to admire my authentic voice and untapped potential, suggesting that a month at the Brighton mansion they'd rented for the summer could elevate my content to its natural audience. I should have been suspicious of the flattery, should have questioned why someone with millions of followers would notice my modest channel. But validation is a powerful intoxicant when you've been shouting into the void for years, each upload meeting with increasingly diminished returns. Within days, I had rearranged my work schedule, packed my equipment, and boarded a train to the south coast, nursing dreams of verification badges and sponsorship deals. The house itself was exactly what you'd expect from successful YouTubers. A sprawling Victorian mansion overlooking the sea, renovated with an aesthetic that balanced historical features with contemporary luxury and optimal filming conditions. Perfect natural lighting streamed through massive windows, every room equipped with professional-grade sound dampening and wall-mounted ring lights. The 6 other content creators selected for the residency represented diverse niches. Beauty tutorials, fitness challenges, comedy sketches, true crime commentary, urban exploration, and cooking videos, creating what Jules described as perfect cross-pollination potential for collaborative content. The first few days proceeded exactly as promised. We filmed introductory content establishing the residency concept, participated in getting to know you challenges designed to showcase our personalities, and planned collaborative videos that would introduce each creator's audience to the others. Jules and his core team, 3 long-term collaborators who handled technical aspects, editing, and social media management, maintained a relentlessly upbeat atmosphere while guiding us through their proven content formulas. The resulting videos performed exceptionally well, my subscriber count jumping by thousands within days as the Spotlight's massive audience discovered my channel through cleverly structured collaborations. The subtle shift began during the second week, as Jules introduced what he called escalation content, videos designed to capitalize on our growing comfort with each other by pushing boundaries for entertainment value. What started as mildly embarrassing challenges gradually evolved into elaborate pranks with increasingly uncomfortable elements. Sleep deprivation, minor physical discomfort, emotional manipulation designed to capture genuine distress that could be packaged as entertainment. Nothing technically harmful, but walking a line that made several of us privately uncomfortable, though none dared voice concerns for fear of appearing ungrateful or unsuited to the competitive reality of professional content creation. I remember the exact moment when my unease crystallized into something more concrete. During a late-night editing session, I noticed discrepancies in the footage from a particularly intense prank involving simulated intruders. The reactions Jules had captured seemed disproportionate to the scenario as I remembered it. Expressions of fear that exceeded what would be reasonable for something understood to be staged. Reviewing the raw footage more carefully, I noticed subtle cuts where reactions from different contexts had been spliced together, creating a narrative of escalating terror that hadn't actually occurred in the sequence shown. When I casually mentioned these observations to Mai, the beauty content creator who had become my closest ally in the house, she shared similar concerns about her own footage being manipulated to exaggerate emotional responses. More disturbing was her revelation that certain exclusive content was being filmed when some of us were sent on off-site activities, featuring the remaining residents in scenarios she described as significantly more intense than what appeared on the public channels. That night, unable to sleep and increasingly troubled by the pattern emerging, I made the fateful decision to investigate the technical setup in the basement media room, where all footage was processed and uploaded. The house was quiet, most residents exhausted from a particularly demanding day of filming. The media room door was locked, but the adjacent storage area connected through a partially concealed access point behind sound dampening panels, something I'd noticed earlier in the week while helping transport equipment. The computers were running, multiple monitors displaying editing interfaces with ongoing projects. What immediately caught my attention wasn't the familiar YouTube Studio interface, but several adjacent screens showing a completely different platform. Dark background, red accents, user interfaces displaying cryptocurrency values and viewer counts. One monitor showed what appeared to be a private chat, where users with anonymized handles discussed upcoming episodes and intensity progression, alongside cryptocurrency bids for what they called direction privileges. With growing horror, I realized I was looking at the back end of a dark web broadcasting operation, one that ran parallel to the legitimate YouTube content. As I navigated through the file structure, the truth revealed itself with nauseating clarity. The Spotlight Collective's public channel was merely the sanitized, algorithm-friendly version of their actual product, a subscription-based dark web stream where the pranks, challenges, and interpersonal conflicts were staged at progressively more extreme levels for paying audiences who could influence events through bidding systems. The folder labeled Previous Residents contained material that confirmed my worst fears. These weren't just recordings of pranks, but documented psychological breaking points, moments where genuine distress had been deliberately engineered and captured. Most disturbing were subfolders with participants' names followed by finale designations containing footage never intended for public platforms. Scenarios where simulation gave way to actual harm, where the line between content and cruelty had been deliberately, methodically erased. I was so absorbed in this discovery, that I failed to notice the door opening behind me. Jules's voice, stripped of its YouTube enthusiasm and speaking with clinical detachment, observed that I'd accelerated the schedule by discovering their operation prematurely. His tone suggested this was not an unexpected development, but rather a contingency they had prepared for, perhaps even a scenario that had played out with previous residents whose disturbing finale folders I'd just discovered. What followed exists in my memory as fragmented impressions rather than coherent sequence, Jules explaining with disturbing calmness that I had unwittingly auditioned for and been selected for their dark web content stream, where authentic reactions to escalating scenarios commanded premium subscription rates from viewers tired of the artificial positivity of mainstream platforms. The real purpose of the Spotlight residency program wasn't to elevate promising creators, but to identify those whose psychological profile suggested they would produce compelling content when subjected to genuine rather than simulated distress. My attempted escape was predictably unsuccessful. The house had been specifically selected for its isolation and security features. The other residents either complicit or themselves unaware of the true nature of their participation. The following 3 days became a nightmare of forced participation in what they called my breakdown arc, a carefully orchestrated series of scenarios designed to document my psychological deterioration for their dark web audience. Each segment was constructed to appear consensual if viewed selectively, with carefully captured moments of apparent agreement that could be edited together to create plausible deniability. The other residents' reactions revealed the spectrum of their involvement. My and 2 others displayed the genuine shock of fellow victims, while the remaining 3 showed the practiced detachment of those who had already completed their own arcs and graduated to becoming facilitators rather than subjects. The true horror wasn't just what was happening, but the realization that this system had been operating for years, processing waves of aspiring creators through its machinery. Some discarded after providing sufficient content, others absorbed into the operation as their moral boundaries were systematically dismantled. My salvation came not through my own efforts, but through Mai's desperate initiative. Having witnessed my content sessions and realizing she was likely scheduled for similar treatment, she had managed to smuggle a message out through a food delivery service, using a technique so simple it had evaded the elaborate security systems. A note written in eyeliner on a delivery instruction slip, containing just enough information to raise alarms when received by someone outside the house's controlled environment. The police response was initially skeptical, but escalated rapidly when Mai's family independently reported concerns after unusual changes in her communication patterns. The raid occurred during what was being prepared as my finale session, interrupting a scenario designed to document actual rather than simulated harm. The resulting investigation uncovered not just the dark web broadcasting operation, but a cryptocurrency trail linking the Spotlight Collective to similar operations across multiple countries, a network of content houses where the boundaries between entertainment and exploitation had been deliberately, profitably erased. The legal aftermath continues even now, complicated by jurisdictional issues and the technical challenges of prosecuting crimes conducted through encrypted channels. Jules and 2 core team members remain in custody awaiting trial, while others negotiate reduced sentences in exchange for testimony. The victims, dozens identified across 3 years of operations, grapple with psychological trauma and the knowledge that footage of their worst moments continues to circulate in unreachable corners of the internet. I haven't posted online since that day. My channel remains dormant, comment sections filled with conspiracy theories and demands for explanation that I cannot bring myself to address. Sometimes I receive messages from accounts I don't recognize, containing nothing but timestamp references that I understand with sickening clarity to be directions to specific moments in my content arc, still being viewed and shared on platforms beyond the reach of conventional moderation. The most disturbing legacy isn't the personal trauma, but the knowledge that the Spotlight Collective was merely one node in a larger network. A proof of concept showing how effectively mainstream content creation could be weaponized as both cover and recruitment for darker operations. How many other collaboration houses, creator residencies, and content collectives operate similar schemes beneath their algorithm-friendly surfaces? How many aspiring creators, desperate for visibility in an oversaturated market, are being evaluated not for their talent, but for their potential to generate compelling content when their consent is methodically, invisibly withdrawn? Each viral challenge, each increasingly extreme prank war, each collaboration house promoting authentic content and pushing boundaries now represents potential danger rather than opportunity. The possible visible surface of operations extending into depths where entertainment and atrocity become indistinguishable, where audiences transition from passive viewers to active directors of harm, where the desperate pursuit of visibility becomes vulnerability to those who see human breaking points as merely premium content for the darkest corners of the web. This is not exactly something you bring up at dinner parties, but I need to get it out of my system somehow, so, well, here goes. Last summer, I was working as a freelance photographer in London, mostly corporate headshots and property listings for estate agents. Nothing glamorous, just steady work to pay the bills. I'd been doing this specialized architectural photography for high-end properties, and I guess my portfolio had started making the rounds in certain circles. So this email comes through on a Tuesday morning while I'm nursing a hangover and desperately trying to meet a deadline. The offer was, well, it was ridiculous really. $5,000 for a single evening's work, photographing a penthouse apartment in Knightsbridge before some exclusive private event. The catch was I couldn't share or publish the photos anywhere. They were strictly for the owner's personal collection, and I had to sign this extensive NDA before even getting the address. Looking back now, there were so many red flags. But when you're staring at your bank balance wondering how you're going to make rent, $5,000 might as well be a lifeline thrown from heaven. I convinced myself it was probably just some Russian oligarch or Saudi prince who wanted discretion. You hear about those types all the time in London property circles, people who pay obscene amounts for privacy. The NDA was intimidating, all dense legal language about confidentiality and severe consequences for breaches. I skimmed it, if I'm being honest. Another red flag I ignored. I was just focused on that payment, which they promised would be transferred immediately after the job. The address turned out to be this ultra-modern glass tower near the river. You know the type, those buildings that look like they're made entirely of mirrors reflecting the city back on itself. The penthouse took up the entire top floor. I remember the lift needed a special key card, which the concierge provided after checking my name against some list. The moment I stepped into that penthouse, I felt, I don't know how to describe it exactly, like walking into a space that wasn't quite connected to the normal world. The place was immaculate, all white marble, glass walls, and these massive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking London. But there was something clinical about it, unlived in, like a stage set rather than a home. My contact was this woman in her 40s, expensively dressed, but in that understated way that actually costs more than flashy. She walked me through what they needed, primarily shots of the main entertaining space before guests arrived for their private club event later that evening. She mentioned it was an exclusive members-only affair and that I needed to be finished and gone by 8 p.m. sharp. I got to work, setting up my equipment and taking test shots. The main room was enormous, with this circular arrangement of white leather sofas in the center facing inward. Weird layout for a living space, but I figured it was arranged that way for the event. There were these strange metal fixtures on the walls and ceiling that I assumed were for lighting or art installations. While I was working, staff kept coming in and out, setting up for the evening. They all wore these identical black outfits with no logos or identifying features. None of them spoke to me or even acknowledged my presence, just moved around me like I was furniture. About an hour in, I needed to use the toilet. The woman pointed me down a hallway, and I took a wrong turn, opening a door to what I thought was the bathroom. Instead, I found myself in some kind of control room. There were monitors showing different angles of the main room I'd been photographing, plus other rooms in the penthouse I hadn't seen yet. Before I could process what I was looking at, someone firmly grabbed my shoulder and steered me back into the hallway, pointing to the correct door without saying a word. I remember standing in that pristine bathroom, staring at my reflection, telling myself there was a perfectly reasonable explanation. Maybe it was a security setup for high-profile guests, or perhaps the owner was paranoid about staff stealing. I splashed water on my face and decided to finish the job as quickly as possible. The atmosphere was making me increasingly uncomfortable. When I returned to the main room, they were testing some lighting setups. The circular arrangement of sofas was now illuminated from above, creating this stage-like effect, with the center space brightly lit while the seating remained in shadow. It looked less like a social gathering setup and more like a viewing area. The woman came back to check on my progress and must have noticed me staring at the equipment, because she smoothly explained that they had a doctor on standby for all events, as many of their members were older. Made sense, I told myself. Just responsible hosting for wealthy clients. As I was packing up my gear, I realized I'd left a lens filter in one of the bedrooms I'd photographed earlier. I headed down a different hallway than before and opened what I thought was the right door. Instead, I found myself in a room that looked like a cross between a medical supply storage and a film studio. There were cameras on tripods, lights, more of that medical equipment, and these metal restraints attached to what looked like some kind of examination table. My stomach dropped. I suddenly felt ice cold despite the summer heat. Before I could back out, I noticed a laptop open on a desk, its screen showing what was unmistakably a dark web browser. Something I'd only ever read about but recognized from news articles. And on the screen was a payment page with astronomical figures next to usernames. I quietly closed the door and practically ran back to the main room, grabbing my stuff without checking if I had everything. I needed to get out of there. Now the woman seemed to materialize out of nowhere, asking if I'd gotten everything I needed. I nodded, my mouth too dry to speak properly. She handed me an envelope, saying the transfer would be processed as agreed, but this was a bonus for my discretion. As I waited for the lift, clutching my camera bag, I noticed more people arriving. Wealthy-looking individuals in expensive suits and evening wear being checked against a list before being allowed up. Not one of them looked at me or each other. There was no warmth, no social greeting you'd expect from club members. just this focused anticipation that made my skin crawl. The lift finally arrived, and as the doors were closing, I locked eyes with a young woman being escorted by two men in those same black outfits. She looked vacant, like she wasn't fully present. The men gripped her elbows in a way that didn't look supportive but controlling. Just before the doors shut completely, I swear I saw a flicker of panic cross her face, a silent plea that haunts me still. I got home somehow, though I barely remember the journey. My hands were shaking so badly, I could hardly get my key in the door. When I finally managed to open the envelope, there was £5,000 in cash and a note thanking me for my service to the Circle, with a website address, an onion link for the dark web. Curiosity battled with dread that night as I paced my flat, the envelope sitting on my table like a live grenade. Eventually, I did something I'm not proud of. I downloaded a Tor browser and entered the link. What I found was a countdown timer and a membership fee that was more money than I'd make in 3 years. The page described an exclusive viewing experience for those with refined tastes and displayed blurred preview images that made me physically sick when I realized what they were suggesting. I shut my laptop and vomited in my kitchen sink. Those people weren't arriving for a sex club. It was a viewing party, a live audience for something unspeakable happening to real people. And I had helped them, photographed their space, made it look perfect for their marketing materials or membership site or whatever hellish purpose those images would serve. I spent the night alternating between panic and rationalization. Maybe I was jumping to conclusions. Maybe it was just some extreme but consensual thing for the super rich. But I kept seeing that young woman's face in the lift, the vacant look, the flash of fear. By morning, I'd convinced myself I needed to report what I'd seen. But report what exactly? I had no concrete evidence of anything illegal, just suspicions and glimpses of things that disturbed me. And that NDA I'd signed, the penalties suddenly seemed much more ominous than simple financial damages. I tried calling the building management company to ask about the penthouse, only to be told no such unit existed at that address. When I insisted, describing the woman who'd hired me, they said they had no record of such a person and suggested I might have the wrong building. 3 days later, my entire portfolio website disappeared. Every cloud backup I had was wiped. My professional social media accounts vanished. It was as if my career had been erased overnight. When I called my web host in a panic, they told me the takedown had been executed with a legal order they couldn't discuss. A week after that, I was evicted from my flat. The landlord claimed to have received complaints about illegal activity, though he wouldn't specify what kind. My bank account was frozen pending an investigation into unspecified financial irregularities. The message was clear. I'd seen something I shouldn't have, and these people had the power to dismantle my life without leaving fingerprints. I left London that night, staying with a cousin in Manchester, while trying to figure out what to do. I've moved twice more since then, changed my name, abandoned photography completely. I work in a warehouse now, cash in hand. I don't have social media, a credit card, or a permanent address. I look over my shoulder constantly, flinching whenever I see anyone in a black outfit or a luxury car slowing down near me. Sometimes I wonder if I overreacted, if I imagined the connections between what I saw. But then I remember the equipment, the setup of that room, the woman in the lift, and I know I didn't. I've read enough since then to understand what a red room is, a place where people pay to watch torture, and worse, in real time, on the dark web. Most of them are considered urban legends, but I saw one being prepared. I know they exist. The worst part? I still have those photographs on a memory card I can't bring myself to destroy. It's the only evidence I have that I didn't imagine the whole thing. But it's also the thing that could get me killed if they ever found out I kept it. So I keep moving, keep looking over my shoulder, keep wondering how many other penthouses there are in how many other glass towers, where the wealthy gather behind closed doors to watch unspeakable things happen to people who disappear without anyone looking in the right places. Because who would know where to look? And who would believe it even if they saw it? What haunts me most isn't what I might have seen if I'd stayed. It's knowing that while I'm talking to you right now, somewhere in some gleaming penthouse with a view, those sofas are arranged in a circle, those lights are focused on someone's pain, and people are paying to watch, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. I keep telling myself I should have known. That's the thing nobody prepares you for. Not the grief counselors, not the family liaison officers, not the well-meaning people who bring casseroles and sit across from you with careful expressions and say things like "at least you know" and try to find closure. None of them prepare you for the hindsight. The way your brain goes back through every ordinary Tuesday and picks it apart looking for the moment you missed. The thing you could have said differently, the afternoon you chose not to drive the 40 minutes because you didn't want to seem overbearing. You find plenty of those moments, more than enough. You collect them the way you collect receipts, methodically, without meaning to, stuffing them into some internal drawer until the drawer won't close anymore and everything spills out at 2 a.m. when the house is quiet and the garden is dark and there is nothing between you and the thing you've been trying not to look at directly. My son Daniel was 23 when he disappeared. I say disappeared because that's still the word I reach for, even now, even knowing what I know. It's softer than the alternative, and I've earned the right to a little softness. He wasn't missing in the way you picture when you hear that word. He wasn't a child who wandered from a car park or a teenager who'd had a row and gone somewhere to make a point. He was a grown man, 23 years old, living alone in a rented cottage on the edge of the Kielder Forest in Northumberland, working remotely for a logistics company in Newcastle that he'd joined straight out of college. Quiet, self-sufficient, the sort of person who fixed a problem before telling you it had existed, who remembered the names of your friends' children, who sent birthday cards with actual handwritten notes inside. Nothing about him that would make you afraid for him. Nothing that would make you think, walking away from him on a grey November afternoon, that you were storing up the last version of him you'd ever see whole. I'm a retired English literature teacher, 40 years in secondary schools across Northumberland, the last 22 at the same school outside Morpeth, where I eventually became head of department. I retired at 62, moved back to the farmhouse in Redesdale that I'd inherited from my parents, started keeping a proper garden for the first time in my adult life, and thought, in a mild and unexamined way, that things were settling into a reasonable shape. I had my routines, my roses, my Sunday evenings. Daniel visited when he could. Not as often as I'd have liked, but often enough that I didn't make it an issue, because he was 23 and had his own life to build. And I understood that in the practical, deliberate way, you understand things you've decided to make peace with. And we had our Sundays. Every Sunday evening, without exception, since the year his father left. 6:30, his name appearing on my phone screen with a regularity I relied on more than I'd ever admitted to him. We'd talk for 20 minutes, sometimes half an hour. He'd tell me about work, about his reading. That last year he was working through a shelf of natural history books, something about Northumberland's geology that had caught his interest. and about the weather at Kilda, which he mentioned every single week. He said the reservoir had moods, that in winter it turned a colour somewhere between pewter and green that had no proper name, and that standing at the edge of it on a clear morning gave you the particular smallness that comes from being near something ancient and indifferent. I told him about the roses, the neighbour's new dog, whatever had irritated me on the evening news. Normal conversation, the kind that accumulates into a shared life without either person quite noticing. The first sign, and I've gone over this so many times it has worn grooves in me, was so small I nearly didn't register it. One Sunday in December, 3 months before he went missing, he rang at the usual time and we talked for the usual length. But right at the end, just before he said goodbye, he said, "I want you to know you've been a good mum." Just like that. Unprompted, tucked in at the end like an afterthought. I laughed and thanked him and told him not to be daft. And the conversation ended, and I put the phone down and stood in the kitchen with a feeling I couldn't name. Like a cold draft from a door left open somewhere in the house. I told myself it was a sweet thing to say. Made a cup of tea, forgot about it. I should not have forgotten about it. In January, he cancelled a planned visit. Work deadline, he said. Plausible enough. But when I rang the following Sunday, there was something new in his voice. A quality of distraction, of listening to something else at the same time he was listening to me. He answered my questions with half his attention. He ended the call earlier than usual, said he was tired. I asked directly if he was all right and he said yes, fine, just a lot on. The words were reassuring. The voice behind them was not. I noticed it, and I said nothing, and I put the phone down, and I told myself I was imagining things. Then in February, the month it happened, though I didn't know that yet, he started ringing later than usual. 6:20, 6:30, sometimes closer to 7. Small delays, the kind you'd never mention. But Daniel had always been precise. 6:30 meant 6:30. The lateness felt like something leaking, like pressure finding a gap. I noticed. I said nothing. That is a sentence I will carry for whatever time I have left. He missed a Sunday in March. First time in 4.5 years. I rang him back immediately, got his voicemail, left a message I tried to keep light. Just checking you're all right. Give me a ring when you get a chance. Rang again Monday morning. Same result. By Tuesday, I'd rung his employer, who told me he hadn't logged in since the Thursday. I put my coat on and drove to Kilda. The cottage was at the end of a single-track road, a converted farm building with double glazing that never quite fitted the frames. His car was on the track beside the gate. His walking boots were inside the door, muddy at the toes from his last walk, whenever that had been. His coat was on the hook. His phone was on the kitchen table, face down, battery dead. The door was unlocked. My first feeling, walking in and finding it empty, was embarrassment. The particular embarrassment of a mother who has overreacted, who has driven 40 minutes and worked herself up over nothing. I stood in his kitchen and felt foolish, and I put the kettle on, and I looked out at the bare March trees with the grey sky pressing low behind them, and I waited for the sound of his boots on the path. I waited a long time. He didn't come back. The police were patient with me in the considered way that people are patient when they've quietly reached a conclusion before you finish speaking. Adult, solitary, remote location. No sign of disturbance. I understood what category they'd placed him in. I didn't have the energy to argue, and I understood that arguing wouldn't change it. What changed things was the laptop. I found it on my second visit to the cottage, before the specialist team arrived. It was under the bed. Daniel kept his laptop on his desk, always, without exception. The desk was tidy and the laptop was not on it. And when I found it under the bed, I sat on the floor beside it for a long moment. Just sat there on the bare floorboards in the cold. Before I opened it, it was still charged. The screen came to life and showed me a browser, and the browser showed me a forum. And the forum was something I had no language for and no framework to process. I called a former colleague who taught computing for 15 years before he retired. He drove over from Hexham the same afternoon, sat at Daniel's desk, read carefully and thoroughly while I stood in the kitchen, looking at the dead phone on the table. He was in there a long time. When he came out, he sat down and told me what the forum was. A community. He used the word with audible reluctance. Organized around the viewing of live streams. Streams in which people were harmed, tortured, in some documented cases killed, scheduled and ticketed and discussed afterwards with the casual register of people reviewing something they'd watched on television. He told me to ring the police immediately. I already had my phone in my hand. A specialist unit was involved within 24 hours. They took the laptop, took the router, spent 2 full days at the cottage with equipment I didn't recognize and expressions I couldn't read. I was asked to come in and speak to an investigator, a woman in her late 30s, precise and careful with her language, in the way people are when they've learned that imprecision causes damage. She asked about Daniel's online habits, his social connections, whether he'd mentioned meeting anyone new in the months before March, whether he'd seemed different. I told her about the cancelled visit, the distracted phone calls, the lateness in February. I told her about the December Sunday when he'd said, "I want you to know you've been a good mum." And I watched her write it down with an expression that told me it meant something to her, even if she couldn't tell me what. What the investigators found, working through the form data over several weeks, assembled itself in fragments that I received over months. I will tell you what I know. The forum operated a rating system. After each stream, participants scored it, left reviews, requested elements for future streams, the way you might put in a request at a restaurant. The thread referencing the Friday in February had 43 replies. 43 people discussing the scheduling, the format, the expected duration. 1 post, which an investigator read to me once in a careful monotone. And I wish, with everything I have, that she hadn't. Speculated about whether the subject would last longer than the previous one. It used a word for Daniel, a single word that placed him in a category, reduced him to a unit of entertainment, stripped everything from him except his utility to strangers sitting in front of screens in rooms I will never be able to identify. 43 people. Who knew? Who logged on? They also found a folder on a remote server connected to the forum account. Photographs, not from the stream, before it, weeks before, possibly months. Daniel at a petrol station forecourt. Daniel walking the reservoir path he'd described to me every Sunday, the one with the pewter green water. Daniel sitting at his desk in the cottage window in the evening, lit from inside. The darkness gathered around the glass, completely unaware of whoever was standing outside in that darkness looking in at him. Someone had been watching him long before anything happened, selecting him. The investigators used the phrase target identification. I have never found a way to say what that phrase does to me when I turn it over in my mind, and I've stopped trying. A payment account had been opened in his name, not by him. His own finances were untouched throughout. A single transaction, the purpose of which was never confirmed to me officially. I stopped asking after a certain point. The answer wouldn't change anything practical, and would only change things inside me in ways I couldn't afford. The formal briefing came several months later. Beige room, pale carpet, the same investigator. She told me a stream had taken place on the Friday in question, that it had originated from a location that remained unconfirmed, that the individual shown had not been formally identified, but that certain physical details were consistent with Daniel's description. She told me they were pursuing several active lines of inquiry. She asked if I had someone who could be with me when I drove home. I'm going to be honest with you. I held it together in that room, and I held it together on the drive, and I got through the front door of the farmhouse, and then I sat down on the kitchen floor. The same way I'd sat on the bedroom floor in the cottage when I found the laptop. And I did not hold it together at all. I won't describe what that looked like. It's mine. What I will tell you is the thing I've thought about every single day since. Someone stood outside my son's cottage window in the dark and photographed him sitting at his desk without knowing he was being watched. Someone watched him walk the path along the reservoir he'd described to me on those Sunday calls. The path, he said, made you feel small in the way that only ancient things can. Someone watched him and chose him and made arrangements, and 43 other people made their own arrangements to witness what happened next. Those people are not all in prison. The investigation identified some, pursued some, successfully prosecuted a small number. The rest are somewhere, living ordinary lives, perhaps near ordinary people who have no idea. I think about that more than I think about anything else. They have never found him, not his body, not a confirmed location, not enough to formally close it. The case stays open the way certain cases stay open, technically active, practically dormant, reviewed by people who didn't know him and are doing their best with what there is. I sold the farmhouse last autumn. The garden had accumulated too many Sundays, too many 6:30 spent deadheading the roses with the phone nearby in case it rang. I live in a terrace in a market town now, small paved yard. A few pots that have done better than I expected. A practical life. I'm good at practical. It's what's left when everything else has been taken. I don't pick up the phone on Sunday evenings. It doesn't ring. Hasn't rung at 6:30 since March of that year. And I know it won't. But I sit with it on the table in front of me anyway. And I let the time pass, and sometimes I talk. Quietly, to the room, or to him specifically, depending on how the day has gone. About the yard, the pots, whatever I've been watching. About the weather, which is different here, tamer, less particular. Nothing like standing at the edge of something vast and feeling the full weight of your own smallness. He told me that a reservoir made him feel small. Said it like it was a gift, that feeling. I know what he meant now. I just wish he was here so I could tell him I finally understand. I've tried writing this so many times I've lost count. Every time, I get a few paragraphs in before I close the laptop and tell myself I'll do it later, when I have the right words, when it doesn't feel like I'm tearing something open inside my chest. But there are no right words. And honestly, I remember everything too well. That's the problem. My brain won't let me forget a single detail. Every conversation, every decision, every moment I chose to keep going when I should have stopped. It's all there, sharp and clear, like it happened yesterday. I'm not writing this to make you feel sorry for me. I'm not asking you to understand. I already know what people will say, that I was broke, desperate, scared. Sure, that's all true, but that's not why I kept doing it. That's the easy explanation, the one that lets me off the hook. The real reason is harder to say out loud, because it means admitting I could turn off parts of myself I didn't know could be switched off, that I could compartmentalize my behavior to a degree that still unsettles me, even now, even after everything. 18 months ago, my life was ordinary, boring even, the kind of boring that other people probably envied. I worked at a marketing agency in Manchester, one of those mid-sized firms that handles accounts nobody's ever heard of, but that somehow keep the lights on. I split rent on the flat with my girlfriend Sarah and convinced myself this was what being an adult looked like. Wake up, go to work, come home, watch something on Netflix, repeat. The job wasn't exciting, but it paid on time, every time. I'd learned to measure happiness by how predictable things were, how stable. Excitement was for people who hadn't yet realized that stability was the real prize. Sarah and I had been together long enough that our routines had merged. We knew each other's schedules, split the bills without arguing about it, had our spots on the sofa. It wasn't passionate anymore, but I told myself that was normal. That passion was just the opening act, and what we had was the sustainable version, the real thing. Looking back, I wonder if I was already trying to convince myself of things I didn't quite believe. The redundancy meeting was surreal in how scripted it felt. I was called in on a Wednesday afternoon, and the moment I saw my manager sitting with someone from HR, I knew. Everyone in that room had already processed what was about to happen to me. They'd had their meetings, made their decisions, prepared their talking points. The company was downsizing. My role was non-essential. Budget cuts, market conditions. They thanked me for my contributions, said they appreciated my work, handed me a folder explaining my final pay and notice period. The whole thing took maybe 15 minutes. I nodded through the whole thing, not because I agreed, but because my brain couldn't catch up. There was this weird disconnect between what I was hearing and what I was processing, like watching something happen to someone else. I even said thank you as I left the room. Thank you. For what? For destroying the stability I'd built my entire identity around. At first, unemployment felt temporary. I treated it like a gap between jobs rather than an ending. I updated my CV, spent hours tweaking the wording, sent out applications. I told Sarah not to worry. Something would come up quickly. Manchester was full of agencies. I had experience, good references. There was no reason to think I'd struggle as much as I eventually did. Except I did. Weeks turned into months. The interviews I did get never led anywhere. I'd spend days preparing, researching the company, practicing answers. And then I'd sit in reception, waiting rooms, feeling my confidence drain away before anyone even spoke to me. The rejections came in waves, all saying the same thing in slightly different language. We've decided to move forward with other candidates. Your experience doesn't quite match what we're looking for. We had a very strong field of applicants. The structure of my days began to collapse. I started waking up later because there was no reason to get up early. I'd make coffee and check my email obsessively, refreshing every few minutes even though I already knew nothing would be there. The flat became smaller somehow, the walls closer. I'd spend hours online scrolling through job sites, telling myself I was being productive when really I was just avoiding the growing panic. Sarah tried to be supportive at first. She'd ask how the job search was going in this carefully neutral tone, like she was afraid of setting me off. She'd tell me something would come up, that I just had to keep trying. But there's a difference between patience and faith, and I could feel the latter calcifying into something harder. She stopped talking about the future, holidays we might take, places we might move to, started focusing on immediate costs instead. Did we really need Netflix and Spotify? Should we switch to a cheaper phone plan? Could we cut back on takeaways? She never directly accused me of anything, but the unspoken anxiety settled into the flat all the same, hovering in every conversation about money. I felt it in the way she'd look at me when I was still on the sofa at 2 in the afternoon, in the way her face would tighten when another rejection email came through. We stopped having sex, stopped really talking, just existed in parallel, waiting for something to change. When she eventually said she needed space, it came without drama. No shouting, no thrown accusations. She just sat down one evening and explained, very calmly, that she felt like everything had stalled, that she couldn't live in this suspended state anymore, not knowing when or if things would improve. She said she still cared about me, but that she needed to think about her own future. I didn't argue. How could I? She was right. I understood her point far too well to pretend otherwise. She moved out in December, a week before Christmas, took her stuff over 3 trips in a hired van, and each time she came back for another load, the flat looked more wrong. After she left for the last time, I walked through the rooms and realized how much of what made the place feel like home had been hers. Not just physical things, but the rhythm of daily life, the routines that had been keeping me anchored. After that, the flat felt strangely hollow, not empty. All my stuff was still there, but hollow, like a shell. Days stretched in uncomfortable ways. I'd lose track of time, look up from my laptop, and realize it was dark outside and I hadn't eaten. Nights became longer than they had any right to be. I'd lie awake listening to the pipes click and the radiators clank, and the distant traffic hum outside, aware that time was passing but unable to measure it properly. 3 in the morning felt the same as midnight, felt the same as 5 a.m. It was during those nights that I started spending more time online, not doing anything in particular, just scrolling. Reddit mostly, Twitter, YouTube. It gave my thoughts somewhere else to sit, something to focus on besides the growing certainty that I'd fucked up my life beyond repair. I've always been comfortable with computers, the sort of competence that comes from familiarity rather than talent. I'm not a programmer or anything, but I understood how information connected, how people left traces of themselves behind without realizing, how easy it was to build a picture of someone's life if you knew where to look. Social media, public records, cross-referencing details. At the time, that knowledge felt harmless, academic even. Something I'd never imagined using outside of work. The idea came to me one night in late January while scrolling through Reddit, half asleep, in a thread about alternative ways of making money online. Most of the suggestions were predictable and useless. Match betting, dropshipping, taking surveys for pennies. But one comment stood out precisely because it didn't try to sell anything. The person mentioned, very casually, that there were research opportunities on the dark web for people who were good at gathering information. They said it with such matter-of-fact certainty that I found myself reading it again and again. They'd included a link, not directly to anything illegal, just instructions on how to access hidden services. I told myself I was only curious when I clicked it. Told myself the same thing as I read the instructions, downloaded Tor, and spent an hour figuring out how to navigate to a site that looked disappointingly normal. Plain, text-heavy, functional, like a really bad version of Craigslist from 2004. The pages were stripped down, lacking any visual noise. Forums dominated most of the space, filled with long threads discussing services and reputations in tones that were unsettlingly professional. It didn't feel like a criminal underworld, more like a parallel bureaucracy, governed by its own rules and expectations. People talked about vendors the way you talk about contractors, rating their reliability, their communication, how quickly they delivered. I spent several nights just reading, telling myself that observation didn't count as participation, that I was just curious about how this world worked. Eventually, I came across a listing looking for what they called a data coordinator. The description was vague, but not mysterious. They needed someone to collect publicly available information about named individuals and compile it into clear, organized reports. Basic research skills required. Attention to detail, discretion. What made me stop and really consider it was one phrase: publicly available information. That detail became the hinge on which all my justifications rested. I told myself that if I wasn't hacking or breaking into anything, then it wasn't really wrong. I'd just be organizing data that already existed. The digital equivalent of putting scattered papers into a folder. Anyone could do this if they knew where to look. I'd just be doing it more efficiently. The pay was reasonable, but not extravagant. A few £100 per report. That made it feel legitimate somehow, like a real job rather than something shady. I spent several nights deliberating, checking my bank account, looking at the bills piling up. Then, around 3 in the morning on a Tuesday, I applied. 2 days later, I received my first request. It came through an encrypted message, just a name and a general location in Leeds. Nothing else. No context, no explanation of why they wanted the information. I remember staring at it for a long time, expecting to feel a sense of alarm that never came. The work itself unfolded with surprising ease. Social media provided an outline of the man's life. LinkedIn showed where he worked. Public records filled in the gaps. Electoral roll. Company's house. Land registry. With enough patience, routines began to emerge naturally. Patterns that were invisible in isolation but obvious when viewed together. He went to the same gym 3 times a week, had lunch at the same cafe on Fridays, posted about football on Twitter every weekend. When I finished, I'd assembled a detailed portrait of a stranger's life, where he lived, where he worked, how he spent his time, what car he drove, who his friends were. I sent the report through the same encrypted channel and waited, feeling a knot of anxiety in my stomach. What if it wasn't good enough? What if I'd missed something obvious? What if they decided I wasn't up to the task? The payment arrived the next day. Bitcoin, converted to pounds and deposited into my account. The relief I felt was immediate and overwhelming. Not just about the money, though that mattered. It was about feeling useful again, competent, like I still had value, like I could still do something well. For the first time since losing my job, I felt like I could breathe properly, like maybe I wasn't completely worthless. More requests followed quickly, 1 or 2 a week at first, then more. I developed templates, checklists, shortcuts. The work became routine, methodical rather than improvisational. I could complete a basic profile in a few hours now, a detailed one in a day. The people I researched stopped being individuals and became just data points, collections of habits and timestamps, numbers on a spreadsheet. I didn't let myself think about what the information might be used for. Debt collection, maybe. Private investigators. Background checks. I told myself it was probably nothing sinister. Just boring commercial stuff. And even if it wasn't, well, I was only gathering information that was already public. I wasn't doing anything illegal. Not technically. By March, it had become my primary income. I was making more than I had at the agency, working from home in my pajamas. I stopped sending out job applications, stopped checking recruitment sites. This was working. Why go back to a 9 to 5? when I could do this. The first disruption came in late April. I received a request marked as urgent, accompanied by a payment significantly higher than usual. Double my normal rate, transferred up front. The name was Emma Hartley. The location was Stockport. That was it. No other details. No explanation for the urgency or the premium. I noticed both things, the urgency, the money, and still I chose not to ask why. Curiosity had already been replaced by necessity, or maybe I just didn't want to know. Emma's digital footprint was extensive in a way that now feels painfully intimate to recall. She was a nurse, worked night shifts at Stepping Hill Hospital. Her Instagram was public, full of selfies and pictures of her morning runs. Fitness apps revealed her exact running routes, the time she went, how long each run took. Facebook showed her shift patterns. She'd post about having a rough night at work, about looking forward to days off. Location tags placed her at specific cafes, specific parks, specific pubs. By the time I finished the report, I knew her routines with a familiarity that felt wrong even as I was compiling it. I knew she ran at 6 in the morning on her days off, that she stopped at the same Starbucks afterward, that she lived alone in a ground floor flat, that her car was parked on the street because the building didn't have dedicated spaces, that she usually worked Tuesday through Thursday nights and had her phone on Do Not Disturb during the day because she needed to sleep. I sent the report and told myself not to think about it, tried to push it out of my mind. But something felt different this time. The amount of detail I'd gathered, the precision of her patterns, the fact that someone had paid double to get this information quickly. 3 weeks later, I was drinking coffee and half watching TV when I opened the Manchester Evening News on my phone. The headline hit me like a punch to the stomach. Stockport nurse missing after night shift. There was a photo. Emma Hartley, the same face I'd been staring at for hours while building her profile. I read the article 3 times, 4 times. She'd left work at 7:30 in the morning. Her car was still in the hospital car park. She hadn't answered calls or messages. Colleagues were worried. Police were investigating. The details aligned too closely with what I'd documented. The hospital, the shift pattern, the usual time she'd leave. I told myself it was coincidence. Had to be. People go missing all the time. It didn't mean anything, couldn't mean anything, because admitting otherwise would have meant confronting a responsibility I was not prepared to face. Would have meant acknowledging that I'd helped someone do something terrible. I avoided my computer for several days. Didn't check messages. Didn't take any new requests. But financial reality eventually pushed me back to work because fear alone doesn't stop bills from arriving. And I had rent due, council tax, electricity. I couldn't afford to stop. The message that followed didn't come through the usual system. It arrived directly, somehow, in my regular email, which should have been impossible. I'd been careful about keeping things separate, used different devices, different networks, but there it was, in my inbox, with no sender name. Just a subject line. Excellent work. The message praised my discretion and attention to detail, said they had a special project that required someone with my particular skills. 5 individuals across the Northwest, profiles needed within a week. The figure attached was more than I'd earned in the previous 2 months combined. Before I could even respond, before I could think about whether to accept, half the payment transferred into my account. That was when I understood, fully and clearly, that whatever legitimacy I'd imagined no longer existed. This wasn't debt collection or background checks. This was something else entirely. Something I should walk away from, should go to the police about, should refuse absolutely. I accepted anyway. The task involved 5 people, 3 in Manchester, one in Liverpool, one in Bolton. Each profile required a level of detail that went far beyond my previous work. Not just routines and locations, but vulnerabilities, security systems, household layouts, family members, financial situations. I spent that week in near isolation, barely sleeping, working obsessively, accessing databases I should never have seen, combining information in ways that made me increasingly uneasy. I knew what I was doing by then, couldn't pretend otherwise, but I kept going because I'd already taken half the payment and because stopping would have meant admitting to myself what I'd already become. When I sent the final report, the remaining payments arrived within minutes. Looking at my bank balance, I felt briefly untouchable, like I'd gotten away with something, like I was smarter than everyone else. That feeling lasted less than a week. News reports started appearing. A break-in in Didsbury, fraud case in Liverpool, an assault in Bolton. Each one aligned too closely with the profiles I'd created to dismiss as coincidence. The break-in happened at exactly the time I'd identified as optimal, when the residents were at their weekly evening class. The fraud-targeted accounts I'd specifically noted were vulnerable. The assault victim was attacked on the route I'd mapped as isolated and poorly lit. I stopped reading after the third incident. By then, denial felt more dishonest than knowing. I tried to stop. Stopped responding to messages. Stopped checking the encrypted channels. Told myself I was done. That I'd made enough money to last a few months. That I could go back to looking for legitimate work. That I could pretend the last few months hadn't happened. Then things got strange. My account started behaving oddly. Emails disappeared from my inbox. Ones I'd definitely received. Ones I'd read multiple times. My phone started doing things I couldn't explain. Opening apps on its own. The camera light coming on when I wasn't using it. Messages I'd sent vanishing from my conversation history. Then came the message, short and direct. You are either an asset or a liability. Choose wisely. The photograph arrived the next morning. It showed me sitting at my desk, face illuminated by my laptop screen, taken from outside the flat. Through the window, at night, the angle suggested it was taken from the street, maybe from a car. The timestamp was from 2 nights earlier. I'd been alone in the flat, thought I was safe, thought I was anonymous. Seeing myself from that perspective made something inside me collapse, because it demonstrated with brutal clarity how easily the same techniques I'd used on others could be applied to me. I knew my own patterns, knew my routines, knew exactly how vulnerable I was, and now someone else knew them too. I went to the police the next day, walked into the nearest station and told them I needed to report a crime. When they asked what had happened, I said I wanted to report myself. They arrested me that afternoon, took my laptop, my phone, everything, interviewed me for hours across multiple days. I told them everything, every request I'd taken, every profile I'd built, every piece of information I'd gathered. Showed them how to access the forums, how the payment system worked, everything I knew about the people I'd worked for, which wasn't much. I cooperated completely, not because I expected leniency, but because I no longer believed in the possibility of undoing what I'd already set in motion. They charged me with multiple offenses: conspiracy, computer misuse, data protection violations. The solicitor they assigned me said I'd probably get prison time. Said cooperation would help, but wouldn't erase what I'd done. I told him I understood. Now I'm waiting for my court date. Still in the same flat, still going through the same routines, but watching them with an awareness that didn't exist before. The police reassure me that the people I worked for are unlikely to pursue me further, that reporting them was the right thing to do, that I'll be safe, But reassurance doesn't erase knowledge. I know how these profiles are built, know how much information exists about any given person if you know where to look, know how patterns emerge from seemingly innocuous details, know how easy it is to map someone's entire life if you're patient enough. I know how patient the people who use this information can be, how they can wait weeks, months, for exactly the right moment, how they think in longer timescales than normal people do. And I know that somewhere, it's entirely possible that my life exists as a document, neatly organized, comprehensively detailed, created using the same methods I once relied upon. Someone knows where I live, where I shop, what time I usually go to sleep, which window doesn't lock properly, which neighbors are home during the day, when the police patrol this street. That knowledge doesn't fade with time. You'd think it would. You'd hope that eventually you'd stop checking over your shoulder, stop flinching at unexpected noises, stop analyzing every stranger who walks past your building. But it doesn't work that way. It just sinks deeper, becomes part of you, sits there in the dark where you can't quite see it, but you always know it's there. Every time I hear footsteps in the hallway, every time a car idles outside for too long, every time my phone does something unexpected, every time I'm alone in the flat late at night, waiting, always waiting. My hands still shake sometimes when I think about all the conversations I translated, all the messages I helped people understand when they couldn't communicate with each other directly. I'm in a youth hostel in Durham at the moment. Strange choice for someone my age. But they don't ask many questions, and you can pay by the week if you help with the cleaning. There's a Polish girl working here who keeps trying to practice her English with me. And every time she asks me to help her with a difficult phrase, I feel physically sick, because translation work used to be how I made my living. I was a freelance interpreter for nearly 20 years, mostly doing remote work for businesses that needed help with European languages, especially Polish and Romanian. Then, the agency I worked through lost most of their contracts to cheaper overseas services, and I had to find other clients quickly. That's when I started taking translation jobs from people who wouldn't use mainstream services. People who needed communications interpreted that they couldn't risk going through official channels. I've had plenty of time these past few weeks to think about what I was really translating, what those carefully worded messages were actually arranging, and who was being hurt by the conversations I helped facilitate. I'd built up a good reputation over the years as a reliable interpreter. Nothing glamorous, mostly technical documents, business correspondence, the occasional video conference where participants needed real-time translation. The work was steady and paid well enough that I could afford a decent flat in Durham and didn't have to worry too much about money. The collapse happened gradually. First, a few regular clients stopped renewing their contracts. Then the agency reduced their rates to compete with overseas services. Then finally they let most of their UK-based interpreters go in favor of cheaper options abroad. I was 52 years old, with language skills that were suddenly worth half what they'd been the previous year. I spent several months taking whatever translation work I could find at increasingly desperate rates. Technical manuals that paid pennies per word, tourist guides that barely covered my rent, even some transcription work that didn't require my language skills at all. I was watching my savings disappear and wondering how much longer I could afford to stay in my flat. That's when I got the message through a freelancer website. Someone needed an experienced Polish-English interpreter for ongoing communication work that required absolute discretion. The rate they offered was exceptional, about 3 times what I'd been earning before the agency collapsed. they emphasized they needed someone reliable who could work with sensitive material and maintain strict confidentiality about the content of translations. The client, who identified himself as Mr. Walsh, explained during our initial phone conversation that he coordinated communications for business people who operated in areas where privacy was essential. Many of his clients conducted transactions that required confidentiality, and they needed interpreters who understood the importance of discretion and wouldn't ask uncomfortable questions about what was being discussed. I should have questioned what kind of business required such secretive translation services, should have wondered why legitimate companies wouldn't just use standard interpretation agencies. But Mr. Walsh was offering rates I couldn't afford to refuse, and I convinced myself that lots of businesses dealt with sensitive information that required privacy. The first assignment was straightforward enough. I was given a text message conversation between two people discussing what appeared to be a commercial transaction. One participant wrote in Polish, the other in English, and I provided real-time translations so they could communicate effectively. The conversation involved negotiating prices and delivery arrangements for unnamed goods, with both parties being careful to avoid specific details about what was being bought and sold. The vague language made me uncomfortable, but I told myself I was just facilitating communication, not endorsing whatever transaction they were arranging. My role was technical, providing accurate translation so people could understand each other, not moral or legal judgment about their business activities. Mr. Walsh was pleased with my work and immediately sent me more assignments. Over the following weeks, I translated dozens of conversations between Polish speakers and English speakers, all discussing commercial arrangements in deliberately vague language, quantities, prices, delivery schedules, but never specific details about what goods or services were actually being exchanged. The work fell into a comfortable routine. I'd receive notifications about new conversations that needed translation, provide real-time interpretation as messages appeared, and collect payment for the hours I'd worked. The money was keeping me financially stable for the first time since the agency had collapsed. But I started noticing elements of the conversations that troubled me. Some discussions included references to people rather than goods, talking about availability and suitability in ways that suggested they were arranging some sort of service rather than product delivery. Others mentioned timing that needed to coordinate with school schedules or work shifts, details that seemed unnecessarily specific for standard commercial transactions. When I raised concerns about the nature of what I was translating, Mr. Walsh explained that privacy-conscious businesses often used coded language to protect confidential information from potential competitors or regulatory oversight. My role was to translate the words accurately, not to interpret the underlying business purposes those words served. That rationalization let me continue accepting assignments without examining too closely what I was really facilitating. I was just an interpreter, providing technical translation services without responsibility for how parties used their ability to communicate with each other. The assignments became more disturbing over time. I found myself translating conversations that discussed people's routines, their vulnerabilities, their living situations. Discussions about the best approaches for making contact, techniques for establishing trust, even advice about circumventing security or supervision. I was translating what were obviously criminal conversations, but always with enough ambiguity that I could tell myself I didn't really understand the full context. Maybe these were private investigators conducting legitimate surveillance. Maybe they were security consultants testing vulnerabilities. Maybe there were innocent explanations I wasn't aware of. The breakthrough came when I translated a conversation that included a specific address in Durham. Two people were discussing someone who lived there when they'd be home alone. The best approach for gaining entry to the property. The Polish speaker was providing detailed instructions about security arrangements and optimal timing, while the English speaker confirmed they understood and would proceed as discussed. I recognized the address immediately. It was my neighbor's flat, just 2 doors down from where I lived. An elderly Polish woman who I'd occasionally help with her shopping or paperwork that required English comprehension. Someone had been surveilling her property and was now coordinating with an English speaker to exploit whatever they discovered about her vulnerabilities. I realized I'd been translating communications between criminals who were planning burglaries, harassment, possibly worse crimes against specific individuals. The deliberately vague language wasn't protecting legitimate business confidentiality. It was helping criminals coordinate their activities while maintaining plausible deniability about their intentions. I thought about all the other conversations I'd translated over the past few months, all the careful arrangements I'd helped people make about timing, approaches, vulnerabilities. Each translation I'd provided had probably enabled crimes against people who had no idea they were being discussed by strangers planning to victimize them. But what made it unbearable was understanding that my translation skills had been essential to these crimes. The Polish and English speakers couldn't communicate effectively without my interpretation, couldn't coordinate their criminal activities without someone bridging their language barrier. And I'd been that bridge, making it all possible through professional translation services. I tried warning my neighbor about the planned crime without revealing how I knew about it, but she didn't speak enough English to fully understand my concerns, and I didn't speak enough Polish to explain the specifics. The communication barrier that had made me valuable as a translator also prevented me from adequately warning the very person my translation work was targeting. 2 days later, her flat was burgled while she was visiting friends. The thieves had known exactly when she'd be gone and had targeted specific items she'd mentioned in conversations I'd translated months earlier. She'd been discussing her valuables with relatives in Poland, never knowing that someone was intercepting those conversations and using an interpreter to understand what she was saying. That's when I realized the full scope of what I'd been part of. I wasn't just translating conversations between criminals coordinating their activities. I was translating private communications between innocent people and their families, helping criminals understand conversations that were never meant for anyone else to hear. I started investigating the technical aspects of how I received translation assignments, trying to understand how Mr. Walsh was obtaining these conversations. What I discovered was that I was working with people who intercepted private communications between Polish speakers and their families or friends, then used interpreters like me to understand what was being discussed so they could identify opportunities for exploitation. The victims weren't willingly participating in conversations with criminals. They were having private discussions that were being secretly monitored and translated to identify vulnerabilities that could be exploited. Someone discussing their work schedule with family members might find themselves burgled during those specific hours. Someone mentioning health problems might be targeted by people offering fake medical services or financial assistance. I found records of hundreds of conversations I'd translated over the past few months, all between Polish speakers discussing their personal lives with people they trusted, family conversations about daily routines, friends discussing concerns about security, elderly people talking with relatives about their health or finances, all intercepted and translated to identify people who could be targeted for various types of exploitation. Some conversations I translated had led to burglaries like the one targeting my neighbor. Others had enabled harassment campaigns against people who discussed fears or vulnerabilities with loved ones. A few had facilitated worse crimes that used intimate knowledge of people's lives obtained through intercepted and translated private conversations. But what disturbed me most was discovering that my translations weren't just enabling individual crimes. They were being sold to multiple people through hidden marketplaces, where criminals purchased intelligence about potential targets. The conversations I translated would be packaged with my interpretations and sold to anyone interested in targeting Polish speakers in specific areas or with particular vulnerabilities. I found marketplace listings offering translated intercepts organized by location, age group, and vulnerability type. My careful translations were presented as professional intelligence products that enabled efficient targeting of people who had no idea their private conversations had been compromised. One listing offered a package of translations I'd done involving elderly Polish women living alone in the Northeast, complete with my interpretations of their routines, health situations, and valuable possessions they'd mentioned to family members. Another focused on Polish families with young children, selling translated conversations that revealed school schedules, childcare arrangements, and times when children might be unsupervised. I was looking at evidence that my translation work had enabled systematic exploitation of vulnerable people, and that my professional skills had been weaponized to turn private conversations into commercial intelligence products sold to criminals. The worst part was understanding that the victims would never know how they'd been targeted. They'd been having private conversations in their native language, discussions they believed were secure because most people in the UK couldn't understand Polish. But I'd eliminated that security by providing professional translation services that made their private lives accessible to anyone willing to pay for the intelligence. My neighbor had been speaking Polish with her family members about the jewelry she'd inherited, never imagining that someone was translating those conversations to identify her as a burglary target. Other people I'd unwittingly helped victimize had discussed their fears, their routines, their vulnerabilities in Polish, believing they were safe because their conversations weren't in English. I'd destroyed that safety by providing the translation bridge that made their private lives understandable to criminals who treated non-English communications as an untapped resource for identifying potential targets. I tried contacting the police about what I'd discovered, but explaining my role without admitting extensive complicity proved impossible. I'd been translating intercepted communications for months. Accepting substantial payment for work I should have recognized wasn't legitimate. The translations I'd provided had enabled serious crimes against real people. The officer I spoke to was professional but frank. I'd knowingly worked with people intercepting private communications, providing translation services that enabled criminal activity. The fact that I claimed not to have fully understood what I was doing wouldn't protect me from prosecution for my role in systematic exploitation of vulnerable people. I was advised to stop translating immediately and refuse further contact with Mr. Walsh, but he'd already anticipated that possibility. I started receiving messages in Polish, obviously using a different interpreter now, warning me that people who cause problems would face serious consequences. The messages included details from my own private conversations, things I'd discussed with family and friends that I'd assumed were secure. They'd turned their interception and translation services on me, demonstrating that I was just as vulnerable as all the people whose conversations I'd been translating. Then I found my own details listed in the marketplace where they sold translated intercepts. Someone had packaged information about my life, my routines, my vulnerabilities, all obtained through monitoring and translating my private communications. I was now a product in the same marketplace I'd been supplying with translations. That's when I left Durham entirely, abandoning my flat and most of my possessions to hide in this youth hostel where nobody knows my background or understands why someone my age is staying in budget accommodation meant for backpackers. But I know the interception and translation services continue without me. Other interpreters have probably been recruited to translate intercepted Polish communications. People who'll make the same rationalizations I did about just providing technical language services without responsibility for how their translations are used. The marketplace is probably still selling translated intercepts to criminals who use them to target vulnerable people. And somewhere in those listings, translations I provided months ago are probably still being purchased and used to enable crimes against people whose only mistake was having private conversations in a language they thought would protect them. I keep thinking about my neighbor, about all the other people whose private conversations I translated without understanding I was betraying their trust and security. They'd been speaking Polish, believing it gave them privacy, never knowing that professional interpreters were being paid to eliminate that protection and make their private lives accessible to anyone willing to pay for the intelligence. The translation work taught me that language barriers can create false security, that speaking in your native language doesn't protect you if someone's willing to hire interpreters to understand what you're saying. That professional translation skills become weapons when applied to intercepted private communications. And that once you've spent months translating conversations you should have recognized weren't meant for you to interpret, you become too compromised to report it without facing prosecution for your role in enabling systematic exploitation. I suppose that's why I'm hiding in this youth hostel, rather than helping police shut down the interception and translation operation. Because I know my translations are documented evidence of my active participation in crimes against vulnerable people. And I'm not brave enough to face consequences for choices I made when professional satisfaction and financial need mattered more than questioning what my skills were really being used for. All I can do is hope that someone else will eventually expose these operations, that other interpreters will find courage I lack to report what they're translating despite personal cost, and hope that people whose private conversations I translated managed to stay safe despite the intelligence I helped create about their lives. Because the operations are still running, still recruiting interpreters, still intercepting private communications and selling translated intelligence to criminals. And I helped prove that professional translation services make interception more valuable, helped establish that non-English communications are exploitable resources, helped create an industry that treats people's private conversations as raw materials for criminal intelligence products. I just wish I could undo it all, could warn every person whose conversations I translated, could restore the security they thought they had when speaking in their native language. But I can't, so I just avoid the Polish girl who works here and try not to think about how my professional skills were weaponized against people who trusted that speaking Polish would keep their private lives private. I deleted everything 3 weeks ago, wiped my laptop, threw away my external drives, even got rid of my phone and bought a new one. People think digital footprints are permanent, but you'd be surprised how thoroughly you can erase yourself if you're motivated enough. And I was very, very motivated. The thing is, I know it won't matter. They already have what they need. But doing something, anything, made me feel slightly less powerless, slightly less complicit in what happened. I should probably explain what I mean by that, what I did, what I saw. I'm a freelance photographer, or haven't picked up my camera in months now. I used to do wedding photography mainly, the occasional corporate event, sometimes product shoots for small businesses trying to look more professional than they actually were. It paid the bills, barely, and I was good at it. had that ability to make people look natural even when they were deeply uncomfortable, which is apparently a valuable skill when you're photographing someone's awkward second cousin at a wedding reception in Nottingham. The work dried up during the lockdowns, obviously. Weddings postponed indefinitely. Businesses closing. Nobody wanting a photographer within 2 meters of them. I burned through my savings in about 4 months, then started living on credit cards, then started getting very creative about what constituted an essential expense. By the time things started opening up again, I was in debt up to my eyeballs and absolutely desperate for work. But the photography industry had changed. Everyone with a decent phone camera suddenly thought they were professionals. Prices had collapsed. The jobs I used to get offered for 400 or 500 quid were now going for 100, sometimes less. I was applying for everything, undercutting my own rates, and still barely getting responses. That's when I started looking for alternative income. Not because I wanted to do anything illegal or dodgy. I just needed money, and I needed it quickly. I'd heard about people selling stock photography online, licensing images to websites and publications. It seemed simple enough. Take some decent photographs, upload them to stock sites, earn a few quid every time someone downloaded them. The problem was that stock photography is incredibly oversaturated. Millions of images of people having breakfast or shaking hands in offices or staring pensively at sunsets. My photos were fine, perfectly competent, but they disappeared into the noise. I made maybe £30 in 2 months. Then I stumbled across a discussion thread. This was on the regular internet, nothing dark or hidden, where photographers were talking about niche markets. Apparently, there was decent money in very specific types of stock imagery that mainstream sites didn't cater to. Medical photos, industrial photography, that sort of thing. One person mentioned that the real money was in custom requests, if you knew where to find them. Someone in the replies mentioned the dark web, said there were communities there that paid significantly better for specific types of photography, no questions asked. I'd heard about the dark web before, obviously, but only in that vague way everyone has. Drugs and hitmen and stolen credit cards. The idea of it being a marketplace for legitimate services hadn't really occurred to me. I was skeptical at first, but I was also eviction notice desperate, and desperate people do stupid things. Getting access wasn't particularly complicated. Took me an evening of following guides and figuring out how to browse anonymously. And then I was there, looking at websites that resembled something from the late 90s, all text and minimal formatting. I spent a few days just exploring, trying to understand how it all worked. There were marketplaces, sure, selling exactly the kinds of things you'd expect, but there were also service listings. People offering skills ranging from graphic design to translation to consultation. And there were photography requests. Most of them were straightforward. Someone wanted photos of a specific building in Birmingham from multiple angles, probably for something architectural or planning related. Someone else wanted candid street photography from Manchester city centre during specific times of day. The pay was decent, much better than stock photography, and payment was arranged through methods I won't detail here, but which seemed secure enough. I started taking those jobs. Nothing sinister, nothing that made me uncomfortable. Just photography with specific requirements, delivered anonymously, paid reasonably well. It kept me afloat, paid down some of my debt, let me breathe a bit easier. The requests got more specific over time. Someone wanted photographs of a particular house in Leeds, exterior shots only, taken at different times of day across a week. Someone else wanted images of the interior of a specific pub in Newcastle, as detailed as possible. I told myself these were probably for property assessments or business valuations, things that needed to be done anonymously for whatever reason. I never asked questions. That was the unspoken rule. You fulfilled the request exactly as specified, delivered the images, got paid, moved on. No communication beyond the initial brief. Then I got a request that paid significantly more than anything I'd seen before. Almost £3,000 for what seemed like a simple job. Someone wanted photographs of a specific flat in Bristol. Interior shots, as comprehensive as possible. Every room, every angle. They'd provide access. There'd be a key hidden near the property, and I'd have a 2-hour window when the flat would definitely be empty. £3,000. That was 2 months of rent, a massive chunk off my credit cards, breathing room I desperately needed. I should have questioned why someone would pay that much. Should have wondered why they couldn't just hire a normal photographer through normal channels. Should have asked myself what possible legitimate reasons someone would have for wanting detailed photographs of someone else's flat without their knowledge. But I didn't. I just accepted the job. The flat was in a converted Victorian house in Clifton, the nice part of Bristol. The key was exactly where they said it would be, tucked behind a loose brick near the entrance. The flat itself was on the 2nd floor. I let myself in during the specified window, a Tuesday afternoon, middle of the day, when presumably the occupant was at work. It was a woman's flat clearly, neat but lived in, books on the shelves, photos on the walls, the kind of space that felt like someone actually inhabited it, rather than just existed there. I felt sick doing it, moving through her private space with my camera. But I told myself I was just taking photos, not stealing anything, not damaging anything, just photographs. I shot everything as requested, the living room from multiple angles, the kitchen, including inside the cupboards and fridge as specified, the bathroom, the bedroom, which felt like the worst violation somehow. Photographing someone's unmade bed and the clothes draped over a chair and the books on their nightstand. There were photos of her throughout the flat, with friends, with family, on holiday. She looked happy in them, normal, completely unaware that a stranger would soon be standing in her bedroom, documenting every detail of her private life. I finished the job, locked up, replaced the key, uploaded the photographs through the secure method they'd specified. The payment came through within hours. I tried not to think about it, tried to tell myself it was probably for insurance purposes or some kind of property dispute, but I knew that was rubbish. Nobody pays £3,000 for insurance photos. Nobody needs that level of detail, that invasion of privacy, for any legitimate purpose. I knew what those photos were probably for. Either someone planning to rob her, or someone obsessed with her, or something worse I didn't want to imagine. And I'd helped them. I'd provided the tools for whatever was going to happen. But I'd also been paid £3,000, and my landlord had stopped sending threatening letters, and I could buy food without calculating the cost of every item. So I took the money and tried to forget about it. A week later, I got another request. Same type of job, different location. A house in Southampton this time. £4,000. Again, access would be provided. Specific time window. Comprehensive interior photography required. I told myself I wouldn't do it. Told myself the Bristol job had been a one-off moment of desperation, and I was better than this. But £4,000. Christ, I did the job. And then I did another one, and another. Over about 3 months, I photographed the interiors of maybe a dozen properties across England. Houses, flats, even a few businesses. Always the same pattern. Generous payment provided access, specific window of time, detailed photography required. The money was extraordinary. I cleared my debts completely, built up savings, could have stopped doing it at any time. But I didn't stop. That's the thing I'm most ashamed of. It wasn't desperation anymore. It was just greed. Easy money for a few hours of work. I'd gotten good at not thinking about what the photos might be used for, at compartmentalizing the ethics of it. Then came the request that changed everything. It was for a flat in Reading. The pay was higher than usual, almost £6,000. The brief was similar to previous jobs. Comprehensive interior photography during a specified time window. But this one included an additional file, a photograph of the occupant, presumably so I'd know whose flat I was documenting. I shouldn't have opened that file. Should have just declined the job right there. But I clicked it. The photograph showed a young woman, mid-20s probably, dark hair, sitting in what looked like a cafe. She was looking at her phone, unaware she was being photographed. There was something about the image that made my skin crawl. The angle suggested it had been taken from across the street, through a window. This wasn't a social media photo or a casual snapshot. This was surveillance. Below the image was a single line of text, usual requirements plus any personal items of interest. Personal items of interest. What the hell did that mean? Diaries, computers, underwear. I stared at that request for hours. This wasn't about property valuation or insurance. This was about a woman who was being watched, being targeted, by someone who was now asking me to help them get closer to her, to provide an intimate map of her private life. I should have refused, should have deleted everything and never gone back to that site. But £6,000, I hate myself for what I did next. I hate that I can't even claim it was desperation or stupidity. It was just pure, calculating greed. I accepted the job. The flat was in a modern building near the town centre. Nice area, secure entrance, the kind of place where you'd feel safe. The key was hidden as usual, the time window specified. 2 hours during a Thursday afternoon. I let myself in and immediately knew something was different. The flat felt lived in a way the others hadn't. There were plants on the windowsill, properly cared for, fresh flowers in a vase. A calendar on the wall with neat handwriting marking various appointments. This wasn't just someone's space, it was someone's carefully maintained life. I started with the main rooms as usual. Living room, kitchen, bathroom. Standard shots from multiple angles. But I kept noticing details that made me increasingly uncomfortable. A medical alert bracelet on the bedside table. Prescription medication in the bathroom cabinet. A walking stick leaning against the wall near the door. This woman was vulnerable somehow, and someone was paying me £6,000 to document every aspect of her private space. I should have stopped. Should have walked out right then. But I was already there, already inside, already complicit. So I kept going. The bedroom was worse than the others had been. More personal somehow. There were photos everywhere. Family photos, friend photos, holiday photos. A whole life documented on the walls. I photographed them all as requested, hating myself more with every click of the shutter. Then I found the laptop on her desk. It was closed, probably in sleep mode. The request had mentioned personal items of interest. Did they want me to open it, go through her files? I stood there for a long time, trying to decide. Part of me knew that opening that laptop would cross a line I couldn't uncross. The photography was bad enough, but this felt like something darker. In the end, I didn't open it. I just photographed it, photographed the desk around it, moved on. I finished the job quickly after that, desperate to be out of there. Locked up, replaced the key. Went home feeling filthy in a way that had nothing to do with physical dirt. I uploaded the photographs that night and waited for payment. It came through within a few hours, same as always. £6,000 appearing in my account like nothing had happened. like I hadn't just violated a stranger's privacy in the most intimate way possible. I tried to forget about it, tried to go back to normal life, normal photography work, but I couldn't stop thinking about that flat in Reading, about the woman in the photograph, going about her life, completely unaware that someone had been inside her home, documenting everything. 3 weeks later, I saw a news article. A woman in Reading had been attacked in her own flat by an intruder. He'd somehow gained access to the building, let himself into her flat with a key, waited for her to come home. She'd survived, but was in hospital with serious injuries. The police were appealing for information. The article included a photograph of the victim. I recognized her immediately. The same dark hair, the same face I'd seen in that surveillance photo. I felt physically sick, actually had to run to the bathroom and throw up, because I'd helped that happen. Maybe the person who'd attacked her was the same person who'd hired me. Maybe it was someone they'd sold the information to. Maybe it was even more removed than that. But the chain of cause and effect was clear. My photographs had helped someone hurt that woman. I stopped taking those jobs immediately, stopped going on the dark web at all. But the damage was done. I'd enabled something terrible, and there was nothing I could do to take it back. I reported it to the police eventually. Anonymous tip, no personal details. Told them about the photography requests, the dark web marketplace, everything I knew. I don't know if they took it seriously, or if they could even do anything with that information. The dark web isn't easy to investigate, and I couldn't provide much in the way of useful details. The woman survived, I found out later. The man who attacked her was arrested a few weeks after, caught trying to do the same thing to someone else. He had photographs on his computer, detailed interior shots of multiple properties. Some of them were mine. I recognized my own work. Other photographers had been doing the same jobs I had, helping him prepare, providing reconnaissance. We weren't the ones who hurt those women, but we'd built the ladder someone else climbed. I still think about those flats sometimes, about the people whose homes I violated, whose private lives I documented and sold. I wonder if they ever found out, if they ever felt that creeping sense that someone had been in their space, touching their things, learning their secrets. I wonder if the woman in Reading ever feels safe in her own home now, if she looks at her possessions differently, knowing that someone photographed them, studied them, used that knowledge to hurt her. I've got money saved now, enough to live on for a while without working. But every time I look at that bank balance, I see those flats, those private spaces I shouldn't have been in. That woman's face in the news article, blood money, that's what they used to call it, isn't it? Money earned through harm. I thought I was just taking photographs, thought I could separate the action from the consequence, tell myself I was just providing a service and what happened after wasn't my responsibility. But it was. It is. I helped hurt people because I wanted money, and no amount of rationalizing changes that. The worst part is how easy it was, how quickly I went from desperate to greedy, from one questionable job to a dozen, from feeling sick about it to barely thinking about it at all. That's what frightens me most. Not what I did, but how simple it was to do. How easy it is to become complicit in terrible things when you're just trying to get by. I've thought about going to therapy, talking to someone about what happened. But what would I even say? That I'm traumatized by my own choices. That I'm struggling with guilt over something I did willingly, repeatedly for months. I don't deserve sympathy. The woman in Reading does. The other people whose homes I violated do. I just deserve to live with what I've done. So I deleted everything, like I said at the start. Wiped it all clean. But you can't wipe your memory. Can't delete the knowledge of what you're capable of when circumstances push you in the wrong direction. I see that woman's face sometimes when I close my eyes. The one from the surveillance photo, sitting in that cafe, looking at her phone, completely unaware that her life was about to be invaded. Completely unaware that somewhere out there was a photographer desperate enough and greedy enough to help make that invasion possible. That photographer was me. I did that, and I'll carry that knowledge for the rest of my life. The redundancy letter came on a Tuesday. After nearly 8 years managing the procurement department at a manufacturing firm in Sheffield, I found myself with 3 months severance pay and absolutely no idea what to do with my time. My wife had left the previous autumn, something about needing space and finding herself. So it was just me rattling around our terraced house near Hillsborough, trying to make sense of what felt like my life falling apart. Unemployment benefit meetings became my only real human contact. The job centre appointments every fortnight, sitting across from advisors who looked barely old enough to vote, discussing my transferable skills and career objectives. Between those soul-crushing sessions, I filled my days with daytime television and long walks through the city centre, watching everyone else hurry to places they needed to be. That's when I started spending more time online. Not job hunting. I'd given up on that after the first month of automated rejection emails. Instead, I found myself drawn into forums and message boards, places where people discussed everything from conspiracy theories to urban exploration. It was on one of these communities that I first heard about the hidden parts of the internet, the areas that ordinary browsers couldn't reach. A user called DarkMatter47 had posted about accessing restricted networks, claiming there were entire communities operating beyond normal search engines. The post was vague but intriguing, mentioning special software that could bypass conventional internet filters. Other users replied with technical terms I didn't understand, and references to places that sounded almost mythical. My curiosity got the better of me. I'd always been reasonably tech-savvy. Nothing professional, but enough to troubleshoot computer problems and set up home networks. Within a few hours of reading that initial post, I'd managed to access what they called the dark web. The process was surprisingly straightforward, once you knew what you were looking for. The first few weeks were disappointing. Most sites looked like they'd been designed in the late 90s, with basic layouts and poor navigation. I found marketplaces selling questionable goods, political forums full of paranoid rambling, and endless discussions about digital privacy. Nothing seemed particularly shocking or dangerous, just a collection of people who preferred anonymity. Then I discovered the streaming communities. It started with a link shared in a private message from someone who'd noticed my activity on various boards. The link led to a forum dedicated to exclusive content, videos and live streams that weren't available through conventional platforms. The description claimed these were raw, unfiltered broadcasts from around the world, the kind of footage that mainstream media wouldn't dare show. Most of the content was exactly what you'd expect. Grainy videos of protests, industrial accidents, medical procedures, the sort of thing that satisfied a morbid curiosity but wasn't particularly disturbing. Users would comment on the footage, discussing technical aspects or sharing similar experiences. It felt like being part of a secret documentary society. The live streams were different. These weren't recordings but real-time broadcasts, usually announced hours in advance with cryptic titles and brief descriptions. I started attending these sessions regularly, partly out of boredom and partly from a growing fascination with this hidden world. Most streams were mundane. Someone broadcasting from a construction site after hours, or footage from security cameras in empty office buildings. Occasionally, there would be something more interesting. Abandoned locations, restricted areas, or informal tours of places the public couldn't normally access. The chat alongside these streams was usually sparse, with viewers making brief technical comments or asking questions about locations. It was during my 3rd month of unemployment that I noticed a pattern emerging. Certain usernames appeared regularly in the more exclusive streams, and these users seemed to have access to content that required special invitations. They would reference private rooms and special sessions using language that suggested something beyond urban exploration or architectural voyeurism. One evening, a user called Streamwatcher sent me a private message. They'd noticed my regular participation and wondered if I might be interested in accessing premium content. The message was carefully worded, discussing immersive experiences and unique perspectives without explicitly stating what this involved. They explained that access required verification, not payment, but proof of genuine interest and discretion. The verification process took nearly a week. I had to provide details about my online activity, answer questions about my motivations, and demonstrate my understanding of digital security. Throughout this process, Streamwatcher remained professional but vague about what I was actually applying for. They mentioned that the content was intense and not suitable for casual viewers, but assured me that everything was legal and consensual. When my access was finally approved, I received instructions for joining a stream scheduled for the following Friday evening. The message included specific technical requirements and warned that recording or sharing content would result in immediate exclusion and potential consequences. The session was described as a live interactive experience, lasting approximately 2 hours. Friday arrived with typical British weather, persistent drizzle that had been falling since morning. I'd spent the day feeling increasingly nervous about the evening stream, unsure what I'd committed myself to. By the time the session was due to begin, I'd convinced myself it would probably be another disappointing urban exploration broadcast. The stream started promptly at 9 o'clock. Unlike previous sessions, this one had no visible chat function. Instead, viewers could send private messages to the host, who would occasionally respond by adjusting camera angles or moving to different areas of what appeared to be a basement or underground space. The image quality was excellent, far superior to the usual grainy footage I'd become accustomed to. The location looked like a converted cellar with concrete walls and professional lighting equipment. A single figure wearing dark clothing moved through the frame, preparing various items on a metal table. Their face was never visible, either kept off camera or obscured by shadows. What happened next changed everything I thought I understood about human nature and my own moral boundaries. The figure gestured towards something outside the camera's view, and another person entered the frame. This individual appeared confused, uncertain, looking around the space as if trying to understand where they were. The host began what could only be described as a performance, but one that became increasingly disturbing as it progressed. What started as psychological intimidation gradually escalated into physical harassment. The confused person, I still can't bring myself to think of them as a victim, even though that's clearly what they were, seemed to realize their situation and began showing obvious signs of distress. I should have closed the browser immediately, should have reported what I was seeing to the authorities. Instead, I found myself frozen, unable to look away from something I knew was fundamentally wrong. The professional lighting, the multiple camera angles, the host's methodical approach, everything suggested this was far from spontaneous. Other viewers were clearly watching, Messages appeared on screen occasionally, brief comments from the host acknowledging specific usernames. Some messages contained suggestions or requests, which the host would sometimes implement. It became clear that this wasn't just a broadcast, but an interactive experience where viewers could influence what happened. The session continued for nearly 2 hours. By the end, I was physically sick and trembling uncontrollably. The person who had entered the frame confused and uncertain was no longer moving. The host calmly began cleaning the space, methodically removing evidence of what had occurred. In the final minutes, the host addressed the camera directly. Though their face remained hidden, they spoke clearly about the successful session and thanked viewers for their participation. They mentioned that recordings would be available through private channels and that the next live session was already being planned. The stream ended abruptly, leaving me staring at a blank screen in my darkened living room. Outside, the rain continued falling, and I could hear traffic passing on the main road. Normal sounds from a normal evening in a normal neighborhood. But nothing felt normal anymore. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw fragments of what I'd witnessed. Not just the violence, though that was horrific enough, but my own inaction. The realization that I'd sat through the entire broadcast without attempting to help or intervene. The following week, I received another message from Streamwatcher. They thanked me for attending the session and asked for feedback on the experience. They mentioned that my viewing history suggested I was a committed participant and wondered if I'd be interested in more exclusive content. The message included links to archived sessions and information about becoming a premium member. I deleted the message without responding, but I didn't delete the links. That was 3 months ago. I found a new job, nothing exciting, just administrative work for the local council, and I'm slowly rebuilding some semblance of normal life. I changed internet providers, replaced my computer, even moved to a different area of the city. I told myself these were practical decisions, unrelated to what I'd seen online. But I still have those links. They're saved in a folder buried deep in my new computer's file system, hidden among dozens of other directories. I haven't accessed them, but I know they're there. Sometimes, late at night, when sleep won't come, I find myself navigating closer to that folder, my cursor hovering over the links. I've started noticing things around the city that I hadn't seen before. Vans parked in unusual locations, people who seem to be watching rather than simply waiting. Buildings with multiple security cameras that don't match their apparent purpose. Probably just paranoia, the result of knowing what kinds of activities are hidden beneath the surface of normal life. Yesterday, I received a package at my new address. No return details, just my name and the correct postcode written in careful block letters. Inside was a small wireless camera and a handwritten note with an address across town. The note simply said, "Your turn to contribute." Friday 9 p.m. I've thrown the camera away twice now. Both times, I've gone back to retrieve it from the bin. The address is in an area I don't know well, somewhere near the industrial estates on the outskirts of Sheffield. I looked it up online. It's registered as a storage facility, the kind of place people rent when they need extra space for household items or business equipment. I keep telling myself I won't go, that I'll ignore the invitation and carry on with my new job, my clean computer, my attempts at normal life. But Friday is tomorrow, and I know exactly how long it takes to drive to that address. The camera is sitting on my kitchen table now, next to my car keys. I haven't decided anything yet, but I know that something fundamental changed the night I watched that stream. The boundaries I thought were permanent turned out to be more flexible than I'd imagined. And once you cross certain lines, even as an observer, it becomes increasingly difficult to remember why those boundaries existed in the first place. The rain is starting again outside. Same persistent drizzle that was falling the night everything changed. In about 24 hours, I'll either be at home, trying to sleep through another night of guilt and confusion, or I'll be somewhere else entirely. The worst part isn't the fear of what might happen if I go. It's the fear of how much I want to find out. The most dangerous button I've ever clicked wasn't labeled something like launch missile or even delete account. It was innocuously titled Recommended Darknet Experience. It turns out when a VPN service offers to show you what you're protecting yourself from, sometimes they're actually showing you who's coming for you next. 3 months have passed since I clicked that button, and I haven't slept through the night since. I work as a data analyst for a healthcare company in Birmingham. Nothing particularly exciting, just crunching numbers and generating reports about hospital efficiency and patient outcomes. I'm not technically a cybersecurity expert, but I know enough about computers to be the person my parents and friends call when their Wi-Fi stops working. My interest in online privacy started about a year ago after our company experienced a data breach. Nothing catastrophic, just some leaked email addresses and phone numbers. But it was enough to make me realize how vulnerable our digital lives really are. So I started researching ways to better protect myself online. I installed ad blockers, switched to more secure browsers, stopped using Google for searches, that sort of thing. I became increasingly uncomfortable with how much information I was giving away just through normal browsing. I'd read articles about VPNs, virtual private networks, and how they could help maintain anonymity online. So I decided to try one out. After comparing different services, I settled on one called Secure Shield VPN. It had good reviews, a reasonable price point, and offered a 30-day free trial with all premium features included. I downloaded the app, created an account with a new email address I'd set up specifically for privacy tools, and started exploring the features. The app was sleek and user-friendly, with the usual array of server locations to choose from and different protocols for connection. What caught my attention, though, was a section called Premium Experiences that was only available to trial users and paying subscribers. The description explained these were curated online experiences that showcased the importance of privacy and security tools. One in particular stood out. Recommended Darknet Experience. See what you're protecting yourself from. I was intrigued. I'd heard of the dark web, of course, but had never actually accessed it. I knew it required special browsers like Tor and wasn't something you could just Google your way into. The idea that this VPN would offer some kind of guided tour seemed educational, if a bit gimmicky. I figured it was probably just some pre-selected sites that showed off illegal marketplaces from a safe distance. The digital equivalent of a safari. It was a Friday evening when I decided to check it out. My girlfriend was away visiting her parents for the weekend, so I had the flat to myself. I remember it was raining heavily, drops drumming against the windows as I sat at my desk with a glass of whiskey beside my laptop. I clicked on the recommended Darknet Experience option in the app, which prompted a notification. This will configure your system for secure Tor access and guide you through selected Darknet locations. Continue. I clicked yes, expecting some kind of tutorial to appear. Instead, the app seemed to make some changes to my system settings, and then a custom browser window opened automatically. It looked similar to Tor, but had the Secure Shield logo in the corner. A welcome message explained that I was now browsing through a secure, anonymous connection and could explore the curated site safely. The interface showed a sidebar with different categories: marketplaces, forums, services, information, and one simply labeled Other. Each had several sub-entries with innocuous names like Alpha Market or Liberty Forum. It felt surprisingly legitimate, like browsing an app store rather than the infamous dark web. I started with the marketplaces section, curious about what was actually for sale in these notorious black markets. The first site looked like a bare-bones version of Amazon or eBay, with listings for drugs, counterfeit goods, and hacked account credentials. Nothing I hadn't expected to see. The next few sites were similar, though some specialized in specific categories like prescription medications or fake IDs. After about an hour of casual browsing, I switched to the forums section. These were more interesting. Discussions about privacy, politics, technology, and yes, illegal activities. I was careful not to create any accounts or interact, just observing from a distance. Then I noticed something odd. In the other category, there was a listing called Premium Access, with a small crown icon beside it. The description simply read, "Exclusive content for valued members." I assumed this was just some additional marketing for the VPN service, perhaps showcasing the kind of content you might accidentally stumble upon without proper protection. When I clicked on it, a loading screen appeared with text explaining that this area was being specially configured for my session. This struck me as strange. Why would one particular section need special configuration? But before I could reconsider, the page loaded. It opened to what looked like a streaming site, similar to YouTube but with a minimalist black interface. There were about a dozen video thumbnails arranged in a grid. Each had a vague title like Session 23 or Interview 7 and what appeared to be a date from the previous month. No descriptions, no view counts, no comments. I clicked on one titled Orientation 4, assuming it might be some kind of instructional video about the dark web or privacy tools. The video buffered for a moment, then began to play. It showed a room that looked like a basement or storage area. Concrete walls, no windows, harsh fluorescent lighting. In the center was a person sitting in a chair, facing the camera. They were wearing ordinary clothes, but had a black hood covering their head. Behind them stood another figure in dark clothing, face obscured by shadows. My first thought was that this was some kind of mock interrogation scenario, perhaps a dramatization meant to illustrate the dangers of compromised privacy. But as the video continued, I realized with growing horror that this wasn't staged. The hooded person's hands were bound behind them, and they were visibly trembling. The standing figure began asking questions in a distorted voice. Questions about usernames, passwords, and access codes. I quickly closed the video, my heart pounding in my chest. This couldn't be real, could it? It had to be some kind of extreme roleplay or scare tactic designed to emphasize the importance of security. Yet something about the victim's posture, the genuine fear evident even through the hood, felt sickeningly authentic. Against my better judgment, I clicked on another video, this one titled Session 17. Similar setup, different victim. This time, the interrogation was more aggressive. I shut it down after less than a minute, feeling physically ill. I was about to close the entire browser when a chat notification appeared in the corner of the screen. Enjoying the premium access content. Your feedback is valuable to us. I froze, staring at the message. I hadn't logged into any chat system. I hadn't provided any way for them to contact me within this browser. Yet here was a direct message. clearly indicating that someone was aware of my presence, my actions, my viewing choices. I didn't respond, hoping they would assume I was away from my computer. Another message appeared. We notice you've accessed 2 of our exclusive videos. Your interest has been noted. Panic rising, I closed the browser completely and shut down my laptop. I unplugged my router for good measure, as if physically disconnecting from the internet could somehow erase what had just happened. I spent the rest of the evening in a state of growing paranoia, checking my locks, closing my curtains, jumping at every noise from the street below. By morning, I had almost convinced myself that I'd overreacted. The videos were probably just elaborate fakes, designed to shock users into taking privacy seriously. The messages were likely automated, triggered by my viewing activity. Nothing to worry about. I cautiously turned my laptop back on, but didn't reconnect to the internet immediately. Instead, I checked for any unusual files or programs that might have been installed. Everything seemed normal. When I finally reconnected and checked my email, there was nothing suspicious there either. I uninstalled the Secure Shield VPN app and decided to put the whole experience behind me. 3 days later, I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was simply my home address, nothing else. The body of the email contained a link. Despite every instinct screaming not to click it, my curiosity and fear got the better of me. I opened it in an incognito browser window. It was a Google Street View image of my flat building. But this wasn't from the public Street View database. This was a recent photo taken from across the street, showing my specific window. My curtains were open, and if I looked closely, I could just make out my silhouette sitting at my desk. Below the image was text that made my blood run cold. Premium members receive home visits. Your trial begins tomorrow. I left my flat that night, staying with a friend under the pretense that I had a plumbing issue. I reported the email to the police as a potential threat, but without more concrete evidence, they couldn't do much besides take a statement. I didn't tell them about the dark web videos. How could I explain that without implicating myself in potentially viewing something illegal? Over the next week, I received 3 more emails from different addresses. Each contained photos taken at increasingly close range. One from the street directly in front of my building, one from the entrance hallway, and finally, one that could only have been taken from inside my flat while I was away, showing my desk with my laptop closed on it. The final email had no text, just an attachment, a video file. It showed hooded figures entering an apartment that looked similar to mine, finding the occupant asleep, and I couldn't watch more than a few seconds. The file name was preview session24.mp4. I never returned to my flat. I quit my job, moved to a different city, changed my phone number, and created all new email addresses. I withdrew most of my savings in cash and found a place to rent that didn't require background checks or digital payments. I bought a new laptop and made sure it's never connected to any accounts that could be traced to my previous identity. It's been 3 months now. Sometimes I go days without thinking about it, almost convincing myself that I overreacted to an elaborate scare tactic. Then I'll notice someone looking at me too long on the street, or I'll receive an email to an account that no one should know about, containing nothing but a crown emoji. Last week, I woke up to find my new laptop open, when I know I closed it before going to bed. The browser was open to a blank page, with just a countdown timer showing 7 days. I don't know who these people are. I don't know if they're government operatives running some kind of twisted surveillance program, criminals documenting their activities, or something else entirely. I don't know why they chose me or what happens when the countdown reaches 0. All I know is that the tools we use to protect ourselves online can sometimes connect us to things we were never meant to see. And once you've been granted premium access, there's no way to cancel your subscription. The silence from the speakers made the stream harder to look away from, like watching something through glass that you knew you shouldn't be seeing, but couldn't quite stop yourself from observing. I was 18 and halfway through my A-levels when I got bored with fictional horror and started looking for something real. Not that the creepy pasta forums I'd been frequenting were particularly scary. Most of the stories were obviously made up by teenagers trying to one-up each other with increasingly ridiculous scenarios involving supernatural entities and impossible situations. What I wanted was genuine fear, the sort that comes from knowing something terrible actually happened rather than just imagining it might. Real footage, authentic documentation, evidence of events that would make you lose sleep because they were part of the actual world, rather than someone's creative writing exercise. The transition from fictional horror to real content was gradual. Started with true crime forums, then moved to places where people shared footage from accidents and incidents that mainstream media wouldn't broadcast. Nothing particularly extreme initially, just material that was too graphic or disturbing for regular platforms. Each community led to recommendations for others, and the content kept escalating. Places where people discussed banned documentaries, leaked investigation footage, material that existed in legal grey areas. The sort of communities that felt like digital speakeasies, accessible if you knew where to look, but hidden from casual browsers. One forum I discovered was dedicated to what they called authentic extreme documentation. The participants approached it like academic research, verifying whether violent content was genuine or staged, discussing production techniques, and analyzing geographic indicators with more professionalism than you'd expect from random internet users. That's where I first encountered serious discussions about red rooms. The concept was straightforward. Live streams supposedly hidden on the dark web where viewers could watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most participants were skeptical, discussing the technical and legal barriers that would make such operations nearly impossible to maintain. But a few claimed to have encountered evidence suggesting red rooms might actually exist. Screenshots of streaming interfaces, recordings of what appeared to be live violence, documentation of hidden services that hosted such content. What made me pay attention was the level of detail in their discussions. These weren't teenagers making up stories about urban legends. They spoke about hosting infrastructure, content distribution, and audience management with expertise that suggested real familiarity rather than speculation. One participant, who went by Archive Seeker, claimed to have documented multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He was cautious about sharing evidence, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity before providing access to his collection. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove you weren't just seeking sensational material. After several weeks of conversation, Archive Seeker finally shared some files from his archive. The material was disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming. It could have been sophisticated fiction or genuine documentation of real events. What struck me as potentially authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment brands visible in shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates when cross-referenced with news reports. Archive Seeker explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently, operated on irregular schedules, and required personal recommendations from existing viewers, not something you could stumble across accidentally. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be about finding authentic horror stories, not witnessing actual crimes. But curiosity got the better of me, especially since Archive Seeker assured me that observation didn't require participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a converted basement, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed a concrete-walled space with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal chair, and strapped to that chair was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious, but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, with people making suggestions and placing bets on various outcomes. The casual way they discussed real violence was more disturbing than the violence itself. I watched for about an hour, using headphones so my parents wouldn't hear anything from my bedroom. The man in the chair would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Just silence that made everything feel more immediate and real. Around 10 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed ordinarily, jeans, plain shirt, work boots. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. The figure moved around methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera equipment, checking various apparatus that wasn't fully visible in the main feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me lean closer to my laptop screen. The figure had moved to adjust one of the cameras, and for a moment I got a clearer view of the room's background. On the wall was a fire safety certificate, the sort of official documentation you see in commercial buildings to show they meet safety regulations. The certificate was issued by a company I recognized, a local fire safety firm that did inspections for businesses around Essex, where I lived. I'd seen their signs on various shops and offices in my town, including at the college where I was studying, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere relatively local to where I was sitting. I took screenshots of the certificate and researched the fire safety company online. They serviced commercial properties throughout Essex and East London, including warehouses, offices, and industrial units. Hundreds of potential locations where someone could set up streaming equipment without attracting attention. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the local connection, looking at commercial property listings, checking business directories, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The man from the stream bothered me more than I wanted to admit. Not just what had obviously happened to him, but the way he'd looked around that room with growing understanding of his situation. The moment when confusion had turned to genuine fear. I considered reporting what I'd seen to the police, but I knew how that would sound. Sixth form student claims to have found evidence of live murder streams based on recognizing a fire safety certificate from a local company. Without more concrete evidence, they dismiss it as internet fantasy. Archive Seeker had mentioned that the operation I'd observed was part of a larger network with multiple locations and regular scheduling. He offered to provide access to additional streams if I was serious about documenting their activities. I should have declined and focused on my A-level coursework instead, but the idea that this might be happening locally had made it feel more urgent and real than just another piece of extreme internet content. The next stream he arranged access to was scheduled for the following weekend. Different location, different setup, but the same basic format. Live violence broadcast to paying audiences who treated real suffering as entertainment. This location was clearer in terms of identifying features, not just a basement, but what appeared to be a converted workshop or garage with distinctive elements that made it easier to place geographically. Most importantly, there was a window visible in the background that showed part of what appeared to be a residential street. Terraced houses with a particular architectural style, streetlights with distinctive lamp designs, road markings that suggested British rather than foreign location. The architectural style looked familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. Those house designs, the streetlight style, even the particular type of paving stones visible in the road. It all looked very much like areas of Essex I knew well. I spent hours comparing the glimpse of street visible through that window with online maps and street view images of my local area. The match wasn't exact, but it was close enough to suggest the stream was being broadcast from somewhere within about 20 miles of where I lived. The realization that Red Rooms might be operating locally, rather than in some distant country, made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. These weren't abstract criminals in foreign locations. They were people who might live in my area, shop in the same places, use the same roads. I started paying more attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. But without knowing exactly when people had been taken or having clear physical descriptions, it was impossible to make definitive connections. What I did find was several reports of people who disappeared without trace over the past year. Not enough to establish any pattern, but more than you'd normally expect in a relatively small geographic area. One case particularly caught my attention. A man in his 30s been reported missing about 2 months earlier, after failing to return from what should have been a routine evening out. The physical description matched someone I thought I'd seen in one of the archived streams Archive Seeker had shared. The missing person report included a photograph that looked very similar to one of the victims, though the poor video quality made it impossible to be completely certain. But the age, build, and general appearance were consistent enough to be disturbing. I researched the circumstances of his disappearance more thoroughly. He'd left home around 7 p.m. to meet friends at a pub in town, but had never arrived. His car was found the next morning in a supermarket car park about 5 miles away, with no signs of struggle or obvious explanation for why he'd abandoned it there. The location where his car was discovered was interesting because it was near an industrial estate with several empty units that had been vacant for months. The sort of place where someone could operate without being noticed by neighbors or regular foot traffic. I decided to visit the industrial estate, using college work as an excuse to take the bus in that direction. Most of the units were legitimate businesses, small manufacturing, logistics companies, vehicle repair shops, but several were clearly empty, with to-let signs and boarded windows. One unit particularly caught my attention because it had been vacant longer than the others, according to the estate agent's signage, but showed signs of recent activity. Fresh tire tracks in the car park, windows that had been covered from inside rather than just boarded up, electrical connections that suggested power was still connected despite the property being officially empty. From the road, everything looked normal. Just another vacant commercial unit waiting for new tenants. But knowing what I potentially knew about local Red Room operations made it feel sinister in a way that was difficult to explain. I walked past several times over the next week, varying my route and timing to avoid appearing suspicious. Most of the time there was no obvious activity, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles parked outside that weren't there regularly. One evening, I saw light coming from inside the unit, despite it being officially vacant. Not normal commercial lighting, but the harsh, bright illumination that would be needed for filming or streaming. That's when I realized I might be looking at the actual location where some of the streams were being broadcast. I should have contacted the authorities immediately, should have reported my suspicions and let them investigate whether criminal activity was taking place at that address. But I was worried about how my story would sound and whether anyone would take a sixth form student seriously. More importantly, I was concerned about what might happen if the people operating the Red Room discovered that someone had identified their location. They demonstrated willingness to commit serious violence for entertainment. What would they do to protect their operation from exposure? Instead, I decided to gather more evidence before making any reports, document activity at the property, record when lights were visible, note which vehicles visited and when, build a case that would be convincing enough for police to take seriously. But as I was conducting this informal surveillance, I noticed something that changed my approach entirely. One of the regular visitors to the vacant unit was someone I recognized from college. Not a student, but one of the part-time maintenance staff who worked around the buildings and grounds. Someone who had access to areas students didn't normally go, who could move around without attracting attention, who would know which parts of the college were empty at different times. Someone who would have seen me around campus regularly and could easily find out my personal details from college records. The realization that someone from my own college might be involved in Red Room operations made me reconsider everything I thought I knew about the situation. This wasn't just about finding evidence of criminal activity. It was about discovering that someone from my daily environment was potentially involved in torture and murder. I stopped visiting the industrial estate after that realization. If the maintenance worker was involved and had noticed my interest in the vacant unit, then I'd potentially identified myself as someone who knew too much about their activities. The next day at college, I found myself paying attention to the maintenance staff in ways I never had before, watching how they moved around the building, which areas they accessed, whether they showed any unusual interest in particular students or staff members. The worker I'd recognized seemed to be watching me too. Not obviously, but I caught him looking in my direction more often than felt normal, and he seemed to be working in areas near my usual routes, between classes more frequently than before. That evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Inside was a single piece of paper with a printed message that made my hands shake as I read it. Curiosity can be dangerous. No signature, no return address, nothing that would identify who had sent it. But the timing and content made it clear that someone knew about my interest in red rooms and wanted me to stop investigating. I threw the note away and tried to convince myself it was just coincidence or someone playing a prank, but I couldn't stop thinking about how they'd obtained my home address and managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every glance from the maintenance worker at college felt threatening. Every unexpected sound at home made me check the windows and doors, but nothing obvious happened. No more notes, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. I stopped participating in the extreme content forums and tried to focus on my A-level coursework instead. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd discovered, or the fear that I'd gotten too close to something dangerous. The maintenance worker left the college about 2 weeks later. According to the staff I asked, he'd found better employment elsewhere and given standard notice. Nothing suspicious about the circumstances, just normal staff turnover. But I noticed that the lights stopped appearing in the vacant industrial unit around the same time. I never reported what I'd discovered to the police. The evidence was too circumstantial and the risks too obvious. Instead, I tried to pretend the whole thing had never happened and focus on preparing for university. But I still think about that first stream and the silence that had made it impossible to look away. How the lack of audio had somehow made everything feel more real and immediate than if there had been sound. And I think about how many other similar operations might be running in vacant commercial units and empty buildings across the country, operated by people who work ordinary jobs and live ordinary lives when they're not broadcasting real violence to paying audiences. Silence from the speakers made the stream harder to look away from, but sometimes the most disturbing thing about extreme content isn't what you can see and hear. It's realizing how close it might be to your own everyday world. It's funny how sometimes the thing you think will make you feel less alone ends up making you wish you'd stayed isolated. But by then, it's too late to go back to not knowing what you know. I was 19 and in my second year studying English literature at a university in Leeds, when I stumbled into the chat room that changed everything. Not literally stumbled. I'd been looking for somewhere to belong for months, trying different online communities and forums where I might find people who shared my interests without the awkwardness of face-to-face interaction. College hadn't turned out the way I'd imagined. The other students on my course seemed effortlessly confident, forming friendship groups within the first week, while I struggled to contribute to conversations about books I'd read but couldn't discuss with the casual intelligence they all seemed to possess naturally. I spent most evenings in my tiny student flat, reading for seminars and browsing the internet for distraction. Social media felt performative and hollow, but smaller online communities seemed more genuine. Places where people discussed literature, philosophy, and ideas that were too complex or controversial for mainstream platforms. The invitation to the private chat room came through someone I'd been talking to on a forum about banned books. They'd noticed my posts about censorship and literature that existed in legal grey areas and suggested I might be interested in a more exclusive discussion group. The chat room was small, maybe 15 regular participants, and focused on what they called authentic, extreme content. Not fictional horror or theatrical violence, but real documentation of events that mainstream media wouldn't show. Academic discussion of material that revealed truths about human nature that most people preferred to ignore. for the first time since starting university, I felt like I was part of something intellectually stimulating. The other participants were clearly well-educated and thoughtful, approaching disturbing content with the sort of analytical framework you'd expect from graduate students or academics. They discussed everything from leaked investigation footage to underground documentaries that had never seen official release. The conversations were sophisticated, focused on technical analysis and historical context rather than sensation-seeking. I felt privileged to be included in discussions that demonstrated a level of critical thinking I rarely encountered elsewhere. Most importantly, I felt accepted. When I contributed observations about content they'd shared, people responded thoughtfully rather than dismissively. When I asked questions about things I didn't understand, they provided detailed explanations without making me feel ignorant. After about a month of regular participation, one of the more experienced members mentioned something that made me pay closer attention to what we were actually discussing. Red rooms. He brought them up casually, as if they were just another category of extreme content that serious researchers occasionally encountered. Live streams broadcast from hidden locations where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time. Most participants seemed to accept their existence as established fact, rather than urban legend. They discussed technical aspects of hosting such content, legal barriers to maintaining streaming services, and ethical questions about documentation versus participation. I'd heard of red rooms before, but always assumed they were internet mythology. Too technically complex and legally risky for anyone to actually maintain. But the way these people discussed them suggested genuine familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who went by the username Observer, claimed to have archived material from what appeared to be genuine Red Room streams. He was selective about sharing evidence, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity. I spent several weeks proving my commitment to academic analysis of extreme content, sharing thoughtful observations about material others had posted, and asking questions that showed I was thinking critically rather than just seeking sensational material. Observer eventually shared some clips from his collection. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming capabilities. The quality was poor enough that it could have been elaborate fiction, but detailed enough to be potentially genuine. What struck me as possibly authentic was the mundane elements that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment visible in shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times. Observer explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently and weren't something you could find through casual browsing of the dark web. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could potentially arrange for me to observe a live stream that was scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be academic, focused on understanding censorship and documentation, rather than witnessing actual crimes. But the opportunity to access something that most people believed didn't exist felt like the sort of exclusive knowledge that would cement my place in this community. The access process was more complex than anything I'd encountered before. Specific software downloads, rotating access codes, designated connection times that had to be followed precisely. The whole system felt designed to exclude casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a converted basement space, with a simple chat function below where viewers could communicate. The video showed a concrete-walled room with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious, but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with comments from maybe 50 viewers, people discussing what they expected to see happen, making observations about the setup, treating the situation like academic analysis rather than entertainment. The tone was clinical and detached, which somehow made it more disturbing than if people had been obviously excited about violence. I watched for about an hour while supposedly working on an essay about censorship in contemporary literature. The man on the table would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Around 11 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, boots that looked like they'd seen regular use. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been starting any manual job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more analytical as preparations continued. People were discussing technical aspects of the setup, comparing what they were seeing to previous streams, making observations about the location and equipment being used. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me look more carefully at the background details visible in the stream. On the wall behind the table was a small notice board with various papers pinned to it. Most were too far away to read clearly, but one appeared to be a health and safety poster with text that looked familiar. I paused the stream and looked more closely at the poster. The formatting and language were definitely British rather than foreign, and the specific wording seemed like something I'd seen before in university buildings or public spaces, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere in the UK rather than some distant foreign location. The realization made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. This wasn't abstract criminal activity happening somewhere else. It could be occurring within the same country where I was sitting in my student flat, possibly even in the same region. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching British health and safety regulations, trying to identify the specific poster I'd seen and determine whether it might indicate a particular type of building or location. I also started paying attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect. One case particularly disturbed me because the missing person was a student from a university not far from Leeds. They'd been reported missing about 6 weeks earlier after failing to return to their accommodation following a routine trip to the library. I researched the case more thoroughly and found that the missing student had been studying a subject similar to mine, lived in comparable accommodation, and followed daily routines that weren't that different from my own. The sort of person who could have been me if circumstances had been slightly different. The possibility that someone my own age with a similar lifestyle might have become a victim in the streams I'd been watching made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about academic analysis of extreme content. It was about real people suffering for reasons I didn't understand. I considered reporting what I discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. University student claims to have found evidence of live murder streams while participating in online discussions about extreme content. They'd probably assume I was having mental health issues or making up stories for attention. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the streams discovered that someone had identified potentially incriminating details. I'd been accessing their content and participating in related discussions for weeks, possibly leaving digital traces that could be used to identify me. Observer had mentioned that accessing hidden content required understanding how to protect your identity from people who might not appreciate unwanted attention. Knowledge I clearly didn't possess, despite having been granted access to material that was obviously intended for a select audience. I decided to be more cautious about what I accessed and how I participated in chatroom discussions. But I also found myself unable to stop thinking about what I'd seen and whether there were more victims who hadn't been reported missing yet. The chatroom discussions continued as normal, with participants sharing new material and analyzing content with the same academic detachment they'd always displayed. But I started noticing details I'd missed before, references to local events, knowledge about British institutions, familiarity with UK geography and culture. The people I'd been chatting with weren't distant foreign academics studying extreme content from a safe distance. They were British, possibly even local to my area, with genuine knowledge about events that were happening in my own country. One evening, about 2 weeks after accessing the livestream, I received a private message from Observer asking whether I'd found the recent content educational and if I was interested in accessing additional material. His tone was friendly, but felt more personal than previous communications, as if he knew something about my response to what I'd seen that he hadn't mentioned in our public discussions. I replied cautiously, saying that I'd found the material academically interesting, but disturbing on a personal level. I tried to sound thoughtful rather than frightened, hoping to maintain my place in the community while expressing some reservations about the content. His response came back within minutes, which suggested he'd been online waiting for my reply rather than just checking messages occasionally. He said he understood my concerns but reminded me that serious academic study sometimes required confronting uncomfortable realities. He offered to provide access to additional streams that would help me develop a more comprehensive understanding of the subject. Something about the way he phrased the offer made me uncomfortable, as if my participation was expected rather than voluntary, and declining might have consequences I wouldn't like. I didn't reply immediately, telling myself I needed time to think about whether I wanted to continue accessing such disturbing content. But I kept checking for new messages, worried that not responding quickly enough might be interpreted as rejection or disrespect. The next morning, I found that I'd been removed from the chat room, not just blocked or suspended, but completely eliminated from the participant list. When I tried to reconnect using the original access method, I found that my credentials no longer worked, and there was no way to regain entry. I checked other platforms where I'd occasionally communicated with chat room members, but found that all my contacts had either deleted their accounts or were no longer responding to messages. Within 24 hours, every trace of my connection to the chat room and its participants had been severed, as if someone had systematically removed all evidence of my involvement. The sudden exclusion felt ominous rather than disappointing. Either I'd failed some test I hadn't known I was taking, or someone had decided that my continued participation represented a risk they weren't willing to accept. I tried to convince myself that being excluded was actually fortunate, a way out of a situation I'd gotten into without fully understanding the implications. But I couldn't shake the feeling that people who went to such lengths to maintain secrecy might take additional steps to ensure former participants didn't become problems. Over the next few weeks, I noticed small things that individually meant nothing, but collectively made me uncomfortable. Post delivered at unusual times, items in my flat that seemed to have been moved slightly, sounds in the corridor outside my door that could have been coincidence, but felt like surveillance. One evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my door while I was at the university library. Inside was a single photograph that made my stomach drop as I looked at it. The photograph showed me walking across campus, taken from a concealed position that suggested professional surveillance rather than casual observation. Someone had been watching me closely enough to document my daily routine without me noticing anything unusual. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made the situation clear. Some discussions are meant to stay private. No signature, no return address. Just those words that made it obvious someone knew about my previous participation in the chat room and wanted to ensure my continued silence about what I'd seen. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a scare tactic designed to prevent me from reporting what I'd discovered. But I couldn't explain how someone had obtained detailed knowledge of my movements or managed to deliver the message without being noticed. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger on campus felt threatening. Every unexpected sound in my flat made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more photographs, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities beyond what had already been demonstrated. I never tried to reconnect with the chat room or access any more hidden streaming content. The whole experience had taught me that some forms of belonging come with prices you don't discover until it's too late to back out safely. But I still think about that health and safety poster and how such a mundane detail had revealed that extreme content wasn't being produced in distant foreign countries, but potentially in buildings I might walk past every day. And I think about the missing student whose case I'd researched, wondering whether they'd also been looking for somewhere to belong when they encountered people who were considerably more dangerous than they appeared. Sometimes I wonder if the chat room is still active with new participants, and whether other isolated students are being drawn into discussions that seem academic and intellectual until they realize they've become part of something they can't safely leave. Someone had posted my photograph on a missing person website, complete with fabricated details about when I'd supposedly disappeared and who was looking for me. I only found it because my flatmate Sarah was procrastinating on coursework and randomly searching our names online for entertainment. She'd started with herself, then moved through everyone she knew, including me. Most results were the usual social media profiles and university sports team listings, but then she found something that made her call me over to her laptop immediately. The missing person entry showed a recent photograph of me, not one from social media, but a candid shot that appeared to have been taken without my knowledge while I was walking around Canterbury. The description claimed I'd been missing for 6 days, had last been seen near the university campus, and that my family were desperately worried about my safety. The contact information listed a phone number I'd never seen before and an email address that didn't belong to anyone I knew. Most disturbing was how accurate some details were. My age, general appearance description, even the clothes I'd been wearing in the photograph. But other information was completely fabricated, including claims about my mental health and suggestions that I might be in danger. The website itself looked legitimate, with proper layout and other genuine missing person cases listed alongside what was obviously a fake entry about me. it wasn't immediately obvious how someone could have added false information to what appeared to be an official platform for reporting disappeared individuals. Sarah helped me take screenshots of everything before I tried to contact the website administrators to report the fraudulent listing. The contact process required submitting detailed forms with identification documents and explanations of why the entry should be removed, bureaucratic procedures that would take time even for someone trying to correct obvious misinformation about themselves. While we were documenting the fake missing person report, Sarah discovered that the same photograph of me had been used on other platforms as well. Dating websites where someone had created profiles using my picture, classified advertisements for services I'd never offered, even academic research participant databases where my details had been listed as someone willing to take part in psychological studies. The pattern suggested systematic identity theft rather than a simple prank or mistake. Someone had been using my photograph and personal information to create false identities across multiple platforms for purposes that weren't immediately clear but were clearly unauthorized. When I tried to reverse search the photograph to understand where it had originally come from, I found references to hidden websites that required specific access methods to view. Following these links led me to platforms that specialized in trading personal information and photographs of people who had no idea their details were being distributed. The marketplaces contained thousands of profiles with photographs and personal details of ordinary people, students, young professionals, anyone whose social media presence or public activities had made them visible enough to be documented and catalogued by people who collected such information. Most disturbing was that many profiles included detailed behavioral information alongside the photographs, daily routines, social connections, even psychological assessments based on observed activities and online presence. The kind of comprehensive intelligence that would be valuable for stalking, harassment, or more serious criminal targeting. I realized that my photograph and information weren't just being used for fake dating profiles or fraudulent missing person reports. They were part of a larger database that criminals use to create false identities, plan targeted attacks, or recruit people for various illegal activities. The fake missing person listing might have been designed to establish credibility for someone impersonating me, or to create confusion if I ever did actually go missing. Having an existing missing person report would make it easier for criminals to explain my absence or redirect attention away from their activities. But understanding what was happening didn't provide any immediate way to protect myself or remove my information from these criminal databases. The platforms operated through hidden websites that were difficult to access and impossible to regulate through normal complaint procedures. Meanwhile, people using my stolen identity could be committing fraud, harassment, or other crimes that might eventually be traced back to me, even though I hadn't consented to any of these activities. Explaining that my identity had been stolen would be complicated if law enforcement discovered evidence of criminal activities connected to my personal details. The investigation into my stolen identity also revealed how easily personal information could be gathered about anyone who maintained normal social media presence or participated in university activities. Photographs from public events, details from course listings, even behavioral patterns observable through routine activities provided enough material for comprehensive identity theft. People who thought they were maintaining reasonable privacy were actually providing criminals with everything needed to impersonate them or use their identities for illegal purposes. The information was collected systematically and organized into databases that could be searched and purchased by anyone willing to pay for access to detailed personal profiles. But the most disturbing discovery was that the fake missing person report was just one element of a much more comprehensive impersonation operation. Someone had been using my identity to establish relationships, apply for services, and participate in activities that I knew nothing about. Bank account applications had been submitted using my details. Employment records had been created showing jobs I'd never held. Even medical records existed claiming treatments and diagnoses that had never occurred. My stolen identity had developed an entire parallel existence that could be used to support various criminal activities. The scope of the identity theft suggested that this wasn't opportunistic fraud, but systematic preparation for long-term criminal operations that required established false identities with comprehensive supporting documentation. I tried to research whether other people had experienced similar comprehensive identity theft and found that it was increasingly common for criminals to develop detailed false identities over months or years before using them for major fraud or other serious crimes. The fake missing person report, dating profiles, and service advertisements were all ways of establishing online presence and credibility for stolen identities that would eventually be used for activities requiring trusted personas and believable background histories. Students and young people were particularly attractive targets because they typically had clean criminal records, limited credit histories, and social media presence that provided extensive material for creating convincing impersonations. But most victims never realized their identities had been stolen until serious crimes had been committed using their personal details, making it difficult to prove innocence or recover from the damage caused by activities they'd never participated in. I started monitoring online platforms for additional uses of my stolen identity, documenting everything I found to build evidence that might be useful if criminal activities were eventually traced back to my personal details. The process revealed an entire criminal economy built around stolen identities, with specialized platforms for trading photographs, personal information, and supporting documentation that could be used to create comprehensive false personas. People whose identities had been stolen were unknowingly providing criminals with everything needed to commit fraud, establish relationships with victims, or participate in illegal activities while maintaining plausible deniability about their true identities. The casual way these platforms operated suggested that identity theft was so common and profitable that it had become a routine business model for criminals who understood how to exploit personal information that people shared through normal social and academic activities. But reporting what I'd discovered would require admitting that I'd been browsing illegal websites and potentially accessing criminal platforms, making me appear potentially complicit in activities I was actually trying to investigate and prevent. The stolen identity operation was probably continuing to expand, with my personal details being used for increasingly serious criminal activities, while I remained helpless to prevent the misuse of information that had been gathered without my knowledge or consent. When the police knocked on my door on Tuesday morning, I already knew it couldn't be good news. They were investigating fraud cases where someone using my identity had been targeting elderly victims across England, using the comprehensive background documentation that had been developed through systematic identity theft to establish trust with vulnerable people who had no reason to suspect they were being deceived. The orange glow from the sodium lights outside seeped through the gap in my cheap curtains, painting the grimy wall a sickly yellow. It was always there, a constant, dull throb against the night, much like the ache in my chest. Swindon, a town of roundabouts and endless grey skies, had become my cage. The hum of the nearby electrical substation vibrated through the floorboards, a low, persistent drone that had long since burrowed into my skull a soundtrack to my quiet desperation. I was Martin, 34, and the sum total of my existence could be measured in the growing stack of overdue bills on my kitchen counter and the ever-present gnaw of a failed relationship that had left me with less than nothing. My fingers, stained faintly with the grease of a forgotten takeaway, hovered over the keyboard. The screen, a harsh blue rectangle in the gloom, displayed a website I'd stumbled upon a few weeks prior. It wasn't the usual eBay or Gumtree. This was different, darker, an echo of the internet's underbelly, whispering promises of easy money. Shadow Market, the banner proclaimed in a stark white font, a name that felt both illicit and alluring. I'd told myself it was just curiosity, a morbid fascination with the digital fringe. But the truth was, the bank statements didn't lie. My account balance was a flat line, and the prospect of a bailiff at my door was becoming less a fear and more an inevitability. The first item I bought was a tablet, sleek and black, advertised as barely used. The price had been absurdly low, a fraction of its retail cost. My rationalization then had been simple. Someone probably dropped it, damaged the box, and couldn't return it. A simple resale, a quick profit. I'd listed it on a mainstream site, added a modest markup, and it sold within hours. The surge of adrenaline, the satisfying ping of the notification, had been intoxicating. It wasn't much, but it was enough to cover a utility bill, a tiny reprieve from the suffocating pressure. This small success had opened a door. The website became my secret addiction, a clandestine marketplace where I could momentarily escape the reality of my failing life. I started small, a smartphone here, a smart speaker there, always cheap, always quick to sell. The money trickled in, enough to keep the wolves from the door, to buy another tasteless ready meal, to keep the electricity flowing. Each successful transaction, each anonymous buyer, chipped away at the thin veneer of my conscience. I wasn't stealing, I reasoned. I was just a middleman, an entrepreneur in a digital age, navigating the grey areas. The laptop I bought next was a high-end model, practically brand new, for a price that made my heart pound. It arrived in plain packaging, no discernible return address, just like all the others. I booted it up, planning to wipe it clean before reselling. But a flicker of curiosity, a rare indulgence, made me pause. The previous owner hadn't bothered to erase their files. A photo opened, a young woman smiling, her arm around a man with a booming laugh. They stood before a brightly painted carousel, their faces alight with joy. I felt a prickle of unease. It wasn't a family portrait, not exactly. It was a holiday snap, vibrant and full of life, a stark contrast to the sterile, anonymous transaction that had brought the machine to my desk. I quickly deleted the files, wiping the hard drive with a professional-grade program, telling myself it was simply good practice. No loose ends. Weeks bled into months, marked by the arrival of packages and the satisfying chime of payment notifications. My flat, once a shrine to my own melancholic isolation, began to fill with a transient inventory. Boxes stacked in corners, devices charging on every available surface, a silent testament to my burgeoning illicit enterprise. The hum from the substation seemed to grow louder, or perhaps it was just the ringing in my ears, a constant reminder of the tightrope I walked. Then came the tablet. It was another top-of-the-range model, still in its original sealed box, listed for an unbelievably low price. The seller's handle was a string of random characters, as most were, offering no clue to their identity. When it arrived, I noticed a small dent on one corner of the box, barely perceptible. Inside the tablet was pristine. I powered it on, intending to factory reset it immediately. But a lock screen appeared, displaying a wallpaper, a selfie of a young girl no older than 10, with bright, inquisitive eyes and a gap-toothed smile. Her name, Chloe, was emblazoned across the top of the screen in a playful, childish font. A cold dread began to seep into my bones. Chloe. The name resonated with a faint, unsettling familiarity. I'd seen it somewhere recently. My fingers trembled as I navigated to a news website, typing "Missing Persons UK" into the search bar. The results flooded my screen. And there she was, Chloe Davies, missing from a small town in Wiltshire, just a few hours' drive from Swindon. Her photograph, identical to the one on the tablet's lock screen, stared back at me. The article spoke of a frantic search, heartbroken parents, and a police appeal for information. The air in my flat grew heavy, thick with unspoken accusations. The hum of the substation became a roaring in my ears. I felt a sudden, desperate urge to vomit. My pragmatism, my carefully constructed facade of a legitimate reseller, shattered. This wasn't just cheap electronics. This wasn't just a dodgy side hustle. This was something far, far worse. I remembered the laptop, the couple at the carousel. I remembered a smart watch I'd sold a week earlier, its fitness tracker still logged into an account under the name Mark. Mark Harrison, a man reported missing from Birmingham, his case widely publicized. I had dismissed it then, a mere coincidence, a trick of a tired mind. But now, the coincidences piled up, forming a gruesome tapestry of stolen lives, not just stolen goods. My hands shook, slick with a cold sweat, as I scrolled through the shadow market listings. Each item, once a potential source of income, now felt like a bloodied trophy. I saw a watch, a distinctive gold chain, a pair of custom-made headphones, each piece of hardware, a chilling breadcrumb leading back to a life abruptly interrupted. I was complicit. I was part of it. I had been moving evidence, unknowingly, for weeks. The thought made my stomach clench. I had to do something. My first instinct was to delete everything, to scrub my digital footprint clean. But that wouldn't erase what I'd done, what I'd seen. It wouldn't bring Chloe back. I stared at the tablet, Chloe's innocent face beaming at me from the screen. My fingers still trembling typed out an email to the police. It was anonymous, carefully worded, detailing how I'd come across the device, omitting any mention of shadow market, painting myself as an unwitting recipient. I provided the serial number, the details of Chloe's photo. Then I deleted the email, closed the browser, and disconnected the router. The silence that followed was deafening, a stark contrast to the constant hum that had filled my flat. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Sleep became a distant memory. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren sent a jolt of terror through me. I imagined them knocking on my door, their faces grim, their questions pointed. My carefully constructed world of self-deception had imploded, leaving me exposed and terrified. A week passed. No police, no arrests. No news reports linking my email to any breakthrough in Chloe's case. Had they dismissed it? Was my anonymous tip lost in the deluge of other, less credible leads? The uncertainty was a torment. I started to question my own sanity. Had I imagined the coincidences? Had my debt-ridden brain conjured a narrative of horror to justify my own failings? Then, an email arrived. It wasn't from the police. It was from one of my previous customers, a woman who had bought a digital camera from me months ago. The subject line read, "Regarding the camera." My blood ran cold. I opened it, my breath catching in my throat. "I need to speak to you urgently about the camera you sold me," the email began. There are some unusual photos on it. Photos of places I recognize, and a face I recognize from the news. A cold, hard knot formed in my stomach. She had traced it back to me. How? I had always used burner emails, VPNs, and anonymous shipping labels. I had covered my tracks meticulously. Or so I thought. My phone rang. The number was blocked. I stared at it, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I didn't answer. It rang again, and again. The persistent buzzing was like a drill boring into my skull. I switched off my phone, pulling the plug from the router, plunging my flat into an even deeper digital silence. But the silence didn't bring peace. It brought a suffocating sense of impending doom. I was exposed. The anonymity I had so carefully cultivated had failed. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and fear. I barely ate, barely slept. Every shadow held a lurking threat. Every sound a potential harbinger of discovery. I peered through the gaps in my curtains, watching the car park below, half expecting to see a police car, a figure in a trench coat. My own reflection in the window seemed alien, gaunt, eyes wide with a terror I could no longer suppress. I knew I couldn't hide forever. The woman who had bought the camera, she knew. And if she knew, others could too. The network I had been a part of, the shadows I had moved through, were now closing in around me. The knock came just before dawn. 3 sharp, authoritative raps that echoed through the silence of my flat. My breath hitched. I froze, my heart thundering. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I just listened, straining for any sound, any clue. Another knock, louder this time. "Police!" A voice boomed from the other side of the door. "Open up, Mr. Davies." Mr. Davies. My name wasn't Davies. I felt a flicker of confusion, a tiny, fleeting moment of reprieve before the full weight of the situation crashed down on me again. They had the wrong name. Or did they? Had I been so careless? The door rattled as a heavy shoulder struck it. The cheap lock groaned in protest. I stumbled backward, my legs suddenly weak. This was it. The end of my quiet, desperate enterprise. The reckoning. I heard the splintering of wood, the sharp crack of the doorframe giving way. Figures in dark uniforms burst into my flat, their faces grim, their movements swift and precise. The beam of a powerful torch cut through the gloom, momentarily blinding me. "Martin Hayes," one of them demanded, his voice devoid of inflection. I could only nod, my throat dry, my tongue thick. "You're under arrest." They cuffed me, the cold metal biting into my wrists. I offered no resistance. What was the point? My life, my carefully constructed facade had crumbled. As they led me out past the scattered boxes, past the glowing embers of my laptop, I glanced back at the screen. It had powered itself on somehow, displaying the Shadow Market homepage. And there it was, a new listing, prominently displayed, a fresh face on the scrolling banner. My face, my own hollow-eyed face, staring out from the digital abyss. Below it, a chilling single word: available. The orange glow of the sodium light still seeped through the shattered doorway, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, a silent, swirling testament to the quiet complicity of survival and the moral erosion that had consumed me. The hum of the substation, for the first time, seemed to fade into a distant whisper, replaced by the deafening roar of my own terror. There's a reason most people never go past the first few search results when they're looking for something disturbing online. Sometimes what you find in the deeper corners of the internet finds you back. I was 17 and in my final year at sixth form when I got invited to the group chat that changed everything. Not that I thought of it that way at the time, of course. Back then, it just seemed like another place where people shared content that was too extreme for mainstream platforms, the sort of thing that gets removed from social media within hours of being posted. The invitation came from someone I'd met on a forum dedicated to banned films and censored documentaries. He went by the username Deep Diver and seemed to know about obscure content that most people had never heard of. After a few weeks of exchanging messages about hard-to-find footage, he asked if I wanted to join a more private discussion group. I should probably have asked more questions about what exactly they discussed in this private group, but I was curious and figured it couldn't be worse than some of the content I'd already encountered online. Plus, being invited to something exclusive felt like validation that I was serious about this stuff, rather than just another casual browser. The group used an encrypted messaging app that automatically deleted messages after a few hours. There were maybe 15 or 20 regular participants, all using pseudonyms, discussing everything from leaked police footage to underground documentaries that had never seen official release. Most of the conversation was fairly mundane. People sharing links, discussing whether particular videos were authentic, debating the ethics of viewing certain types of content. The sort of academic discussion you might expect from film students, except focusing on material that would never appear on any university syllabus. But occasionally, someone would mention red rooms. For those who don't know, red rooms are supposedly live streams hidden on the dark web, where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most people dismiss them as urban legend, technically impossible to maintain and too risky for anyone to actually operate. The group participants seemed split on whether they actually existed. Some claimed to have accessed genuine streams. Others insisted it was all elaborate fiction designed to waste people's time and money. The debates could go on for hours without reaching any conclusion. What made me pay attention was how knowledgeable some of the participants seemed about the technical aspects. They discussed hosting infrastructure, streaming protocols, and audience management with the sort of detail that suggested real familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who called himself Stream Watcher, claimed to have documented evidence of multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He offered to share recordings and screenshots with serious researchers who could prove their legitimate interest in the subject. I was skeptical initially. Half the people online claimed to have exclusive access to rare content, and most turned out to be attention seekers or scammers. But Streamwatcher's approach was different, more cautious, more professional, focused on documentation rather than sensationalism. After several weeks of proving my interest through detailed discussions about other extreme content, Streamwatcher finally offered to share some of his archive material. Not direct access to live streams, but recordings and evidence that would allow me to evaluate whether red rooms were genuine phenomena or elaborate hoaxes. The files he sent were disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been genuine documentation of real events, or sophisticated fiction created by someone with considerable technical skills and resources. What convinced me the material might be authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating fiction. Background sounds that suggested urban environments, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times when cross-referenced with other sources. Streamwatcher explained that accessing live streams required considerably more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services hosting red rooms changed locations frequently, required personal recommendations to access, and operated on schedules that weren't publicly advertised. But if I was serious about documenting whether red rooms were real or fictional, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. Viewing recordings of questionable content was one thing, but participating in a live stream felt like crossing a line into more serious territory. But I was curious, and Streamwatcher assured me that observation didn't require any participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software to download, rotating access codes, designated connection times. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research interests. When I finally connected to the live stream, the interface was surprisingly ordinary. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed a concrete room with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal chair, and restrained in that chair was a man who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. He was conscious but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, though English appeared to be the primary language for communication. People were making suggestions, placing bets on various outcomes, treating the situation like entertainment. I watched for about 40 minutes before anything significant occurred. The man in the chair would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained a running commentary, with participants displaying varying degrees of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary clothes, jeans, plain shirt, nothing theatrical or costume-like, no mask or distinctive features, though the camera positioning meant I never got a clear view of their face. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. What followed was methodical preparation. The figure arranged tools on a nearby surface, adjusted camera equipment, checked various pieces of apparatus that weren't fully visible in the main video feed. They moved with the practiced efficiency of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as the preparations continued. People were making requests in multiple languages, sharing previous experiences, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching the stream. I realized I needed to stop watching before the situation escalated further. Whatever was about to happen would cross ethical boundaries that no amount of academic curiosity could justify. I was about to close the browser when something in the video made me pause. The camera had shifted slightly, revealing more of the room's background. On the wall behind the chair was a poster, a promotional image for a local music festival that had taken place in Birmingham the previous summer. I recognized that poster because I'd been to the festival, had the same promotional image saved on my phone from when I'd posted about it on social media. It was distinctive enough that there couldn't be any mistake about what I was seeing, which meant this stream was being broadcast from somewhere near Birmingham, possibly from Birmingham itself. I took screenshots of the background details and compared them to images I could find online. The poster was definitely from the Birmingham Festival, but there were other details too. A section of brick wall with a particular pattern. fluorescent lighting fixtures that looked like standard commercial installation. The combination of elements suggested an industrial or commercial space rather than a residential property. Somewhere with concrete floors, basic lighting, and walls where someone could put up posters without worrying about damage to decorative surfaces. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Birmingham connection, looking at maps of industrial areas, checking property listings for commercial spaces, trying to identify locations that matched what I'd seen in the stream. The other group chat participants seemed impressed that I'd spotted local details in the background. Streamwatcher in particular was interested in my analysis, asking detailed questions about the Birmingham area and whether I recognized any other elements from the video. His questions made me uncomfortable. Rather than being pleased that I'd provided useful information, he seemed focused on how much I knew about local geography and whether I spent time in industrial areas of the city. That's when I started to wonder whether my invitation to the group chat had been as random as I'd initially assumed. I went back through our early conversations, looking for anything that might have revealed my location or personal details. I'd been careful not to share identifying information, but there were probably enough clues in my posts for someone determined to work out roughly where I lived. My concerns increased when Streamwatcher offered to share access to another live stream. This one specifically described as being broadcast from the Midlands. He seemed particularly interested in whether I'd be able to identify the location from background details. Instead of accepting the offer, I decided to test whether the group participants knew more about me than they should. I posted a message mentioning that I was planning to visit London the following weekend, then watched to see if anyone reacted to the false information. Within a few hours, Streamwatcher had sent a private message asking about my London plans and suggesting places I might find interesting to visit. His recommendations were specific enough to suggest he knew the city well, but generic enough that they could apply to any tourist. But then he mentioned a particular bookshop in Camden that specialized in rare and unusual publications, the sort of place that someone interested in extreme content might find appealing, but not somewhere you'd recommend to a casual visitor. I'd never mentioned any interest in books or Camden specifically. The recommendation felt like someone demonstrating knowledge they shouldn't have about my interests and preferences. That night, I noticed a car parked outside my house that I hadn't seen before. Nothing particularly suspicious about it, just an ordinary family saloon with local number plates. But it was positioned where the driver would have a clear view of my bedroom window. I watched from behind my curtains for about an hour, but no one approached the car or gave any indication of what they were doing there. Eventually, I convinced myself I was being paranoid and went to bed. The car was gone the next morning, but I found myself checking for it every time I looked outside. Over the next week, I started noticing other small things that individually meant nothing, but collectively suggested someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. Post delivered slightly later than usual, as if someone had intercepted and then replaced it. Items in my room that seemed to have been moved minutely from where I'd left them. The sort of details that could easily be imagination or coincidence, but which felt more significant in the context of my growing suspicions about the group chat. I decided to test my theory by posting false information about my weekend plans, claiming I was visiting relatives in Manchester when I actually intended to stay home. Then I watched to see if anyone showed unusual interest in my supposed absence. On Saturday morning, while I was supposedly in Manchester, someone knocked on our front door. I watched from my bedroom window as a man in ordinary clothes had a brief conversation with my mother. showing her what appeared to be some kind of identification. From the distance, I couldn't hear what they were discussing, but my mother seemed to be answering questions rather than just providing directions or information. After about 5 minutes, the man left and my mother returned inside. When I went downstairs later, I asked her who had been at the door. She said it was someone from the council asking about planning applications for the street, checking which properties might be affected by proposed development work. Nothing unusual about the conversation, though she mentioned that he'd seemed particularly interested in which rooms faced the rear garden. That evening, I received a private message from Streamwatcher asking how my Manchester trip had gone and whether I'd found anything interesting to do there. I hadn't mentioned Manchester specifically in the group chat. I'd said relatives in the northwest, but the specific city had only appeared in a private conversation with one other participant who'd asked for more details about my travel plans, which meant either that participant had shared my information with Streamwatcher, or Streamwatcher was monitoring my private conversations more closely than the group's security protocol should have allowed. I stopped participating in the group chat after that. Didn't make any dramatic announcement or explain my concerns, just gradually reduced my posting frequency until I was effectively lurking rather than contributing. But the messages from Streamwatcher continued. Not threatening or obviously suspicious, just casual check-ins asking about my interests and activities. The sort of friendly contact that would seem normal from someone you'd met through shared hobbies, except for the increasing specificity of his questions about my local area and daily routine. 2 weeks after I'd stopped participating in the group chat, I found a USB stick in my college bag. Not obviously placed there, just loose in the bottom of the bag like it had fallen out of a textbook, or been forgotten after borrowing someone's laptop. The sort of thing that happens regularly in college environments where everyone's constantly sharing equipment and files. But I couldn't remember putting it there, and it didn't belong to any of my course mates when I asked around. The USB contained a single video file with no identifying information about its source or creation date. When I opened it, I found myself watching footage of my own bedroom. Not recent footage. The timestamp showed it had been recorded several months earlier before I'd rearranged my furniture and redecorated. But it was definitely my room, filmed from an angle that suggested the camera had been positioned near my window. The recording showed me sleeping, completely unaware that I was being watched and documented. Several hours of footage covering an entire night, edited down to highlight moments when I'd moved or changed position. At the end of the recording was a title card with a single line of text and a date 1 week in the future. Next episode, live. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. Going to the police would require explaining how I got involved with the group chat in the first place, and I'm not sure they'd believe a story about being targeted through discussions of extreme online content. Moving away isn't realistic when I'm still in sixth form and living with my parents, and I'm not convinced it would help anyway if these people have been planning this for months. The date from the USB stick is tomorrow night. I don't know whether that means another recording will be made, or something worse, but I do know that I should have been more careful about who I trusted online, and what information I shared with people whose real identities I never bothered to verify. There's a reason most people never go past the first few search results when they're looking for disturbing content. Sometimes the most disturbing thing you'll find is that it was looking for you all along. I want to tell you about something that happened to me last February. It's pretty messed up, and I haven't really told anyone about it until now. I figured it might be worth sharing, both to get it off my chest and because, well, maybe it could prevent someone else from falling into the same trap I did. It all started when I received an invitation to test out a new VR experience at a place called Neo Sensory in Manchester. What was supposed to be a simple tech preview turned into one of the most disturbing experiences of my life and opened my eyes to a dark reality hiding behind cutting-edge technology. I've always been into tech, especially gaming and VR. I studied computer science at university but dropped out in my final year when my anxiety got too overwhelming. Since then, I've worked various tech support jobs, most recently at a mobile phone shop in Manchester. Nothing glamorous, but it paid the bills and kept me connected to the industry I loved. In my spare time, I ran a moderately successful gaming blog where I reviewed indie titles and new VR experiences. It wasn't huge, maybe 5,000 monthly readers, but enough that I occasionally received invitations to preview events or beta tests. That's how I ended up at Neo Sensory last February. Their PR team emailed me about a new VR experience center they were opening in an old industrial building near the Northern Quarter. According to the email, they were pioneering next-generation haptic feedback technology that promised to blur the line between virtual and physical sensation. They were offering free sessions to selected tech enthusiasts in exchange for feedback before their official launch. No obligation to write positively about it, just an honest assessment of the experience. I'd heard vague rumors about Neo Sensory on some tech forums, whispers about military funding and experimental neural interfaces, but nothing concrete. What caught my attention was a comment on a dark web discussion board I occasionally monitored for my blog, where someone claimed Neo Sensory had developed technology based on classified research into pain response management. At the time, I dismissed it as the usual conspiracy nonsense that circulates in those spaces. Now, I wish I'd paid more attention. The Neo Sensory building itself was impressive, a converted textile factory with the original brick exterior but completely modernized inside. The reception area featured minimalist white furnishings, ambient electronic music, and staff dressed in matching grey uniforms. I remember thinking it felt more like a high-end spa than a gaming center. The receptionist scanned my invitation QR code, had me sign a digital waiver on a tablet without really giving me time to read it, and then directed me to a preparation room. This first room contained what looked like standard VR equipment, headsets, haptic gloves, and the usual motion sensors, but with some modifications I hadn't seen before. Most notably, each set included what they called neural feedback pads that attached to your temples, wrists, and the base of your spine. The staff member explained these would enhance sensory immersion by creating precise neurological feedback loops. It sounded impressive but vague, the kind of technobabble that tech companies often use to make simple concepts sound revolutionary. After a brief orientation, I was led to a private booth, a space about 3 meters square with padded walls and a suspended harness system that allowed free movement while preventing you from hitting anything. The staff member helped me into the full gear, headset, gloves, feedback pads, and a lightweight exosuit that applied pressure to various muscle groups to simulate physical resistance. Once everything was connected and calibrated, they left me alone in the booth. The VR environment loaded up, presenting itself as Consequence Level 1. The virtual space appeared to be a stark white room with various objects on pedestals, a glass of water, a candle, a rose, a block of ice. A floating interface invited me to explore physical consequences in a safe environment. It seemed like a basic haptic demonstration program, designed to showcase the system's ability to simulate different textures and sensations. I began interacting with the virtual objects and immediately noticed the extraordinary fidelity of the sensations. When I touched the virtual ice, my fingertips felt genuinely cold. The candle flame produced actual warmth. The rose petal's texture was impossibly realistic. I'd tried dozens of haptic systems before, but nothing came close to this level of sensory precision. I remember thinking this technology must have cost millions to develop. After about 10 minutes of these basic interactions, the environment changed. The white room dissolved, replaced by what appeared to be a realistic apartment interior. On a virtual screen on the wall, text appeared explaining that this was Consequence Level 2, where I would experience emotional and physical cause and effect in a realistic environment. The objectives seemed simple: complete everyday tasks, while the system created appropriate sensory feedback. As I moved through the virtual apartment, interacting with objects, I began to notice something odd. Occasionally, when I performed certain actions, dropping a plate, closing a drawer, turning on a tap, I would hear faint sounds that didn't seem to match the virtual environment. Something like muffled gasps or sharp intakes of breath. At first, I assumed it was just part of the ambient sound design. But the sounds occurred inconsistently, only following specific actions. The system guided me through increasingly complex tasks, eventually introducing stress elements like time challenges. During one timed cooking simulation, I accidentally knocked over a virtual pan of boiling water. The haptic feedback delivered a mild sensation of heat to my arm, but more disturbingly, I distinctly heard what sounded like a cry of pain from somewhere outside the simulation. The sound was quickly masked by the program's audio effects, but it left me unsettled. When I completed Level 2, the environment shifted again. Consequence: Level 3 transported me to what appeared to be a sterile laboratory setting. The interface explained this level would explore physical consequence escalation and test my threshold for causal comfort. The objectives became more bizarre. Use various implements on test subjects represented as featureless mannequins. Adjust environmental controls that cause visible discomfort to these figures. Manipulate emotional states through physical stimuli. The disembodied sounds became more frequent and distinct, definitely human reactions corresponding to my actions in the simulation. When I used a virtual scalpel on a mannequin, I heard a stifled scream. When I adjusted temperature controls to extremes, there were sounds of shivering or panting. The haptic feedback to my own body remained mild and manageable, but something about the audio felt increasingly wrong, increasingly real. I tried removing the headset, suddenly uncomfortable with whatever I was participating in, but discovered it wouldn't detach. The neural feedback pads seemed to have formed some kind of temporary bond with my skin. I called out for assistance, but no one came. Instead, the program advanced automatically to Consequence Level 4. The laboratory environment expanded, revealing glass-walled cells containing actual human figures rather than mannequins. Each person wore equipment similar to mine, but with more extensive neural pads covering much of their bodies. With sickening clarity, I realized what was happening. My virtual actions were controlling real physical sensations being delivered to actual people. The haptic feedback I was receiving was merely a fraction of what they were experiencing. An interface appeared, explicitly confirming my suspicions. Direct neural stimulation now linked. Your actions equal their consequences. Premium dark web streaming active. Current viewers, 152. Current Bitcoin revenue, 3.28. I wasn't merely a tester of new VR technology. I was an unwitting torturer providing entertainment for paying viewers on the dark web. The sensation of ice on my fingertips corresponded to freezing pain for someone else. The warmth from the candle translated to burning agony for my involuntary partner. Every interaction I'd found so impressively realistic had caused genuine suffering to someone being held in this facility. In horrified panic, I tried again to remove the equipment, pulling frantically at the headset and gloves. This triggered what the system called a non-compliance protocol, a brief but excruciating electrical shock delivered through the neural pads. A message informed me that removing the equipment prematurely would cause terminal feedback to both myself and my connected subjects. For what felt like hours, but was probably only 40 minutes, I was forced to continue participating, trying to minimize the actions that seemed to cause the most severe reactions. Eventually, a countdown timer appeared, indicating the session was nearing completion. When it reached 0, the system began a shutdown sequence, and the equipment finally released its hold on me. As the headset lifted away, I caught a glimpse of multiple screens on the booth's wall that had been hidden before. They showed various angles of rooms containing people connected to equipment similar to mine, their bodies responding to whatever was happening in their corresponding simulations. Some were clearly unconscious, others writhing in obvious distress. One screen displayed what appeared to be a bidding interface with usernames and cryptocurrency amounts. I stumbled out of the booth, dizzy and disoriented, to find the preparation room empty. The reception area was similarly deserted, with no sign of the staff who had greeted me earlier. The building's main door was unlocked, and I fled into the street, gasping for air that didn't reek of sanitizer and fear. I spent that night deliberating whether to contact the police. By morning, I convinced myself I should, but when I returned to the address with 2 officers, we found the building completely empty. No VR equipment, no booths, not even the reception desk. Just an empty industrial space with bare walls and a concrete floor. The officers took my statement but clearly didn't believe me, especially when they couldn't find any record of a company called Neosensory, registered at that address or anywhere in Manchester. 2 weeks later, I received an email from an encrypted address containing only a video file. The footage showed me during my session, my face contorted with fascination and then horror as I gradually realized what I was participating in. Below the video was a message: Level 5 access granted. Premium controller status available. Your unique neural signature has been catalogued. Distance operation now possible. I destroyed my laptop, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts, and moved to a different city. But I can't escape the knowledge of what I participated in, or the fear that somehow, through that brief neural connection, they still have access to me. Sometimes my fingers tingle unexpectedly, as if holding phantom controllers. Sometimes I feel the ghost of those neural pads against my skin. And sometimes, when I pass someone on the street who winces suddenly or gasps in unexpected pain, I wonder if somewhere, someone is playing a game with real consequences, using the neural signature they harvested from me as their unwitting proxy in the physical world. Isn't it strange how sometimes the thing that gets you banned from everywhere respectable is exactly what prepares you for places where respectability would just make you a target? I was 24 and living in a bedsit in Newcastle when I got permanently banned from the last mainstream poker platform that would accept UK players. Not for cheating, I wasn't good enough at the game to cheat successfully, but for what they politely called persistent antisocial behavior in chat rooms. Turns out that calling other players idiots when they made obviously stupid moves violated community standards, even when you were demonstrably correct about their lack of skill. After about 18 months of warnings and temporary suspensions, they decided I was too disruptive for their family-friendly environment. The problem was that I'd gotten addicted to the thrill of high-stakes games against players who thought they were cleverer than they actually were. Losing access to legitimate platforms meant either giving up poker entirely or finding alternatives that operated outside normal regulatory frameworks. The dark web had plenty of gambling sites that didn't care about your previous behavior on mainstream platforms. Anonymous rooms where you could play against people from around the world without worrying about identity verification or community standards. The sort of places that attracted players who'd been banned elsewhere or preferred to keep their activities private. I started with straightforward poker rooms that functioned exactly like legitimate sites except for the lack of regulation and player protection. The games were often higher quality than mainstream platforms because everyone there was serious about gambling rather than just casual entertainment. But the anonymous nature of these sites meant they attracted more than just poker players. People shared information about other hidden services, discussed activities that wouldn't be tolerated on the regular internet, treated the whole dark web like a private club for people who didn't fit into conventional online spaces. After about 6 months of regular play, I started hearing about rooms that offered more than just card games. Places where you could bet on real events happening in real time, often with the ability to influence outcomes through collective audience participation. The concept seemed like a natural evolution of online gambling. Instead of betting on the outcome of artificial games with predetermined odds, you could wager on genuine events with unpredictable results. The sort of authentic uncertainty that serious gamblers were always seeking. One player I'd gotten to know through regular games mentioned that he'd accessed rooms where you could watch and bet on what he called live action streams. Events broadcast from various locations where viewers could place bets on outcomes while they were happening. He was deliberately vague about the specific nature of these events, but his description suggested they were considerably more intense than typical sports betting or casino games, the sort of content that would explain why they needed to operate through hidden services rather than legitimate platforms. After proving my reliability through months of regular poker play, he offered to share access details for one of these live-action rooms. He warned me that the content might be disturbing for people who weren't prepared for genuine uncertainty and real consequences. I should have asked more questions about what exactly I'd be watching and betting on. But the thrill of accessing something exclusive and potentially profitable overrode my caution about getting involved in activities I didn't fully understand. The access process was similar to the poker rooms I'd been using, just with additional security measures that suggested the content was more sensitive than card games. When I finally connected to the live action room, the interface was more sophisticated than anything I'd encountered before. Multiple video feeds showed different locations, each with associated betting options and viewer participation features. The quality was professional rather than amateur, suggesting serious investments in equipment and infrastructure. Most of the feeds showed empty rooms or static scenes, but one was obviously active with something happening in real time. A basement or converted garage space with someone strapped to a metal table in the center of the frame. The betting options were unlike anything I'd seen before. Not simple win-lose propositions, but complex wagers on specific outcomes, duration of events, audience participation effects, the sort of sophisticated gambling mechanics that would appeal to serious players rather than casual observers. I placed a small bet on the duration of the current event, thinking I was wagering on some kind of performance or staged competition. The other participants in the room seemed experienced, placing larger bets with the confidence of people who understood what they were watching. About 30 minutes into my observation, someone entered the video frame and began making preparations that made it clear this wasn't a performance or competition. This was real violence happening in real time, with an audience betting on specific aspects of what was going to occur. I should have left the room immediately and tried to forget what I'd seen, but the gambling mechanics were genuinely engaging, and I found myself placing additional bets despite being disturbed by the content I was watching. The other participants treated it like any other form of gambling, discussing odds and strategies with the clinical detachment of professional players. Their casual approach to extremely disturbing content was somehow more unsettling than the violence itself. Over the next few weeks, I found myself returning to the live action rooms regularly, not because I enjoyed watching violence, but because the gambling was unlike anything I'd experienced before. Genuine uncertainty combined with immediate results and the ability to influence outcomes through betting patterns. The rooms hosted different types of events on different schedules, all involving real people in real situations with unpredictable outcomes. The production quality varied, but the gambling mechanics were consistently sophisticated and engaging. What bothered me most wasn't the violence itself, but the gradual realization that some events appeared to be happening locally rather than in distant foreign countries. Background details that suggested British locations, architectural features I recognized, even glimpses of packaging or signage that looked familiar. I started paying attention to local news reports, looking for incidents that might correspond to events I'd seen in the live action rooms. Without specific dates or clear geographic indicators, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained incidents than you'd normally expect. One case particularly caught my attention because it involved someone who'd gone missing from Newcastle, not far from where I lived. They disappeared after leaving a pub in the city centre, and despite extensive searches, no trace had been found. The physical description and age matched someone I thought I'd seen in one of the live streams, though the poor video quality made it impossible to be completely certain. But the timing and circumstances were consistent enough to be disturbing. The possibility that people from my own area might be involved in the events I'd been betting on made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. This wasn't abstract gambling on distant events. It could be involving people who lived in my city, used the same pubs, walked the same streets. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Former poker player claims to have found evidence of live violence streams while gambling on illegal platforms. They'd probably assume I was making up stories to deflect attention from my own illegal gambling activities. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people running these rooms discovered that someone was connecting their content to real-world events. I'd been participating regularly for weeks, placing bets and contributing to room discussions in ways that could potentially be traced back to me. I decided to be more cautious about which rooms I accessed and how much personal information I revealed through my betting patterns. But I also found myself unable to stop participating entirely, partly because of the gambling addiction, but also because I'd become fascinated by the mechanics of how these rooms functioned. The betting systems were remarkably sophisticated, suggesting serious technical expertise and financial investment. The video quality was professional, the streaming was reliable, and the audience participation features worked flawlessly, despite the obviously illegal nature of the content. Someone was running what amounted to a high-tech gambling business based on real violence, with all the infrastructure and technical sophistication you'd expect from legitimate online casinos. The sort of professional activity that required significant resources and long-term planning. About 2 months after I'd started accessing the live action rooms, I received a private message from someone who claimed to be interested in my betting patterns and analytical approach to the events. They said they'd noticed my consistent participation and wondered if I might be interested in additional opportunities that weren't available to casual participants. More exclusive rooms with higher stakes and more sophisticated gambling mechanics. The offer felt like a natural progression from regular participation to VIP access, the sort of reward system that legitimate gambling sites used to retain valuable customers. But something about the tone of the message made me uncomfortable. It suggested they'd been monitoring my activities more closely than I'd realized, tracking not just my bets, but my overall approach to the content. The level of surveillance implied either sophisticated technical capabilities or dedicated human observers. I didn't respond immediately, telling myself I needed time to consider whether I wanted to become more deeply involved in activities that were obviously illegal and potentially dangerous. But I kept checking for new messages, worried that not responding quickly enough might be interpreted as rejection or disrespect by people who demonstrated they had access to considerable resources and weren't constrained by normal legal boundaries. The next evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my door while I was out buying groceries. Inside was a single piece of paper with information that made my hands shake as I read it. It was a printout of my betting history from the live action rooms, showing not just the amounts I'd wagered, but detailed analysis of my patterns, preferences, and successful predictions. Information that should have been private, but had obviously been compiled by someone with complete access to the room's records. At the bottom of the page was a handwritten note with a simple message. We should meet. No signature, no contact details. Just those 3 words that made it clear someone wanted to discuss my participation in person, rather than through anonymous online messages. The note was accompanied by an address in Newcastle city centre and a time the following evening, a location I recognized as a legitimate business area, rather than anywhere obviously dangerous or suspicious. I spent the rest of the evening trying to decide whether to attend the meeting or disappear entirely from the dark web gambling scene. Either choice felt risky. Meeting unknown people who demonstrated extensive surveillance capabilities, or refusing contact with individuals who clearly had significant resources and few legal constraints. In the end, curiosity and concern about the consequences of non-compliance made me decide to attend the meeting. But I also made arrangements to have someone check on me if I didn't return home by a specific time. The meeting location was a coffee shop in a busy part of the city centre, the sort of public space where nothing obviously threatening could happen without witnesses. I arrived early and positioned myself where I could observe the entrance while appearing to read a newspaper. The person who approached my table looked completely ordinary. Mid-30s, well-dressed, the sort of professional you might see in any business district. Nothing that would make them stand out in a crowd or suggest involvement in illegal activities. They sat down without introduction and began discussing my participation in the live action rooms with the casual familiarity of someone reviewing performance metrics with a valued employee. My betting patterns, analytical skills, ability to predict outcomes that other participants missed. The conversation felt like a job interview disguised as social interaction. They were evaluating my suitability for something more involved than passive participation, though they remained vague about what exactly that involvement would entail. After about 20 minutes of discussion, they made an offer that confirmed my worst suspicions about how deep I'd gotten into something I didn't understand. They wanted me to help select participants for future events. Not directly involved in violence, they assured me, just providing input about which types of people would create the most engaging content for gambling audiences. My analytical skills and understanding of what made events unpredictable would be valuable for improving the quality of their streams. The offer was presented as a natural progression from successful gambling to behind-the-scenes involvement, with financial compensation that was considerably more attractive than my current benefits and part-time work income. I told them I needed time to consider the opportunity, hoping to end the conversation without committing to anything, while also avoiding outright rejection that might have immediate consequences. They seemed to accept this response, mentioning that they understood such decisions required careful consideration. But they also made it clear that my previous participation had already made me part of their community in ways that couldn't be easily undone. As they left, they handed me a mobile phone and explained that they'd be in touch about my decision within the next few days. The phone was for communication purposes only and shouldn't be used for any other activities. I took the phone home and spent the evening trying to process what had just happened. My casual gambling on illegal platforms had somehow evolved into recruitment for activities that went far beyond passive participation in online betting. The phone remained silent for 2 days, during which I convinced myself that maybe they decided to pursue other candidates and I could return to normal life without further complications. Then it rang. The voice was different from the person I'd met, but the message was clear. They'd selected a potential participant for an upcoming event and wanted my input about whether this person would create engaging content for their audience. They provided an address and asked me to observe the location for a few hours, noting daily routines and habits that might be relevant for planning purposes. Nothing directly harmful, they assured me, just gathering information that would help them make better decisions about content development. I should have thrown the phone away and moved to a different city immediately. Should have contacted the police despite the risks, to myself, and tried to prevent whatever they were planning. Instead, I found myself walking past the address they'd provided, observing someone who looked like they could have been me in different circumstances. Someone living alone, following predictable routines, vulnerable in ways they probably didn't even realize. I never reported back about what I'd observed, and I never answered the phone when it rang again over the following weeks. But I also never threw it away or tried to escape the situation entirely. Because part of me knew that people who went to such lengths to recruit assistance wouldn't simply accept non-cooperation as a final answer. And another part of me was curious about how far this could go, how much control they really had, whether someone like me could find a way to benefit from association with people who clearly had resources and opportunities that weren't available through legitimate channels. The phone is still in my flat, charged and waiting. Sometimes I think about what would happen if I answered it, what they might offer now that enough time has passed for them to assume I've had adequate opportunity to consider their proposition. But mostly I think about the person I observed and whether they're still following the same routine I documented, still unaware that someone has been watching them with professional interest. You never really know your neighbors, do you? I mean, we all have this idea that suburbs are these safe little bubbles where everyone's just living their normal lives behind their normal doors. Mowing lawns on Sundays, having barbecues in summer, that whole picture-perfect thing. That's what I thought about Cherry Lane when I first moved there. Just your average street in a quiet suburb outside Manchester. Decent houses, nice gardens, the occasional kid's bike left on a front lawn. Nothing special, nothing that would make you look twice. I bought my house there about 4 years ago after getting a job at the local university's IT department. Nothing fancy, just network security and maintenance. The kind of job where people only notice you when something stops working. The house was a decent semi-detached. Previous owners had done it up nice enough that I didn't have to worry about major renovations. Perfect for a single guy who'd rather spend his weekends gaming than fixing leaky pipes. The neighbors seemed friendly enough at first. There was this older couple next door who'd bring in my bins when I forgot. A family with teenagers across the street. A few young professionals like me scattered around. Everyone smiled and waved. but kept to themselves for the most part. Perfect for me, since I've never been the block party type. I remember thinking it was weird how quiet the street was at night, even on weekends. Most suburbs have at least some noise. Teenagers hanging out, the occasional party, cars coming and going. But Cherry Lane was different. After about 9 p.m., it was like someone had hit a mute button. No cars driving through, no voices, sometimes not even the sound of a TV through an open window in summer. I just figured I'd gotten lucky. Found a street full of early-to-bed types who respected the peace and quiet. The first thing that struck me as odd, and honestly, I ignored it at the time, was the internet setup. Being an IT guy, I naturally checked out the network infrastructure when I moved in. The whole street had this insanely good fiber connection, way better than you'd expect for a suburb this far from the city centre. I mean, we're talking enterprise-level speeds. When I asked the installation guy about it, he just shrugged and made a vague comment about the area being part of a special regional upgrade. I didn't question it, just felt lucky to have such good bandwidth for my gaming sessions. It was about 6 months in when I started noticing other strange things, little inconsistencies that didn't quite add up, like how the houses all had these high-end security systems, not just alarms, but proper CCTV, motion sensors, the works. Strange for a neighborhood with practically zero crime. Or how almost everyone had blackout blinds or curtains that were always closed after dark. Or the way certain houses would have visitors only at specific times, never random drop-ins, always scheduled, always the same pattern. Being a bit of a nerd with too much time on my hands, I started keeping track of these patterns, just out of curiosity, you know. The family across the street, for instance, every Tuesday and Friday, they'd have visitors arrive precisely at 10 p.m. The visitors always parked around the corner, rather than directly outside. They'd stay for exactly 2 hours, then leave. Same routine, week after week. The house 3 doors down had a different schedule. Mondays and Thursdays, visitors between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. The older couple next door, Wednesdays, weekends off. It was like watching some bizarre shift rotation at a factory, except this was a residential street. I probably would have just written it off as some weird suburban swinger thing, or maybe a gambling circle, if it hadn't been for what happened with my Wi-Fi. Being in network security, I regularly scan my home network for intrusions or unusual activity, just professional paranoia, I guess. One night, I noticed something strange. Massive data uploads happening at regular intervals, not from my devices, but somehow passing through a hidden node on my network. Someone had piggybacked onto my system, but in a way that was incredibly sophisticated. They weren't just stealing my Wi-Fi. They'd actually created a secondary network that was using my connection as one of multiple routes. It was brilliant, technically speaking, routing data through several houses to mask the origin point, the kind of setup that would take serious expertise and coordination. My professional curiosity got the better of me, and I did something I probably shouldn't have. I set up a packet sniffer to see what kind of data was being transmitted. I expected to find evidence of some boring corporate espionage, or maybe someone running an illegal file-sharing operation. It took me a few days to accept what I was seeing. The houses on Cherry Lane weren't just homes. They were broadcasting studios for the darkest corner of the internet. Red rooms, where people would pay to watch unspeakable things happen in real time. Each house had its own schedule, its own specialty, its own audience, and they were all connected through an elaborate network designed to hide the source of the broadcast from anyone investigating. I should have gone to the police immediately. That's what any normal person would have done. but two things held me back. First, I technically committed a crime by hacking into this network, and second, I had no actual proof of what was happening inside those houses. I'd seen the data, but not the content. For all I knew, I could have been misinterpreting everything. So I decided to gather more evidence. I set up a hidden camera, pointing out my front window, recording the comings and goings on the street. I kept logs of network activity, noted patterns of when broadcasts seemed to be happening. I even started taking evening walks around the neighborhood, trying to glimpse anything through windows or hear anything that might confirm my suspicions. That was my first mistake, showing interest. In a neighborhood built around secrecy, someone suddenly paying attention stands out like a spotlight in darkness. About 2 weeks into my amateur investigation, I noticed a shift in the atmosphere on Cherry Lane. The neighbors stopped waving or making small talk. Cars I didn't recognize would drive slowly past my house at odd hours. My bins would be searched before collection day, items moved around or taken. Small things that could be explained away but added up to a clear message. I was being watched. Then came the digital warnings. My personal account started showing login attempts from unknown locations. My home security system would report offline status despite being fully functional. Anonymous emails would arrive with no content, except my current location or a photo of me taken earlier that day without my knowledge. I was being hunted by people who knew exactly how to disappear others. The turning point came when I returned home one evening to find my front door unlocked. I knew for certain I'd locked it. I always triple-checked. Inside, nothing seemed obviously disturbed, but a network scan revealed a new device connected to my Wi-Fi. A small camera hidden in my living room smoke detector. They'd been inside my house, studying me, assessing the threat I posed. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the dark, back against the wall, laptop open in front of me as I frantically compiled all my evidence onto an encrypted drive. The plan was simple. Leave at dawn, drive straight to a police station in another city, hand everything over, and disappear. Whatever was happening on Cherry Lane was bigger than me, more organized than I'd initially thought. As I worked, a notification popped up on my network monitor. Unusual activity on the street's shared infrastructure. Data rates spiking across multiple houses simultaneously, outside their normal broadcasting schedules. This had never happened before. All the houses were active at once, like some coordinated event. A sinking feeling settled in my stomach as another notification appeared. Someone was accessing my home network, not from outside, but from one of my own devices. The camera in the smoke detector had been activated remotely. I was being watched right now as I prepared my escape. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. It contained only a link, an onion address, accessible only through Tor browsers. Against every instinct screaming at me to ignore it, to grab my keys and run, I clicked the link. It opened to a streaming page with multiple camera views, all showing different angles of my house. My front door, back garden, the street outside, and most terrifyingly, my living room. Me sitting there with my laptop, watching myself on the screen. In the corner of the page was a countdown timer, 003000, ticking down second by second. Below it, a viewer count rapidly climbing into the hundreds, and a comment section filling with messages in multiple languages. The title of the stream, displayed across the top of the page, turned my blood to ice. It announced a Cherry Lane special event focused on eliminating a security threat, with viewer participation enabled. This wasn't just surveillance, it was entertainment. I had been marked not just for removal, but for broadcast. The quiet, ordinary houses of Cherry Lane had synchronized their operations for a special feature presentation, and I was to be the unwilling star. I slammed my laptop shut, grabbed my car keys and the encrypted drive, and made for the front door. As my hand touched the knob, every light in my house suddenly went out. Not just electric lights. My phone died simultaneously, my smartwatch, everything electronic. An EMP device, professional grade, taking out everything with a circuit in a 10-meter radius. In the perfect darkness, I heard multiple cars pulling up outside. Car doors opening and closing with soft, deliberate clicks. Footsteps on gravel, approaching from both directions. The sound of my back door lock being expertly picked. They were efficient, I'll give them that. They knew exactly how to control a situation, how to minimize noise and struggle. I fought anyway, managed to injure at least 2 of them, before something pricked my neck, and the world began to dissolve around me. I woke up in a room I didn't recognize, yet somehow knew intimately from its dimensions and design. One of the broadcasting rooms I'd never seen but had tracked through network data. The encrypted drive was gone. My clothes had been changed. Monitoring equipment had been attached to my chest and head to capture vital signs for the viewers, I realized with detached horror. A high-end camera sat on a tripod in the corner, its red light glowing steadily. On the wall, a monitor displayed the same streaming page I'd seen earlier, now showing me in this room from multiple angles. The viewer count had reached thousands. The comment section scrolled too fast to read, but I caught disturbing suggestions about starting with fingers and saving the face for last among the less translatable comments. In that moment, I understood the true horror of Cherry Lane. It wasn't just that some neighbors were running red rooms. It was that the entire street was a coordinated operation. Everyone was involved, from the elderly couple who'd helped with my bins to the family with teenagers across the street. The quiet suburb wasn't a collection of independent households who happened to be engaged in similar activities. It was a purpose-built broadcasting facility disguised as a normal neighborhood. They'd created an entire fake community, with each house serving a specific role in both the operation and the maintenance of the facade. Some houses were broadcasting studios, others were for technical support, others for security and surveillance. They'd even planted fake normal residents, like the older couple, to make the street appear more authentic to outsiders and new targets. And I hadn't stumbled into this by accident. My background in IT security, my living alone, my clean record and minimal social connections. I'd been selected, researched, and maneuvered into buying that specific house. They'd wanted someone with technical skills to maintain their network infrastructure, someone who wouldn't be immediately missed if they disappeared. I wasn't their first victim. I was their newest employee, expected to work until I became content. The door opened, and 3 of my neighbors entered, people I'd waved to, made small talk with, believed were just ordinary people living ordinary lives. They wore surgical masks and gloves, and one carried a case that opened to reveal medical tools arranged with meticulous precision. The last thing I remember clearly was one of them adjusting the camera angle while explaining to the viewers that tonight's broadcast would demonstrate the consequences of curiosity, teaching a lesson about why some doors should remain closed and some networks left unexplored. I'm only able to tell this story because I escaped. Not that night, but months later, after I'd been broken, after I'd been forced to participate in what happened in those houses, after I'd learned every technical aspect of their operation. I got out during a power outage caused by a winter storm, the only time their redundant systems all failed simultaneously. I took nothing except knowledge of what happens on streets like Cherry Lane. I live differently now, in a small apartment in a crowded city centre. I have no internet connection, no smart devices, nothing that connects to anything else. I change locations every few weeks, pay only in cash, use a different name each time. I write this on paper, transferring it by memory to a public computer that I will never use again. Because Cherry Lane wasn't unique, it was one of many. Their network data revealed connections to similar operations across the country, across Europe, a whole hidden infrastructure of ordinary-looking streets, where extraordinary horrors unfold behind drawn curtains. Streets designed to look normal from the outside, while hosting the most profitable form of entertainment for those with the darkest appetites and the deepest pockets. Sometimes, when I walk through residential areas, I find myself studying the houses, looking for the signs I now recognize all too well. The uniformity of security systems, the pattern of visitor arrivals, the quality of the internet infrastructure, the silence after dark. And sometimes I see a street that matches all the criteria, where every house has blackout blinds that close at sunset, where the residents move with the hyper-awareness of people who know they're always on camera, where normal neighborhood randomness has been replaced by choreographed ordinariness. When I find those streets, I keep walking and never look back. Because the most terrifying thing about places like Cherry Lane isn't what happens inside those houses. It's how ordinary they appear from the outside, how effectively they hide in plain sight, and how many of them exist in quiet suburbs just like yours. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. Part of me wanted to forget it ever happened, to bury it somewhere deep and never look back, but I can't sleep properly anymore. And the counselor I've been seeing suggested that writing it down might help process everything. So here goes, the reason I'll never join another dark web tourism excursion as long as I live. I've always had a bit of a morbid fascination with abandoned places, especially those with dark histories. I'd spent years exploring derelict factories and forgotten manor houses across the British countryside, documenting my findings on various urbex forums. It was through one of these communities that I first heard about the special tour being offered at Blackwood Asylum, a Victorian-era psychiatric hospital that had been shuttered in the 1980s after a series of patient abuse scandals. The building had recently undergone partial renovation to make it safe for guided tours, while supposedly maintaining its authentic atmosphere. The forum post mentioned this wasn't your typical guided walk. It was billed as an immersive experience for serious enthusiasts only, promising access to areas not on the regular tour route. What caught my attention was the exclusivity. You had to be personally invited by an existing member, and the details were only shared through private channels. I remember feeling a flush of pride when Mike, someone I'd exchanged messages with for years but never met in person, offered to add me to their next group. The price was steep, £250, but Mike assured me it would be worth every penny. The payment process should have been my first warning sign. No credit cards, only cryptocurrency transferred to an anonymous wallet. I convinced myself this was simply to maintain the underground, exclusive nature of the experience, perhaps to skirt certain liability issues. How naive I was. I arrived at Blackwood on a dreary October evening, the imposing red brick building looming against the darkening sky, its numerous windows like vacant eyes staring down at us. There were 8 of us in total, all strangers apart from Mike, whom I finally met in person. He wasn't quite what I'd expected. Older, perhaps in his 50s, with cold, evaluating eyes that never seemed to match his smile. He greeted me warmly enough, though, introducing me as the photographer to the others, a detail I didn't recall sharing with him. Our guide arrived precisely at 7 p.m., a tall, gaunt man who introduced himself only as the curator. He wore a pristine black suit that seemed at odds with the decrepit surroundings, and spoke with an accent I couldn't quite place. Eastern European, perhaps. He collected our mobile phones, explaining that they interfered with the authentic experience and the building's sensitive electrical systems. Again, I rationalized this. Many similar tours I'd been on had similar policies, though usually for photography copyright reasons rather than electrical interference. The first hour was relatively standard. We toured the main hall, former administrative offices, and a restored patient ward. The curator delivered a polished narrative about the asylum's history, punctuated with macabre anecdotes about particularly notorious cases. I remember thinking it was interesting, but not particularly special, certainly not worth the exorbitant fee. I caught Mike's eye at one point, raising an eyebrow as if to ask when the exclusive part would begin. He simply mouthed patience and turned his attention back to the curator. Around 90 minutes into the tour, after we'd been led through increasingly deteriorated sections of the building, the curator announced we would now be heading to the special exhibition. He led us down a narrow service staircase I hadn't noticed before, descending far deeper than I would have expected. The basement level we emerged into was noticeably different from the upper floors. The renovation work here appeared more recent and thorough. The walls were freshly plastered and painted a sterile white, the floor covered in scuff-free linoleum. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, giving the corridor a harsh, clinical appearance. I remember feeling increasingly uneasy as we proceeded deeper into this section. Gone were the historical photographs and informational placards that had adorned the walls upstairs. Instead, a series of modern CCTV cameras tracked our progress, their red lights blinking in silent observation. At the time, I rationalized this as security for whatever valuable exhibits lay ahead, but a growing sense of wrongness had begun to settle in my stomach. The curator stopped before a heavy metal door, unmarked save for a small keypad. As he entered a lengthy code, I glanced at the others in our group. Most seemed excited, expectant even, but one woman, younger than the rest, perhaps in her 20s, looked as unsettled as I felt. Our eyes met briefly, and I saw my own apprehension reflected there. I should have trusted that instinct, suggested we both leave. Instead, I silently followed the group as the door swung open. The room beyond was unexpected. A comfortable lounge area with plush leather sofas arranged in a semicircle facing a large screen mounted on the far wall. A small bar was set up in one corner, offering an assortment of high-end spirits. The curator invited us to make ourselves comfortable, to help ourselves to refreshments, whilst he prepared the main attraction. I accepted a whiskey, hoping it might calm my growing nerves. Mike settled beside me, suddenly talkative, asking about my photography equipment, my previous explorations, what sort of content I typically produced. His questions felt probing, invasive even, particularly when he asked if I had specific interests or preferred scenarios. I remember giving vague answers, increasingly uncomfortable with the conversation's direction. After perhaps 20 minutes, the curator returned, now accompanied by 2 burly men in black clothing who positioned themselves on either side of the door through which we'd entered. The curator stood before the screen, addressing us with a practiced smile that never reached his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. What you are about to experience is entirely unique. A Blackwood Asylum exclusive. For centuries, humans have been fascinated by the suffering of others. The Romans had their Colosseum, the medievals their public executions. In our sanitized modern world, such opportunities for authentic observation are limited, but the human appetite remains. He gestured to the screen behind him, which flickered to life, displaying what appeared to be a live feed of another room within the building, a stark, tiled chamber reminiscent of an operating theatre. In the center stood a metal table. Beside it, a trolley laden with implements I couldn't clearly make out. What you are about to witness is being broadcast simultaneously to select viewers across the dark web. Connoisseurs who pay handsomely for unfiltered reality. You, however, have the privilege of proximity, of knowing it unfolds mere meters from where you sit. A cold realization was beginning to dawn on me. This wasn't some elaborate historical reenactment or artistic installation. The curator was describing something altogether more sinister. I looked around at the others. Most were leaning forward eagerly, a few exchanging excited whispers. Only the young woman from earlier, and I, seemed disturbed by what was being implied. I rose to my feet, mumbling something about needing the toilet, intending to slip out and find my way back to the entrance. One of the men by the door immediately stepped forward, placing a heavy hand on my shoulder. All guests must remain for the duration of the performance, the curator said smoothly. It's part of our agreement, the one you consented to when you transferred payment. I protested that I'd consented to no such thing, that I'd paid for a historical tour, not whatever this was. The curator merely smiled, producing a tablet, which displayed what appeared to be terms and conditions, my digital signature at the bottom. I had no recollection of signing this document, but there was my name, clear as day. Perhaps you should read the fine print more carefully in future, he suggested, before turning his attention back to the screen. The feed changed angle, now showing the entrance to the tiled room as a door opened. 2 more black-clad men entered. Between them, a disoriented-looking man, in perhaps his 30s, clearly drugged but conscious enough to stumble along with their guidance. They secured him to the table as he weakly protested, his words slurred and indistinct. Tonight's subject was carefully selected, the curator narrated, as though introducing a documentary. A homeless individual without family or connections, whose disappearance will go unremarked. Think of this as a form of recycling, transforming a life of no consequence into a moment of significance, of spectacle. What followed is difficult to recount, even now. The performance lasted approximately 40 minutes, during which the man on the screen was systematically, methodically taken apart. The curator provided commentary throughout, explaining the techniques being employed, the physiological responses being elicited, as though he were a professor delivering a particularly enlightening lecture. I couldn't watch. I kept my eyes fixed on the floor, though the sounds alone were enough to turn my stomach. The young woman, whose name I later learned was Emma, had a similar reaction, silently weeping beside me. The others watched with varying degrees of interest, some clinical and detached, others with unmistakable enjoyment. When it finally ended, the curator turned to us with that same emotionless smile. Congratulations on completing your first Blackwood experience. For those interested in participating in future events, perhaps in a more hands-on capacity, please speak with Mike or myself before departing. I felt Mike's eyes on me, assessing my reaction, calculating whether I was a potential recruit or a liability. I forced myself to meet his gaze, to arrange my features into something resembling composure rather than horror. Interesting, I managed, the word nearly choking me. Very authentic. He seemed satisfied with this response, turning his attention to another guest, who was enthusiastically inquiring about the schedule of upcoming performances. We were escorted back upstairs in groups of 2, ostensibly to collect our belongings and phones. Emma and I were paired together, accompanied by one of the door guards. As we reached the ground floor, Emma suddenly clutched her stomach, doubling over and vomiting violently onto the floor. The guard instinctively stepped back, momentarily distracted. She glanced at me, jerking her head toward a nearby fire exit. I understood immediately. We ran. The fire alarm blared as we crashed through the door, but we didn't stop, sprinting across the overgrown grounds toward the perimeter fence. I remember hearing shouts behind us, the beam of a torch sweeping across the darkness. We reached my car, parked on a secluded lane half a kilometer from the main entrance, and drove in terrified silence for nearly an hour before either of us spoke. What followed were weeks of paranoia. We'd left our identification, our phones. They knew who we were, where we lived. Emma stayed with friends, changing locations frequently. I considered going to the police, but what proof did we have? Our word against theirs, and that mysterious document with my signature. Would the authorities even believe such an outlandish story? 3 weeks after our escape, Emma disappeared. Her friends reported it, but the investigation went nowhere. No signs of forced entry to her temporary accommodation, no evidence of foul play. Just gone, like countless missing persons every year. I received a package the following day. Inside was my phone, wiped clean of all data, and a handwritten note. Participants who leave early forfeit their deposit. Yours has been collected. Balance paid in full. I moved house the next day, changed my name, deleted all my online accounts. I haven't set foot in an abandoned building since, nor visited any historical attraction more ominous than a well-lit stately home during peak visiting hours. Sometimes I wonder if I should have done more. Gone to the police regardless, tried to find evidence. But then I remember the clinical efficiency of what I witnessed, the professional organization behind it, and the apparent wealth and connections that would enable such an operation to exist. I tell myself there was nothing I could have done. But in my darkest moments, when sleep won't come, I think about that room somewhere beneath Blackwood Asylum, and I wonder who's strapped to that table now, becoming unwitting entertainment for unseen viewers across the dark web. And I know with sickening certainty that somewhere in that audience, watching through their screens, are people who once stood beside me in that underground lounge, drinks in hand, waiting for the show to begin.